Introduction. A short history of Dominions. The world of Dominions took its first insecure steps in 1997 on the road to Santiago de Compostela. We had finished Conquest of Elysium, a simple yet addictive fantasy game with a great deal of net-hackish unfairness and a multitude of monsters, a trademark of ours. We were working on a Space Empire game, but decided that Master of Orion 2 had much of what we liked in such a game, so we quit that project. Then I went to France and Spain for the summer for a 1,000-mile walk. It took 72 days and I had a lot of thinking to do. Several ideas came up, including a bug war with ants, wasps and other bugs armed with cybernetics and guns. Some ideas from earlier in the spring evolved, and rudiments of Pythium, Tis, Man and La Rose, a conglomerate of Ulm and Marignan, came to life. When I returned from Santiago, we began working on the bug wars, but soon got bored and decided to make a tactical fantasy game where you bought an army and pitted it against your opponent's army. Statistics, battle mechanics, and morale are from this era. The tactical engine was much based upon board games where commanders give orders to squads. SPQR, Age of Chivalry and Warhammer Fantasy Battle were inspirational sources. Morale loss and rout is a feature in all of these. At first you monitored every single unit, but soon you only moved your commanders and told them what orders to give to what squads. WFB gave us the idea that heroes are fun, but we didn't want heroes to be as important as they are in WFB. At that time there were no magic items, spells or monsters, apart from the Hydra. After a while, fighting was becoming boring, and if the output is boring, you quit. At this time we were inspired by VGA Planets and decided that we wanted a strategic PBEM game with tactical battles. We started to think about how to place the tactical engine in a strategic game and still have a game that was playable by mail. Control over battles was the solution. The move from a purely tactical to a strategic game made the world much more important. Some earlier ideas of an Ars Magica-like game of magical research and politics were remade. Random content and magical sites in the provinces would increase replayability. Mages of the Order of Hermes were replaced by competing gods. The magical and divine auras of Ars Magica gave us the idea of a dual war of armies and dominions. Mythological and historical paraphrases came naturally as I have a great interest in the history of religions. Several nations had been thought up in the process of making the tactical engine, but they evolved and changed over time. Pythium was split into Pythium and Arcocephale, La Rose into Ulm and Marignan. Magic and research were incorporated in the game. The 8 paths and several dozen spells were there from the beginning, but research was strange and boring. The idea of the magic schools made research an important choice, not just a matter of how rich you were. Global enchantments were a later add-on inspired by Ars Magica and Master of Magic. Since 1997 the game has undergone many changes, but some things are as they were in the beginning. We still have old papers from 1997 that tells us how many resources a plate cuirass costs, and what a mage should cost at a given skill level. Even though we scribbled down new stats as the numbers were altered, the papers remained the same, until work began on Dominions 3 in 2004 and we remade the armor protection mechanics. Dominions, Priests, Prophets and Pretenders was released 2001. It got some Usenet attention and we were glad to get some input. Bugs and imperfections were pointed out and we tried to fix most of them. After a half year or so we decided that we wanted to make a new game instead of making small changes to Dominions. We started on several ideas, including a strange 3D version of Dominions. After a while we returned to Dominions and decided to make what is now Dominions 2. Our primary goal was to remake the user interface. Much was the same, but many ideas that were difficult to incorporate into Dominions, PPP were now possible to implement. We had as much time as we wished, no schedule, and no expectations. During Christmas 2001 I visited my parents and had some spare days. I accidentally made a board game map and system inspired by Dominions, but never managed to finish it. I still have a bunch of papers, a wooden map, and a little box filled with some 100 wood pieces that needs painting. Johan Carlson, the programmer and co-designer. 6. Is more of a finisher than I am. We later scanned the map and used it as our first Dominions 2 map, The Sundering. Dominions 2 was released, and we started working on the first patch. The first patch included new themes as well lots of small changes and bug fixes. The game and the community grew and we got positive feedback and inspiration from fans all over the world. Maps, mods and other contributions made by fans kept the community, as well as us, active. New content was added in a number of patches. We still had many ideas regarding the world, the game, and the future. At first, we were content with patching the game, but after a while we decided that there were things that could not be fixed unless major changes were made to the game engine. We decided to start on a third version of Dominions. I had plenty of ideas regarding nations and themes. The first was Oceania, an underwater nation similar to Pangaea. An early version of Oceania was included in one of the last patches for Dominions 2. Sorametia, inspired by the Scythians, Amazons and Androphags of Herodotus, and Bandar Log, a nation inspired by ancient India and Hindu myth, were 2 nations I had been dreaming about. Soon, the numbers of nations increased and we decided to divide the nations chronologically and alter the theme structure. Themes were replaced by 3 ages with somewhat different characteristics. The concept of awakening, an old idea, was relaunched. Then work slowed down for a while. Work, social life, and other computer games ate up part of our time. We didn't have a deadline, nor any clear direction, apart from adding fun stuff and making the game more user-friendly. After a rather long period of random adding of content and bug fixes, we decided that it was time to start the beta. In February 2006, the Dominions 3 beta forum was started, and almost 7,000 posts later, Dominions 3, The Awakening was finished. That's about it, I think. Christopher Osterman, Sweden, summer 2006. About the creation of Dominions 4. After completing Dominions 3 we were a bit tired of making Dominions, so starting with Dominions 4 then was out of the question. Also, Johan got a new full-time job at Sony Ericsson then and got his programming needs fulfilled there. Many Dominions 3 patches and a long break later we got inspiration for making a new game again, but we wanted something different from our earlier projects. So we started with Trade and Taint. Trade and Taint was just a preliminary name, but we never figured out a better one. It was a real-time multiplayer online game, like a MMORPG, but not massive and with no 3D characters. The game took a lot of inspiration from Star Sonata, a great little game by the way. The concept was to buy a party of soldiers and donkeys and then transport goods between villages, making money by buying cheap and selling where the demand was high. After a while you would be rich enough to start your own colonies and create mines there if the place is mineral rich, or maybe plant fields and sell oats. It was still an ill-winter game, so we had magic and horrors, too. When you had a colony you could create a wizard's tower and have your mages perform magic rituals, craft items, and enchant your surroundings. We had global rituals too, like meteor storms that made a meteor crash down on the world every minute or so. The meteor storms looked very apocalyptic and were devastating for everyone but the horrors. Performing magic. 7. Trade and Taint. Made the world more tainted and enough taint resulted in horrors appearing. First came a few, then came some more, and finally there was an apocalypse of horrors that destroyed settlements, player colonies, and eventually the entire world. It was, however, a bit too ambitious and it felt impossible to finish, so it got laid aside. Instead, we decided to make something easier, and that was to create a modern conquest of Elysium, because we have always enjoyed that little game. And now we had some cool horrors from Trade and Taint to put into Conquest of Elysium as well. After Conquest of Elysium 3 was finished, working on Dominions sounded like a fun idea again, so we started to plan a Dominions 4. We had a few really major changes that we wanted to see. One was the 3D world map from Trade and Taint. Here you would get line of sight for armies and movement speed would be meters per day with exact distances between cities. Also, you would have changing terrain and line of sight for magic rituals. Another idea was real-time battles, with everyone moving at once and spells having different casting times. The third idea was team play with a team consisting of one god and his disciples. Then we made a list of all the little changes we also wanted to make, and it got very long. So long that we thought it was enough with that list to make a new game. So we scrapped some of the major ideas that had the potential of making Dominions for a worse game than its predecessor. Thus, we decided against the 3D map and the real-time battles. We have experienced a few games that got worse with their updates, and we didn't want that with Dominions 4. Maybe with the Dominions 5. We kept the team play idea though, because it fits well with the current Dominions system. Also we really enjoyed the team play in the War of the Ring board game and wanted the same feeling in Dominions. For those who haven't played it, there are fixed teams, Sauron and his ally Saruman on one side, and all the good ones on the other. When development of Dominions 4 started, the GUI system from COE 3 was imported. Then the network system, random. 8. Trade and Taint. Map generation and some 3D stuff from Trade and Taint was imported too. Sprites were imported from both games, so we got some new horrors and new item pictures from Trade and Taint, where there are sprites for every mundane weapon and piece of armor in the game. Some monsters like the gelatinous cube from COE 3 were also imported. In an effort to get the sprites sorted in a more logical way as well as redrawing the ugly ones, Christopher decided to rearrange all the sprites in the game. So for a long time almost all nations had what looked like random sprites for its units, making it somewhat difficult to play. Our first test game took place right after we got the team play working. Many units still looked funny and you had to tell Christopher that my scout looks like an elephant with a red cross on it, to have him prioritize that. During development a multitude of new ideas popped up. Some were small and easy to implement, others had more impact on the game. The Thrones of Ascension was one such later development that we just had to add, once we came up with the idea. Some ideas were discarded and others lie around and might be added in future patches. Now, a bare month before release and almost 3,000 posts in our beta forum, the game is working well, random sprites are quite rare and bugs tend to be easy to fix. We hope that you find Dominions entertaining, regardless of whether you are new to the series or if you are a longtime player of our games. Johan and Christopher, August 2013. About the creation of Dominions 5. After finishing Dominions 4 and making quite a few patches too, we once again got a bit tired of working on Dominions. When thinking about what kind of game we wanted to work on, we decided it had to be something different and we began to work on a space game. It was going to be a game where you mined and transported minerals in order to build spaceships to defeat your enemies with. It was inspired by the good old VGA Planets game. The game got random planets and some nice mineral surveys, but it never got far before we abandoned it in favor of a new version of Conquest of Elysium. We had some good ideas for COE like an inferno plane that contained the demon lords, and if you summoned them they would actually be summoned from that plane. It would then be possible, just 9. Ninth Millennium. Ninth Millennium. To kill them permanently by going down there and slaying them on their home plane. We also had ideas for random rituals, inaccurate monster descriptions and new combat mechanics. After about 1.5 years and many additional planes, Conquest of Elysium 4 was released. After COE 4 we started to play and develop Trade and Taint again just for the fun of it. It is a game that we did not intend to finish, so we could play and experiment as much as we liked. After a while we wanted to make a game we could finish again, but we wanted it to be something different from COE and Dominions. We have played many roguelike games back in the times, and recently we had played Tales of Magial 2, and we had many ideas on how to make a better roguelike. So we started to make our own roguelike game, called Dungeons of Elysium. It had the same aggressive wildlife that can be found in Elysium. It also took advantage of the terrain drawing engine in Elysium that turned out to be really good at drawing dungeons too. DOE had a similar class system to TAT where you start on a random career, e.g. a footpad, and then the footpad can advance to smuggler, burglar, or grave robber depending on what trainer you encounter. We created a few stories, a fun abstract travel system, and a dungeon editor. Actually, the dungeon editor turned out to be very useful at creating nice-looking encounter maps for our own pen and paper role-playing campaigns. After canceling DOE, we later made the map editor a bit more user-friendly and released it as Ilwinter's Floor Plan Generator, a tool to help pen and paper roleplayers. After a few months of DOE, we also started to work on our old 4X space strategy game again. The planets and minerals were already in place, so this time we added production, space combat, and ground combat. Combat was automatic like in Dominions, but more colorful with lasers and photon torpedoes in space. Production was a bit different from most other games. You had to create factories for specific spaceship models in order to produce it efficiently. So you were encouraged to not redesign your spaceship models too frequently, as you would have to build new factories for them as well. By now many years had passed since we released Dominions 4, and we felt inspired to do a Dominions 5. Real-time combat was going to be the major change for the new Dominions, but we had quite a few other ideas too. One idea that didn't make it was the Council of Immortals, where you got to vote for divine laws and titles and got influence from your claimed thrones. Another idea was for mounts to have separate stats, so you could kill either the mount or the rider. Christopher had ideas for a ton of new nations as usual, some of them made it into Dominions 5 and hopefully a few. 10. Dungeons of Elysium. Dungeons of Elysium. More will make it in future updates to the game. When the development of Dominions 5 started, we imported the GUI system from COE 4 that gets rid of the fuzzy-looking font, and the 3D engine was updated to use the one from Trade and Taint. After many years of incremental updates, the 3D world in Trade and Taint was both faster and better looking than the one in Dominions 4, so it would be stupid not to use that one instead. At first we also used the particle effects on magic items that we had in TAT, and that made the items sparkle or burn with blue flames. But it didn't feel right in Dominions, and it was removed. When writing this, the 3D castles are still not finished. Some units of Rus only looks like a few red letters and many descriptions remain to be written. But the game plays well and it feels realistic that it will be finished in a month when it is supposed to be released. We hope you will enjoy the game. Johan and Christopher, October 2017. About the creation of Dominions 6. After finishing Dominions 5 and patching it quite extensively, we got some inspiration for Conquest of Elysium and started creating the 5th version of that series. COE 5 now got 2 new planes, the Sky and Heaven, as well as much more interesting battlefields where the terrain features had stats and could e.g. start burning if hit by a fireball. The Cloud Lord was also added as the class that would start on the Sky plane. While working on Conquest of Elysium, we collected and wrote down ideas for Dominions. After about a year of Conquest of Elysium, we felt like implementing some of our ideas for Dominons, most notably by remaking how the mounts worked. The mounts in Dominions 5 have always been a bit strange. Sometimes they use the rider as the target and you have to kill the rider and cannot hit the horse. Sometimes if the mount felt important you had to kill the mount first and then maybe it transformed into a lone rider afterwards. It was not logical, and we wanted to change this so that both rider and mount had stats and both could be hit by attacks. And an area attack like a fireball should be able to hit both the rider and the mount at the same time. So we put COE 5 on the shelf for a while and started to work on Dominions 6 instead. At first it was only the mount system that was being changed, but pretty soon a new magic path was added as well, the Path of Glamour. With the addition of this path we could separate the nations that are good at hurling lightning bolts from the ones that like illusions and thus diversify the nations a bit more. Work on Dominions 6 continued for about a year, before we decided that we wanted to finish up COE 5 instead. The work on COE included even more planes, a new map system, boats, and more classes. Eventually we reached a stage where we felt it was ready enough and it was finally released in the summer of 2021. Somewhere in between we also continued on our game Trade and Taint. We probably mostly played it, but some development got done as well. E.g. we fixed the invisible guard towers that were ambushing people traveling in the forests. A limit of 50,000 units of a single type was also implemented, as the giant ants were going rampant and overwhelmed the game occasionally. After we had released COE 5 and as well as a few content patches for it, we returned to Dominion 6. There was still a lot of work to be done on the reformed mount system, and several times we wondered if it was worth the amount of work it meant, but with the game finished we are confident it was indeed worth it. There was also a lot of stuff related to the addition of glamour magic that had to be addressed, including new sites, spells, and rebalancing. Apart from the changes to mechanics, there are several new nations, and a few in the works that will be released in some of the first content patches. One of the new nations is Muspelheim, a nation that we have intended to make for a very long time. With some new mechanics, our vision for that nation was made possible. Many of the improvements of COE 5 were related to gameplay and a better UI, and we probably learned a bit in the process. Dominion 6 has more changes to QoL and UI than any previous iteration of the game, and we believe that the gaming experience in Dominion 6 is improved compared to earlier versions. Finally, we have added a server lobby for multiplayer games. This is also a lesson learned from the CoE 5 development. Hopefully it will help people to find and start multiplayer games. Johan and Christopher, January 2024. 11. Major changes in Dominion 6. There are too many new changes between Dominions 5 and Dominion 6 to mention them all in the manual. But here is a list of the most important changes to the rules and mechanics that make up the world of Dominions. This might be useful if you are already familiar with how the world of Dominions 5 works. Glamour, a new magic path called Glamour. Glamour deals with illusions, dreams, and luck and fits in among the sorcery paths. Blood magic is no longer part of sorcery and is a path outside the traditional elemental and sorcery paths. Mount stats. Mounts now have stats of their own that are tracked separately from the rider. So in a battle it is possible to hit rider or mount, or maybe both in the case of an area of effect hit. If the mount is killed, the rider can continue to fight on the ground. There can also be mounts with multiple riders like elephants, or the other way around, carriers with a single rider. Battlefield terrain. There are now bushes, rocks, and other obstacles to be found on the battlefield, all with their own stats that can be affected by e.g. area of effect attacks in the vicinity. These terrain obstacles can easily be crushed by large monsters, but smaller ones might have to navigate around them. Assassination locations. Assassinations now usually take place in confined areas appropriate for the target, e.g. a mage might be assassinated in the library and an ordinary commander might be assassinated while visiting the local tavern. Local bystanders might also be dragged into the assassination if they happen to be present. Hidden map. The map is hidden from the start and has to be explored in order to find out what kind of provinces are available. Multiple planes. The map can now contain multiple planes that can be discovered and conquered. Alterable map. Terrain. The terrain type of provinces on the world map can now change. This is a quite rare, but can happen if a province is under the influence of an extreme dominion scale for a long time, or if the province is targeted by a high-level ritual that affects the terrain. Legendary spells. Research level 9 now contains legendary spells. Legendary spells are usually very powerful, but can only be researched one at a time. You have to choose carefully which one to research first once you reach that level. Extreme dominion scales. Pretender gods can usually only choose dominion scale values between -2 and 2. But some pretenders or nations can add to this limit to make it possible to pick more severe scales. Scales at values 4 and 5 are known as extreme scales and usually comes with some special effects that are not necessarily good. Larger the scale has increased. Dominion 6 is able to handle many more units than before. Both population and armies are now about 50% larger for more epic battles. Of course, there are also many new nations, monsters, magic items, spells, magic sites, bless effects, and random events that were not present in the world of Dominions 5. Author's note. The Dominion 6 manual is based on the previous Dominions 5 manual that was written by Bruce Jarrick. It has since been updated by us at Illwinter Game Design to be suitable for Dominion 6. We hope you will like it. The layout of this manual was created with the help of Illwinter's PDF typesetter, a newly created program that might be released to the public later on. It has an easy-to-use markdown-like syntax, but creates ready for printing multi-column documents with floating pictures and tables. Johan and Christopher, March 2023. The basics. Dominions random number, DRN. Most Dominions game mechanisms use something called the Dominions random number, DRN. When a random number is called for, the number used is actually a DRN. This is a roll of two six-sided dice, 2d6, but with an additional bonus. If any individual die roll is 6, 1 is subtracted, and then that die is re-rolled and added to the result. This is referred to as an open-ended 2d6 roll. Example, the game calls for a DRN. 2 dice are rolled and they come up to 6. Because one of the dice was a 6, 1 is 12. Subtracted from the total, making 7, and the die is rolled again. But this die is also a 6. So 1 is subtracted from the total, now up to 12, and a die is rolled again. It is a 4. The final result for this DRN is 16. Note that if both original dice came up as 6, both would be re-rolled and added as above. If a die keeps coming up 6, it keeps getting re-rolled and added, which can very occasionally lead to large numbers. Dominions has a lot of situations where something is very unlikely to happen, like a malicious soldier hitting an ethereal monster. However, in the real world of Dominions, very few things are actually impossible. To model this fact as closely as can be, the Dominions random number was created. With it, it is always possible for such an event to occur, which would not be the case if the roll was not open-ended. In some rare cases, there may be only one six-sided die rolled. It is still open-ended, but in this case, the rules refer to it as a DRN, in lowercase letters. Probabilities in Dominion 6. Most die rolls in Dominion 6 involve one player rolling higher than another player using the DRN system. To give players some idea of how likely something is to happen, here is a table that shows the difference between two values on the left, and the chance of beating that value using two open-ended dice on the right. Difference chance -10 3%, -9 5%, -8 6%, -7 8%, -6 11%, -5 14%, -4 18%, -3 24%, -2 30%, -1 38%, 0 46%, 1 54%, 2 62%, 3 70%, 4 76%, 5 82%, 6 86%, 7 89%, 8 92%, 9 94%, 10 95%. What does this mean? It means that if you have a Jotun. 13. Main menu. Moose Rider with attack skill 9 and your opponent has an Abyssian infantry with defense skill 10, your chance of beating him with 2 open-ended dice, and thus scoring a hit, is 38%. If the values were reversed, your chance of success would be 54%. Why the seeming disjunction? Because the 0 point is only 46%. Remember, the table shows the chance of beating your opponent. Thus, if you are evenly matched, you need to roll higher than he or she does on the same type of dice, and thus your chances of doing so are less than even. 46% to be exact. Sometimes the manual will state that a given effect requires a morale check, or some other ability check, against some number. This is simply a way of saying that a unit's morale, or other ability, plus DRN is compared to the stated number plus DRN. So if a unit has to take a morale check against 12, this means the unit's morale plus a DRN is compared to 12 plus DRN. If the unit has a morale of 10, the chart above would indicate that the chance of this unit passing the check is 30%. The interface. Starting a game. Game creation and game playing in Dominion 6 are separate things. In order to start a new game, you must create it under Create World. When you return to a game you have already created after the first time you play it, you choose Continue Old Game. Creating a new game. To create a new game, click on Create World in the opening menu screen. You'll be asked to choose a map, which can be a pre-made map or a randomly created one. The map will be generated once you have made all your choices for the game. The next step is to give the game a name. This generates a folder with this name in the Save Games folder so you can find the files easily. You can access this from the Tools and Manuals menu under Other/Open User Data Directory. 14. Choose Map menu. You can start playing the game immediately from the Creation menu. Once a game has been created and you have quit out of it for some reason, you can play it again by choosing Continue Old Game from the same menu, and selecting the appropriate one. Choosing an age. The next choice will be whether to play in the early, middle, or late ages. This determines the nations available. In general, early age nations have weaker troops and stronger mages. Choosing participants. Once you have selected an age, you can select the nation you and the AI players will represent. The default is random, which will choose from the available list of nations. You can choose a specific nation by clicking on the word random, which will open a window listing the available nations for that age. Then click on the nation you desire. Nations cannot be duplicated, there can only be one of each in a given game. You can also set the AI players to specific nations in the same way. To add another player, either AI or human, click on Add New Player. To remove a player from the game, click on the name of the nation, or on random if you have not set a nation, and click on the word None at the bottom of the list of nations. Disciple Games. At the bottom of the Choose Participants screen is a checkbox for Disciple Game. This is a special type of game that will be explained below. Once you check this box, 2 additional columns will appear, one for team and one for pretender/disciple. You will not be able to click OK, the choice will be grayed out, until each team has one and only one pretender, and any number of disciples. There is no requirement for balance among teams, or equal numbers of disciples, or having disciples at all. You can change teams and pretender/disciple status by clicking directly on the team number, or on the word pretender or disciple. The Disciple game is a team game which allows players to play in teams, but preserves the true nature of the world of Dominions, which is that it is all about pretenders aspiring to godhood. And there can only be one god in the end. So one player takes on the role of the pretender. All other players on his team, if there are any, there is no requirement for all pretenders in a Disciple game to have disciples, play the part of his disciples. Disciples do not create pretenders, they create disciples. A player has 400 points, rather than the usual 450 for pretenders, to create a disciple. Furthermore, disciples have no dominion or scales. They only choose physical form and magic paths. They also cannot choose whether they are awake or not from the beginning of the game. They awaken in half the time of the pretender god, so only awake gods start with awake disciples. After all, it is they who are heralding the entrance of the pretender god. The temples of disciple players spread the dominion of their pretender god. The disciple unit itself does so, too, but as a prophet, the equivalent of one temple check. 15. Choose Participants menu. Disciple units also get increases in strength, hit points, and magic resistance when they are in their pretender god's dominion, just like prophets. In disciple games, no one can appoint prophets, neither the pretender player or the disciple players, since the disciples act as prophets. Prophets can only be appointed by pretenders that have no disciples. Creating Pretender. After choosing which nations will participate in the game, you will be taken to the Create Pretender screen for each of the human players. Here you will create the pretender god that will be in charge of your nation and possibly capture enough thrones of ascension to acquire full godhood. Creating a pretender is an involved process that is described in the pretender chapter of the manual. Pretenders created here can be saved by clicking Ctrl+S. By saving it you can load it into other games later by pressing Ctrl+L in the pretender creation screen. In the Game Tools menu, there is also a pretender creation tool that can be used to create and save pretenders for future games. Game settings. The last issue is the game settings. These control the makeup of the world, as well as some options for renaming commanders, showing score graphs, and various other options. The options are straightforward and are described by tooltips that appear when mousing over the different categories. Players can choose to make gold more or less available, change the frequency with which magic sites will appear, adjust the strength of independence, and many other things which will give the game a unique character. This is largely up to the player's taste. For example, a game with a high independent strength will slow players' expansion while they build larger armies to conquer adjacent provinces, and will prolong the time before enemy nations come into contact. Increasing magic, either sites or research, will hurt nations which have weak magic to begin with, because more magic-oriented nations will be able to start using more powerful magic faster. You'll eventually get a feel for what works for you. Score graphs. Score graphs contain a lot of information, and can take over a multiplayer game as everyone watches who has the most provinces, who has the biggest army, and thus who is seen as the biggest threat. It makes for a very different game if players have to scout for information, and diplomacy becomes more useful since it's not immediately obvious that you have an army twice as big as your neighbors. The game plays very differently in multiplayer with score graphs on, as 16. The prime objective becomes to not be the leader in any of the major categories, while not falling too far behind either. On the other hand, in solo games, especially for newbies, the score graphs can be valuable tools for gauging your progress and evaluating threats to your position. Use them wisely. Units with the spy ability give players access to score graphs, even if they are disabled. They cannot get information on enemy players unless they are in the enemy capital, however. Master password. Setting a master password allows the host to go in and set a player's position to computer control, and thus preserve the flow of the game, if a player drops out and his pretender is password protected. For large multiplayer games where some attrition is likely, consider either setting a master password, or having a third party collect all the passwords for the game, to be used only if a player becomes unreachable. While the usefulness of the master password is mostly the ability to give AI control to a dropped player, it does allow full access to a player's position. Limited unique artifact forging rate. This setting is on by default and limits players to forge a maximum of 1 unique artifact per game turn. Unique artifacts can only be forged once you have researched level 9 in construction. By limiting the rate to 1 per turn, it will also be meaningful for players with slower research to aim for artifact construction. Limited legendary spell research rate. This is on by default and makes level 9 an epic research level, where you will only get 1 out of all the spells available on that level. You get to choose which spell you want to research, and it is possible to research level 9 multiple times to get all the spells if you want. Renaming. By default, it is not possible to rename commanders. This can be changed with this option. If renaming is enabled, you will be able to rename any commander except pretender gods, disciples, prophets, and famous heroes. To rename a commander, inspect his stats and then press R to rename. Cheat prevention. Cheat prevention will try to prevent people from cheating and send messages to all players if anyone has been found doing something that is against the game rules. Cheat prevention only protects against players other than the host from cheating. The host must be trusted as he has full access to the game and can easily rewind turns without anyone noticing if he so wishes. Make sure to password protect your pretender god if playing in an online multiplayer game, otherwise anyone might look at or alter your turn. Throne game settings. By pressing the Thrones tab, you will be able to set up the victory conditions. Winning by controlling enough Thrones of Ascension is the recommended and default victory. 17. Condition. This can be changed to conquer all if you prefer a game where you have to eliminate all other players. Cataclysm. This is a way to force the game to end after a certain number of turns. The Cataclysm will cause horrors to appear and start destroying Thrones of Ascension. These are very powerful horrors. Every throne destroyed also reduces the number of Ascension points required, so a winner should appear shortly after the Cataclysm begins. In the unlikely event that no one owns a throne as the last ones are destroyed, the horrors win. During the Cataclysm, the magic scale will rise in the world and the magic ether will become corrupted. Casting rituals, forging magic items, or empowering can all cause horrors to sense the mage and attack. The more gems used, the higher the chance of a really powerful horror appearing. The horrors that appear due to these magic activities will strike after the activity is finished, so it is possible to sacrifice a mage in order to forge an expensive item. Throne settings. Here you can choose how many thrones of level 1 to 3 that will be on the map. A level 1 throne is worth 1 ascension point and will only be marginally more well guarded than an ordinary province. A level 3 throne is worth 3 ascension points and will be very difficult to take. You can also set the total amount of ascension points required in order to become the Pantocrator, the true god, and win the game. Game tools. Dominion 6 has a number of options under this menu to create new pretenders, as well as manage pretenders you have already created. There is also a map editor, a tool for creating random maps with custom settings, as well as a shortcut to the directory where Dominion 6 stores your files. Playing a multiplayer game. The game supports many ways of playing multiplayer: hot seat play, multiple players on the same computer, online play either with a private server or on the official server, or even play by email, PBEM. If you are the only human player in the game, all other nations are AI, then it is a solo game and you can skip this chapter. Because turns in Dominion 6 are resolved simultaneously, it works very well in multiplayer. Everyone can do their turns when they want, and when everyone is finished, a new turn will be generated. Playing a hot seat game. Starting a hot seat game is done in the same way as a single-player game. Just add extra human players when choosing the participants and you are done. Playing a network game. The easy way to play online is to use the official game server for Dominion 6. Choose Network and then enter Game Lobby from the main menu. From the game lobby, it is easy to set up a game for others too. 18. From the tomes of the lore of Dominions, Raga is a dual kingdom of fire and ice, rage and serenity. Half of the population are Abyssian descendants from the isolated colony of Tur, and half are Aryan refugees from Selim. Tur was a distant and prosperous Abyssian colony founded after a successful military campaign against the giants of Ashdod. But the war with Ashdod had been taxing and the colony was cut off from the kingdom by an Archocephalian campaign through the fertile lands previously conquered by the giants. For centuries, Tur was left alone and an independent kingdom formed. Then came the Kelians. A great host of ice-clad warriors descended upon the Turan armies on the plain of Raga in the middle of winter. The Turan Shah realized that the Tur could not stand up to the Kelians for long. Tur was on the brink of destruction when the attacks suddenly stopped. Civil war had broken out in Selim and the campaign was aborted. Instead, Selian refugees and deserters settled on the plain of Raga. Aryan Seraphs approached the Turan Shah and peace was negotiated. When the Harab Seraphs of Selim attacked, the areas were saved by the Griffin Riders of Tur. This sealed the truce and a strange alliance was formed. Raga is now a society of two peoples united out of necessity. During winter the areas reign and during the summer the Turans reign. Even faith has evolved to mimic the legacy of the two peoples. Two different groups of beings are adored and worshipped. But this is starting to change. The one true God has arisen. The peoples of Raga suffer less from hot or cold climates than the people of other nations. Join, or to join a game someone else has set up. It should be pretty self-explanatory if you are familiar with how to set up a solo game of Dominion 6. Note, remember to add a password to your pretender when playing online. Without a password anyone will be able to peek at or alter your turns. Setting up your own personal game server is also possible, but more complicated. The recommended way to play multiplayer in Dominion 6 is via the game lobby. For instructions regarding PBEM or private game servers you have to read in the old Dominions 5 manual, free to download on www.ilwinter.com. Playing the game. Once you have started a game and are presented with the main game screen, you'll need to become familiar with the interface. At first you are viewing your home province. To view a different province you should right-click on it. This can be changed to left-click in the preferences if desired. Asterisk to view a different province, right-click on the province. Asterisk to select a commander, left-click on his icon and he turns white, selected. Asterisk to give a commander order to move, you left-click the province to which you want him to move. Right-clicking, in many cases, gives you further information. For example, to get information on a unit in almost any screen, you right-click on the unit. The same applies when you want information on magic items or spells. Basic game functions. At the top right of the map screen is a row of buttons that are used for most things. These are divided up into 5 sections. The province buttons performs actions for the current province only. These buttons are, letter in parenthesis is the keyboard shortcut. E, end turn this ends the current turn. In a single-player game this initiates the host procedure. T, army setup this is where you can assign your units to commanders, change formations, and array your forces on the battlefield. See army setup on page 44 for more information. Y, army setup at destination this is an alternative to the regular army setup. Instead of commanders currently present in the province commanders that will be present next turn are shown. See army setup on page 44 for more information. U, patrolling army setup this is an alternative to the regular army setup showing only patrolling commanders. This is mostly useful in fortified provinces. See army setup on page 44 for more information. R, recruit unit this opens the recruitment panel for a given nation and shows the units available for recruitment in the selected province. This only works for provinces the player controls. B, mercenaries. Players can see which mercenaries are available for hire. U, can bid on these by clicking on the name of the company you wish to bid on. I, read province chronicles here you read some information about the province and its inhabitants as well as all past important events that has occurred in the province. 19. From the tomes of the lore of Dominions Ermer is an empire centered on a great city. For centuries it has grown, and has become more and more influential. Traders and travelers from near and far come to the city. By military campaigns, diplomacy, and trade, Ermer has become a power to be reckoned with. By adopting local traditions and beliefs, Ermorians posed little threat to neighbors and conquered peoples, but this has begun to change. A new god is rising. Old syncretistic faiths and spirit worship were banned by a prophet dressed in white shrouds. The remnants of his bauds and shrouds are buried in the holy city of Eldriget where the adherents of the new faith are awaiting the arrival of the reawakening god foreseen by the prophet. The all-encompassing old state cult of the Numina still survives, but the pontifices and Flamen are slowly adopting the new faith. Cornelius is the current Pontifex Maximum and the highest-ranking priest of the old faith. He was the one who performed the high sacrifices in the capital. But it was also he who let decadence and corruption thrive in the priestly order. He has been blamed by many for the fall of the old cult and its traditions. The archbishops of the new faith let him remain as a figurehead, but everyone knows that his influence is limited. Cornelius still commands great religious authority and is a potent mage. Cornelius is old, frail, and rather fat and rarely ventures far from his chambers. The nation buttons are not dependent on the current province. These buttons are the following. M. Read messages allows you to read the beginning of turn messages. S. Send messages allows you to send messages, items, or gold to other players. F1. Nation overview. This screen gives a global picture of your units and provinces. You can buy province defense, or go straight to a province using this screen. It also keeps track of magic site searches. F2. Score graphs. If score graphs are enabled, you can see a running comparison of the strengths of the various nations in terms of provinces owned, total dominion, army size, etc. You can also see the names and status, human or AI, of all pretenders, and whether or not they are still in the game. F3. Hall of Fame. Commanders who have survived the most fights and killed the most enemies receive a heroic ability for entering the Hall of Fame. This ability continues to improve as long as the hero is listed here. F4. Pretenders displays a list of all pretenders in the game and less information on other players was disabled during game creation. The magic buttons are the following. F5. Research takes you to the research screen where you can access spell research. F6. Global enchantments shows you the global enchantment spells currently affecting the world. F7. Magic item treasury shows the magic items you have stored in your treasury. F8. Magic item overview. An easy way to see all magic items in your kingdom, both in treasury and equipped on commanders, and learn where they are. F9. Thrones of Ascension. This displays the Thrones of Ascension active in the game, if any. The game buttons can be used to change settings and to end the turn. Escape options adjusts music and video settings and allows you to save and quit the game. End turn. When you have completed your turn, this button saves your move to a file in the game folder or uploads it to the server if you are playing an online game. You may still go back and adjust your move or even start over from scratch. Exception: in a solo game, hitting end turn automatically hosts the current turn. On the row underneath are buttons for all the planes. These buttons will be grayed out for any plane that you currently have no access to. Usually the planes are these. 1. Pantocrator's Realm. This is the overland world where most of the game will take place. 2. The realm beneath the caverns underneath. 3. The void, the empty space where horrors thrive. Usually you will not end up here. You can hide all buttons and commanders by hitting the H key. This way only the map will be visible. Some buttons may be active, like the statistics button, but not yield any information if the score graphs have been turned off in the game options when the game was created. The province buttons refer only to the province you have selected. They may do nothing if the province you have selected is owned by the enemy. Most of these buttons will be discussed in detail in further sections. 20. The map. Maps in Dominion 6 have one characteristic feature: they are divided up into provinces. These provinces are delineated by the grayish lines. However, the lines are really only for your visual reference. The game engine does not use them in any way. Instead, what is important is which province is a neighbor of which other province. You can see this by looking at the yellow dotted lines. They go between the neighboring provinces. The yellow lines should be seen by default, but if it is turned off, hitting the Ctrl+8 key to toggle neighbors will turn it on again. The table on this page shows all the display toggles that can be used to control what you see on the map. Keyboard shortcuts to control map: view arrows, scroll map, home, go to home, province, control plus home, go to pretender / disciple G / hashtag, go to province, NBR, and zoom x 0.5, insert zoom to cover screen, delete zoom to fit entire map, page up / control plus up, zoom in page down / control plus down, zoom out, control plus F, map filter menu, control plus 1 toggle flags / forts, control plus 2 toggle armies, control plus 3 toggle dominion, control plus 4 toggle income box, control plus 5 toggle thrones and events, control plus 6 toggle my troops in allied provinces, control plus 7 toggle allied troops in my provinces, control plus 8 toggle neighbors, control plus 9 toggle province names, control plus 0 toggle remote rituals. Provinces are designated by both a name and a number. The number can be used to quickly jump to provinces with the G key for go to province number. All game mechanics in Dominion 6 are based on provinces. Movement is done from province to province. Units are recruited on a province by province basis. Each province has a number of attributes that govern its contribution to the game. Province attributes. When a province is selected, you can see its attributes in a box on the right side of the screen, provided that you have some way of gaining this information either through scouts, Dominion influence, or the proximity of friendly provinces. If you don't have any way to gather this. 21. Information. All you'll get is the name and map number of the province. Most information about a province will be unavailable unless you actually own it. It is friendly to you, displaying your national flag. If you have dominion over a province, you will be able to see its income and scales, even if you do not control it. Once you have scouted a province, the province name and location is remembered and you can always see it even if you do not have friendly units in it. For more information about how much information you will receive on any given province, see Scouting and Scrying on page 31. The province attributes shown in the main province screen break down as follows. Terrain. Terrain is shown in the top of the province info box. It is very important for determining how valuable that province will be in terms of income, resources, supply, and magic sites. Farmland tends to have high population and therefore income, but low resources and few magic sites. Highlands tend to be just the opposite. See the terrain type bonus table for details. There can be multiple terrains in the same province, in which case the bonuses add up. The river terrain indicates an abundance of fresh water in the province and applies to all lands adjacent to the river. Terrain also allows or restricts multi-province movement. See the section on movement on page 48. There is a major distinction between land and underwater provinces. Underwater provinces cannot be entered by units without a special ability that allows it, such as amphibian, aquatic, or water-breathing. They do not contribute resources to fortresses on land and cannot be crossed by flying units. Units with sailing may cross water provinces, but may not remain there at the end of a turn. Population. Population determines income and is affected by many factors: growth/death scales, patrolling, dominion, pillaging, and random events. The population in a province sets the base income from that province. Income base equals population/100. Click on the population line to see the growth or death rate of the province's population. Income. A province contributes its income rating to the owner's treasury every turn. Income accumulates in the treasury. The number shown is after all modifications. Income is determined by multiple factors, including population, dominion scales, fortress administration, and unrest. 22. Terrain: population, resources, magic sites, plains, mountain ranges, excellent, many forest, low high, many highlands, low high, swamp, very low, many waste, extremely low, abundant farm, very high, low, few, river high, sea low, deep sea, very low high, many kelp, forest high, gorge, low high, abundant, cave low, drip cave, excellent, crystal cave, very low high, abundant, forest cave high, many bonuses for different terrain types. Modified income equals population/100 asterisk dominion scale modifiers asterisk 1 plus fort administration /200. If the province has unrest, this number is final income equals modified income /1 plus unrest asterisk 0.02. If a province cannot trace an unbroken line of friendly provinces back to a friendly fort, it does not produce income that turn. Taxation requires communication. In Disciple games, income can be traced through the territories of your allies. Resources. The resource value of a province, representing raw materials needed to make weapons and armor. Resources are reduced by unrest, like income. Resources are collected by forts from neighboring provinces. A province only produces half of its potential resources for use in that province unless it contains a fort. The number shown is the number actually being produced, not the potential. Note that in the capsule screen, resources are displayed as hammers. As a province's resources are allocated to recruitment, the hammers in the capsule screen are progressively grayed out. Resource availability in a province is reduced by unrest according to the formula. Final resources equals resources /1 plus unrest asterisk 0.01. Thus, an unrest level of 100 means a province produces only one half of its normal resources. Furthermore, no units may be recruited in a province with an unrest level of 100 or greater. Building a fort in a province greatly increases the number of resources available there. Unrest income resources 10 83% 91% 25 67% 80% 50 50% 67% 75 40% 57% 133% 50% 150 25% 40% 220% 33%. Recruitment points. Recruitment points represent the ability of populated areas to concentrate the resources necessary to recruit and equip forces. Recruitment points depend on the population present in a province, as follows. Population recruitment points 021 to 5,000 pop /100 5,001 to 10,000 pop /210,001 to 20,000 pop /320,001 to 40,000 pop /440 001 plus pop /500. Add up rows until you reach the population level in the province. Example, a province has a population of 6,000. It will get 20 plus 5,000 /100 plus 1,000 /200 recruitment points. The recruitment bonus for forts is then applied, e.g. plus 50% for palisades. Order scales also affect recruitment points by plus 10% per step. Dominion. This represents the religious dominance being exerted into that province. Only one pretender can have dominion in a given province. If it is positive, the dominion is yours and is represented by a white candle. Negative dominion is someone else's dominion and is represented by a black candle. If you have a priest in a province with hostile dominions, you will also get to know whose dominion it is. Capsule screen. The income, resources, and dominion in a province can be displayed and toggled off by hitting the Ctrl+4 key. The hammers, resources, and standards, recruitment, become progressively grayed out as the player allocates them for production during a turn. Turning on the capsule screen can be a good way of scanning to see if there are any provinces with underallocated resources or production. 23. Unrest. Unrest represents turmoil in a province and reduces both income and resources there. Unrest can be raised by random events, enemy spies, blood hunting, magic sites, certain targeted spells, or global enchantments. Unrest can be reduced by patrolling, province defense, order scales, magic sites, or random events. Unrest will also negatively affect the chances of capturing blood slaves, or of successfully finding stealthy units by patrolling. Once unrest reaches 100, it will no longer be possible to recruit any units or commanders from the province. The maximum amount of unrest is 500 or 1 point per 10 population, so once the population reaches 0, there can no longer be any unrest. Supplies. The supply rating of a province determines how many units the province can support. If more units occupy a province than can be supplied by the indicated supply rating, starvation occurs. Units consume different amounts of supply based on their physical size. See units for more information on this. The supply rating in a province is determined by multiple factors. Population-based supply is calculated from the population present in a province, modified by the growth/death and heat/cold scales. The first 15,000 population in a province generates supplies at 1 supply point per 30 population. Additional population generates 1 supply point per 60 population. This is modified by the growth/death scales, first, and the heat/cold scales, second, to arrive at a population-based supply number. Fortress-based supply depends on the province's proximity to a fortress. If the province in question is within 4 provinces of a fort, fortress-based supply is added to the population-based supply calculated above. This depends on the fortress admin rating. See section on fortresses below. Only the highest fortress-based supply is used if there is more than one nearby fortress. Supplies from forts equals administration *6 / distance +1. Example, a province with 21,000 population has growth 1 and heat 3 dominions in it. It generates 500 supply points for the first 15,000 population, and 100 supply points for the remaining 6,000 population for a total of 600 supply. Supplies are increased by 20% for the growth 1 dominion, increasing the total to 720. The heat 3 dominion, however, reduces this amount by 30%, or 180 supply points, for a population-based supply of 540. The province is also 3 provinces away from a castle, admin 30. This generates an additional 30 supply points. The province has a final supply value of 540 plus 30 is equal to 570. Supply usage. The number of supplies being used by the units currently occupying a province is shown under supply usage. If there are not enough supplies in a province to supply all of the units currently occupying that province, starvation may occur. Starvation. If supply usage exceeds supplies, starvation will occur. When this situation occurs, a number of troops will start to starve. The supply consumption of the starving troops will be about as large as the deficit in supplies. Starving units will become starving the first month, -4 morale penalty, and have a 5% chance of getting diseased. If they should be affected by starvation while they are already starving, the chance of getting diseased is increased to 50%. Diseased units will take damage each month as usual, until they die. Units with an appropriate survival skill have a 50% chance of being completely unaffected by starvation and another 50% chance of not getting diseased. 24. From the tones of the lore of Dominions, Tis is a swampy river valley surrounded by sandy deserts. In the fertile valley, a sacred kingdom of lizard-like humanoids has formed. The kingdom is ancient by human standards and its wisdom and magical knowledge is great. At the top of the society is the lizard king and his royal heirs. The king is the highest priest of Tis. Under the king are the high priests with their sacred serpents, and the enigmatic sauromancers, great mages of death and rebirth. The lizards are herbivores, but have enslaved a race of carnivorous lizard men who serve as soldiers and workers. The Titians are somewhat slow in movement, but have thick hides that protect them from cuts and bruises. Both lizard races have partial resistance to poison, but they are also cold-blooded and become exhausted very quickly when fighting in cold provinces. The inhabitants of Tis prefer to live in warm provinces. Starvation ends as soon as there is no longer a lack of supplies, but diseased units will not get rid of the diseased condition. Defense. Defense indicates the level of provincial defense present in a province. Raising provincial defense costs an amount of gold equivalent to the new level purchased. Thus, level 2 costs 2 gold, going from level 2 to level 3 costs 3 gold, going from level 10 to level 11 costs 11 gold, and so on. The first level of provincial defense is gained automatically and for free. Additional benefits are gained at levels 10, 15, and 20. Provincial defense costs no upkeep, and is fully restored after a battle if the owner does not lose control of the province. Provincial defense levels can be raised by clicking on the word defense in the main province screen. Shortcut key, D. Provincial defense levels cannot be voluntarily reduced. However, it takes at least 10 population to support each point of province defense. Province defense will be automatically reduced to a level which can be supported by the population of the province. Corpses. The number of unburied corpses in a province. This is important for some spells, e.g. Raven Feast, and for raising undead. You can only see this information if you have a death mage or an undead priest in the province. If the nation's normal priests can reanimate undead, a special property of certain nations, they can see the number of corpses, too. Dominion scales. Dominion scales are separate from Dominion, although the two are related. See chapter on Dominion for more specific information. The level of Dominion scales in a province is shown by icons/text in the main province window. Much of this information can also be seen in the Nation Overview screen, F1, which will also show commanders and their locations. You can set defense and give orders in this screen, as well as use it to go directly to a province in the main map. This makes it quite useful. New players should get their F1 fingers in shape. The specific finger used to access this screen may or may not be important. National Summary. Regardless of which province is selected, the national summary will be at the top of the screen. At the top is the name of your pretender god. Below the god's name is the treasury that lists the total amount of money your nation has. Income is the total income prior to paying upkeep costs, which are shown in parentheses. In the upper left-hand corner is a symbol denoting the season. If you mouse over this, it will tell you the exact season in the game and the current turn number. Press the treasury button to see a list of all gold you have spent so far this turn. All units in the game, except for most summoned units, cost upkeep each turn equal to their gold cost divided by 15. Sacred units and slaves cost half as much upkeep, gold cost divided by 30. Press the income button to see a list of all income and upkeep costs. Magic Gem Inventory. Your gem inventory's contents are displayed in the national summary, and you can go to the gem inventory screen by clicking on any of the gem icons. The current monthly gem income is shown in parentheses after each gem type. Forts. Forts are structures which exist on the map and can be upgraded. Forts serve as collection points for resources, supply depots for distribution to surrounding provinces, and shelter for troops in the event of a siege. Each fortress type has different attributes. 25. Name build cost build time admin com points rec. Points supply storage wall integrity palisades 1515 plus 0 plus 50% 150 200 fortress 600 330 plus 1 plus 75% 750 500 castle 600 345 plus 1 plus 100% 2500 1000 citadel 600 360 plus 2 plus 125% 7500 1500 grand citadel 1570 plus 2 plus 150% 100 00 2000. Fortress types. The numbers for build indicate gold/months required. Because each level of fort must be built on the previous one, the months listed are for that specific stage only. Thus, it would take 600 gold and 4 months to build a palisade, and then another 300 gold and 2 months to upgrade it to a fortress. The attributes don't stack, so the admin, recruitment, supply, and wall integrity of the previous fort are replaced by the new one. The era, early, middle, or late, of the game dictates what fort levels are available to most nations. The standard forts are early age, fortress, middle age, castle, late age, citadel. Some nations, like Yomi, can only build primitive forts, while others, like EA Ermer, can build advanced forts compared to the standard of a particular era. The nation overview screen will inform you if the nation you are viewing has primitive or advanced forts. Some nations, such as Marignan and Ulm in the Middle Era, have masons who are able to construct forts one level higher than normal. This is not specifically a nation trait, but simply a trait on a particular commander that happens to be available to that nation at that time. A commander with the mason trait can be used to construct higher level forts. The Grand Citadel is only available to those nations who can construct a citadel and also have a mason. It has the same icon as the citadel. Admin. The admin value of a fort determines the percentage of resources from neighboring provinces that the fortress can collect. It also propagates supply into nearby provinces. The formula for this is administration *6 / distance +1. Thus, a fortress with admin 50 contributes 150 supply to adjacent provinces. 4 provinces is the maximum distance for this supply propagation. Administration also increases the income of a province by admin /2%. Thus, a fort with an admin value of 30 would increase the income by 15% of any province in which it is built. The admin value also propagates supplies to nearby provinces. Distance supply 0 400%, 1 200%, 2 133%, 3 100%, 4 80%. Defense. The defense value of a fort represents the number of points of damage that must be done to a fort by an enemy siege before it can be attacked. Each turn a comparison is made between the strength of the sieging and besieged forces at a fortress. The difference between these forces determines the amount of damage done to the fortress defense value. Supply. The supply value of a fortress determines only how many units can be supplied inside that fortress in the event of a siege. It does not affect the distribution of supply to surrounding provinces. Each turn a fortress is under siege, its supply value is divided by the length of the siege to determine the supply points available on that turn to the besieged units. Thus, on the 5th turn of a siege of a fortress with a supply value of 100, the fortress provides besieged units with 20 supply. Castle guards and wall defenders. Forts also have defense, termed castle guards and wall defenders, that will help defend the fort when it is being stormed. The wall defenders will be stationed on the walls and the castle guards will start behind the gate of the castle. These units will be replenished for each fight, just like normal province defense. Castle guards and wall defenders contribute to the repair strength of the defending army, see Sieges, page 73. Wall defenders also have the following attributes. Asterisk never run out of ammunition. Asterisk can be attacked from the stairs inside the walls, or by flying or ethereal units, or missiles, see below. Asterisk 20% increased missile range. Asterisk some protection from missiles, see missile combat, page 66. The wall has the same defense as a tower shield, but it has a protection value of 30. The defenders use the best of their own shield or the wall defense. The number of castle guards and wall defenders depends on the fort level. 26. Fortress statistics. The statistics for each fort are listed when you click on the fortification button in the province interface, also the F key. Some forts give bonuses to commander points and/or recruitment points, as listed in the section on fortress types. How forts collect resources. The calculations for provincial resources can seem confusing. The most important thing to remember is that a province's resource pool, see page 23, only consists of half of that province's potential resource production as long as it has no fort. A province will only gain the benefit of its full production when that province has a fort. Furthermore, once a province has a fort, the fort uses its admin value to draw resources from adjacent provinces, within certain restrictions. These are: Asterisk, a land fort cannot draw resources from an adjacent sea province and vice versa. Asterisk, forts cannot draw resources from adjacent provinces that also contain forts. Asterisk, no fort can draw resources from an adjacent enemy province. Once you take these factors into account, it is relatively straightforward to calculate how provincial resources are affected by fort production. We follow this with an example, which was discovered to probably have been written by Ulmish Masons while preparing a plan of attack against Arcosephael during the many wars that plagued the Middle Era. In the early spring of Year 5 of the Ascension Wars, Arcosephael was building a fort in the province of Gaeta. Before the fort was constructed, the resource situation looked as it does on the campaign map on this page. The province names and resource counts are listed. The black/white colors are simply for readability and have no other special meaning. Note that Gaeta has 31 resources available for use itself, and is adjacent to 6 other provinces: Tenver, Salian, Livenmark, Larados, Kasivic Highlands, and Drik Balkir. The last 2 provinces are mountain provinces 27. And have comparatively more resources available. After 4 months, the fort was constructed through the efforts of Asios, the hoplite commander, at a cost of 600 gold. The resource picture changed to the one depicted below. How did the province of Gaeta become such a production powerhouse? For several reasons. First, the province was producing only half of its potential resources before, as it had no fort present. Recall that when there is no fort located in the province, it has only half of that. 28. Province's potential resource production. Now that it has a palisades located there, Gaeta is able to produce to its full potential of 61 resources. But this is still much less than the 125 shown. This is because the palisades has an admin value of 15, meaning it draws 15% of the resources present in each adjacent province. But if you add the resources shown on the map that are adjacent to Gaeta, and take 15% of these, you still don't get to 125. What is happening? The answer is that the admin value of a fort draws from the total potential resources of each adjacent province. Thus, Drik Balkir has only 46 resources available for production in the province itself, but it has its full potential, 92 resources, available for collection by the fort in Gaeta, and thus contributes 15% of 92, which is 13.8. Now you can see how the palisades reaches an astonishing 125 in resource production: 62 plus, 54 plus 32 plus 80 plus 76 plus 98 plus 92, asterisk 0.15 is equal to 64.8. With some rounding, this becomes 63, and when added to 62, equals 125 resources available here. In late spring of Year 6 of the Ascension Wars, Asios the hoplite commander completed another palisades, this time in Drik Balkir, and the resource map our scouts obtained changed again. Of course, Drik Balkir's resources went up dramatically, but why did Gaeta's drop? This is due to bullet point 2 on page 27, forts cannot draw resources from adjacent provinces that also contain forts. Thus, Gaeta loses the 15% of the 92 resources that were previously available for it from Drik Balkir, which is 13.8, rounded down to 13, and 125 to 13 equals 112, which is the new total for Gaeta. As for Drik Balkir, it cannot draw from Gaeta either. It does, however, draw from the remainder of its adjacent provinces, including the ones Gaeta is drawing from, if they are adjacent to both, like Tenver and Kasivic Highlands. In Drik Balkir's case, this is 98 plus 78 plus 48 plus 78 plus 54, asterisk 0.15, which equals 53.4, with rounding becomes 52, and when added to the base 92 produced by Drik Balkir equals 144 resources. What if Asios built a fort in Pantocrator's Bounty, across the river from Faunshire? Could it collect Faunshire's resources? Yes. Even though the river is only crossable at the bridge, river traffic on small craft is sufficient to allow for resources to flow to the fort. In late fall of Year 8 of the Ascension Wars, an army led by Balthazar, the commander of Ulm, and his legions of infantry of Ulm, Black Plate infantry, and guardians, as well as a squad of sappers, besieged and stormed the forts at Drik Balkir's Gaeta, and Arcosephael itself, for which Balthazar gained great renown and reputation as a hero of Ulm of the Middle Era. His deeds remain legendary. Temples. Temples are the second of the 3 buildings you can construct in Dominion 6. Temples help you spread your dominion either by directly inducing dominion spread, exception, Mictlan, early and late eras, or by providing a location for blood sacrifices, which are only available to certain nations, see the Dominion chapter. Temples also give priests a bonus when preaching. A temple can only be built in a friendly province. If an enemy takes control of a province with another nation's temple in it, the temple is immediately razed. If there was a temple in a province you captured, the razing will be reported in the turn's events, along with the capture. Only one temple can exist in a province at a time. Temples cost 600 gold to build, although there are exceptions. Man and Marverni only pay half this cost for a temple. Pangaea pays half in a forest province, while late-age Gath pays double everywhere. Clicking on the temple button on the lower right of the screen tells you how much dominion you spread each turn and how likely it is to be successful. This is broken down into the number of spread chances per month. Each temple can spread dominion, as can the pretender, prophet, and nation's home province. All of this is explained in detail in the Dominion chapter. Laboratories. Laboratories, or labs, are the last building type available. Labs serve as magic gem collection points and centers of research. They allow mages in that province to perform the research order, enable transfer of gems from the national inventory, and allow the casting of ritual spells. For a detailed description of these game elements, see Magic, starting on page 33. Ritual spells can only be cast in a province with a laboratory. Labs cost 600 gold to build, and some nations are able to build cheaper labs, such as Arcocephale, as well as 29. Pangaea, who pay half in forest provinces, just like their temples. Magic sites. Magic sites are not buildings per se, although there are some sites which are buildings, such as the Furbog Fortress and Jervelin Wall, but rather locations within a province that possess some special attribute, like magic gem production, unique unit recruitment, or other benefits. A province may have multiple magic sites, not all of which may be visible at once. Magic sites are more likely to be found in certain terrains like forests, wastes and deep seas, and less likely in certain other terrains like plains and farmlands. Magic sites do not necessarily appear when you capture a province. Instead, the sites must be discovered by searching. There are 4 levels of difficulty. A mage must have skill in the magic path of the site equal to the difficulty level of the site in order to find it when using the search for magic sites order. Thus, a level 3 nature mage will find any difficulty 1, 2, or 3 sites in a province when she searches, but will not find a difficulty 4 site. When searching, level 4 in a path is the highest level ever required to find a site. There are spells which will automatically reveal all sites of a given path in a province, for example, Haruspex reveals all nature magic sites, or even all magic sites, period, Akashic knowledge. Some sites, like the Void Gate, allow certain types of units to enter them for certain benefits. Entering such sites is a movement order available to eligible commanders. Sites which permit the recruitment of national units, such as the Forest of Avalon, only grant this ability to that nation, in this example, Man. Enemy players who capture such a site will still collect the magic gems produced by it, if any, but will not be able to recruit the special units. There is no guarantee that a site will be usable to a player when found. A cave may allow a blood mage to recruit demons, but if the player has no blood mages, he will not be able to use it. A magic site may have some additional requirement before it becomes useful. For example, the library allows the recruitment of sages, but not until you build a laboratory. The role-playing reasons for this should be obvious. Not all magic sites have beneficial effects. Some are sources of chaos, death, or other negative powers. These may cause unrest or other ill effects, and will happen whether or not the magic site causing the trouble has been discovered. Province defense. Province defense, PD, is a way of protecting a province without actually stationing an army there. Defense is purchased at a cost of whatever the new defense level will be. You will get the first level of province defense for free, but the rest has to be purchased by spending gold equal to the level you are purchasing. So to buy the second level of province defense costs 2 gold, while the 10th costs 10, and to get to 10, you have to buy the intervening levels as well, so ultimately a PD of 10 costs 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 is equal to 54. At defense level 1, a nation gets a commander and some troops. Each level of defense thereafter gives you more troops, which are shown as you increase your province defense. The maximum level of province defense is 100. At level 20 you get additional types of commanders and troops. Every 10 points of province defense reduce unrest by 1 point in that province per turn. So 53 points of province defense would result is a recurring unrest reduction of 5 each turn. Starting at level 15, province defense will have a chance of detecting stealthy units in that province. Each point of province defense above 15 gains 1 point of patrolling strength, so that a PD level of 25 has a patrol strength of 11. This is about the same as an equivalent number of patrolling infantry units. A province can only support provincial defense if it has sufficient population. For every point of province defense, there must be 10 points of population. If this is not the case, province defense will be reduced accordingly at the end of the turn. This is the only way in which province defense can be reduced, other than having the province be captured, which wipes out all existing province defense, or relinquished, in disciple games, which reduces provincial defense by 25%. Once you have built province defense, you cannot reduce it in future turns. The down arrow does not work then. Certain undead nations, e.g. Ermer Ashen Empire, can have province defense without having any population to support it. In provinces without a fort they will have 1 point of PD, usually only a single undead commander, in 30. Provinces with a fort they can have up to 100 PD, consisting of undead soldiers. Unrest. Unrest represents people being unhappy with the ruler of the province. This can be the result of many different unhappiness-generating events. A difference between the nation which controls the province and the one that exerts dominion over it will do it, since the people worship one god but are ruled by another. Blood hunting will definitely do it. Imagine how happy you would be if someone came through your village and rounded up a bunch of young virgins for a blood sacrifice. Enemy spies and bards can do it because that is their job. Random events such as ill omens can cause unrest to increase. You should consider whether an ill omen would make you uneasy as well. Unrest reduces the amount of income and resources a province generates. A province with unrest of 100 or greater will not permit the recruitment of new units. Thus, you can shut down an opponent's production by destabilizing his or her provinces. Mercenaries. Mercenaries are units who are willing to fight for gold. They sell their services to the highest bidder. They are hired for a period of 3 months, turns. Clicking on the mercenaries button will display the mercenaries available for hire, as well as currently hired mercenaries, their employer, indicated by the national flag, and the time of service remaining. When a mercenary band's contract runs out, it will again become available for hire, except on that turn only. The previous employer's bid counts double. It is only good for that turn, and if the mercenaries are hired by someone else, the bonus is lost and instead that nation will gain the bonus when those mercenaries complete their contract. Some nations get a discount on the price for certain mercenary bands and some nations, e.g. Ermer Ashen Empire, must pay more for most bands. Scouting and scrying. Players will not necessarily have any information about a province besides what it depicted on the actual map. There are many ways to gather information about provinces, and these methods differ in what information is learned. Scout in province reveals owner, military info, fort constructions, and the province history. Reveals temperature of current and neighboring provinces. Priest in province as scout plus dominion strength and dominion owner. Spy in province as scout plus income, supplies, magic sites, unrest, province defense level and more accurate military info than an ordinary scout. Dominion in province reveals owner, income, temperature. Reveals dominion strength of neighboring provinces. Scrying a province reveals owner, very accurate military info, income, supplies, magic sites, province defense level, history, temperature, dominion strength, dominion owner, fort constructions, unrest. Owning a province reveals everything about the province. Reveals location and name for provinces 1 to 3 steps away. Early era only reveals names of neighboring provinces, middle era reveals name of provinces 2 steps away, late era reveals the names of provinces up to 3 steps away. Reveals owner, unreliable military info and temperature for neighboring provinces. AI opponents. When you start a new game you get to choose how many and what level of AI-controlled opponents you want. The AI players play using the same rules as human players, except for any possible resource bonuses depending on the level that has been selected for them. See the AI bonus table below to see what kind of boost or penalty they get to their income. This bonus applies to money, resources, recruitment points, and magic. Note that there is no bonus to commander recruitment rate or to holy points. 31. From the tomes of the lore of dominions during the subjugation of Tis, lizard soldiers were recruited into the Armorian ranks. Lizard auxiliaries have since been a regular part of the Armorian army. The lizards are armed as hastati, but wear ring mail cuirass of Titian design, and use round shields instead of the tower shield standard to the Imperial legions. AI name bonus easy AI minus 30% normal AI 0 difficult AI plus 30% mighty AI plus 60% master AI plus 100% impossible AI plus 150%. Thus killing an AI army will really set them back the amount of gold it costs to create it. Although they might get the gold back quicker than a human player if they are above normal difficulty level and thus get a resource bonus. The AI players also get an information bonus and knows which countries are owned by which players without needing scouts everywhere. This is seen as a fair shortcut as experienced human players are very good at guessing this without the need of that many scouts. The Pretender. Dominion 6 is about the struggle between pretenders to ascend to godhood. Thus, the pretender is the embodiment of the spirit of the nation. But there are many ways to aspire to godhood, and you have a lot of leeway to shape exactly what kind of pretender will lead your nation. The pretender will determine how much dominion you can have in a province, how fast your dominion spreads, what type of scales rule the land, and what bless effects your sacred units will have. Pretenders also have the ability to research and cast spells, and even forge magic items and fight in battle. Pretenders are the most important single aspect of any Dominions game. The important points to remember about pretenders are: Asterisk a pretender is a commander unit, and moves on the strategic map and battlefield. Asterisk the magic paths chosen for the pretender effect, which spells he will be able to use. Asterisk magic paths chosen also determine what bless effects, if any, you can choose for your nation's sacred units. Asterisk the pretender's magic paths also affect what divine spells the priests of the nation can cast. Asterisk the dominion scales you choose will determine what effects will be felt in provinces under your dominion. Asterisk the dominion strength you choose will determine how easily your dominion spreads. Asterisk when a pretender is killed, he or she can be brought back by priests of his nation using the call god command. This may take some time. He or she will also lose some magic skill or a point of dominion. Creating a pretender. Besides choosing a nation, creating a pretender is the most significant decision you'll make in Dominion 6. Each nation starts out with 450 points to create a pretender god. These points are spent on the 3 categories below: physical form, magic, and dominion. A 4th category, the awakening, is a way in which you can trade the later appearance of your pretender for more build points at the outset. Physical form. A pretender must have a physical form, like a titan or giant squid, which you choose based on the ones available to the nation you have selected. Some nations have more choices, and some relatively fewer. Not all pretenders are available to all nations. This is because those pretenders did not exist for that nation historically. Each pretender has a different set of attributes, which can be examined by right-clicking on the pretender in the selection screen. Some are giants. Some are flying goddesses. Some are weird polyp things that can only live underwater. Others are folks just like you and me, only with 3 heads and magical powers. They all have various attributes just like regular units, while some have special attributes that merit further explanation. These are all attributes inherent to the physical form in question. They cannot be conferred or purchased separately. Many pretenders have an inherent point cost as part of their physical form. For example, the Phoenix, a pretender that looks like a giant heron, costs 110 points. If you choose that one, you will have 340 points left to spend on dominion and scales. Immortal pretenders. Some pretenders, vampire queen, various manner of liches, the phoenix for obvious reasons, and others, are immortal. There are two kinds of immortality in Dominion 6, immortality and Dominion immortality. Dominion immortality, e.g. the phoenix, means that if a pretender is killed while in a province with friendly dominion, it will simply reappear in their nation's home. 32. Province. If they die in a province that does not contain friendly dominion, they are subject to call God just like non-immortal pretenders. Immortality, e.g. the master lich, means that a pretender is fully immortal and can even die outside its dominion and still reform. Reforming a pretender's body, whether immortal or dominion immortal, takes some time, usually about 3 months, but is dependent on monster type. If the pretender is soul slain, it will not reform and must be called back by priests just like any other dead pretender god. Reforming the body usually gets rid of most afflictions. Immortals do not heal afflictions more than other units otherwise. An immortal unit that dies on a remote plane, e.g. the void or inferno, will not be able to utilize its immortality. Immobile pretenders. Some pretenders, monolith, fountain of blood, and others, cannot move. This means they have no inherent movement ability. But usually they can still be transported by teleportation rituals. Some immobile pretenders, monument, geyser, are just too large and cannot be moved even by teleportation. Note that some teleportation-like rituals, e.g. wind ride, isn't true teleportation and requires the caster to be mobile. Designing a good immobile pretender can be a challenge, but they have their advantages. Most immobile pretenders have a low physical form cost. Dragon pretenders. When players select a dragon for their pretender, a wizard shows up. This is not a bug. Research has shown again and again that dragon pretenders don't change into dragon form until they are wounded. The pretender will be displayed as a wizard until he changes shape either by using the change shape order or by being wounded in combat. Prior to that, he remains in wizard form because it was easier to cast spells with hands instead of dragon claws. Trinities. Some pretenders are trinities, one being split into 3 entities. The 3 entities share part of their magic abilities, but lose some of their powers when not together. If 2 entities in a trinity are present, they lose some magic power, while a lone entity will have severely reduced magic abilities. Different trinities have slightly different effects on being apart. The separate entities in a trinity have reduced research abilities, but all of them can research at the same time. If one entity in the trinity dies, it can be called back in half the normal time. See Call God, page 38. Magic. Some pretenders begin with skills in magical paths, others don't. This is listed in the character screen for that physical form. For example, the Great Mother begins with Nature 2 and Earth 1. Some pretenders don't begin with any skills in magic paths regardless of starting abilities. Magic skills can be purchased in the magic screen. The cost is in the table cost for skill point in a path. Note that if the first skill chosen is in a new path with no magic skill yet selected, the cost is the pretender's new path cost. Cost for skill point in a path August 1st, 2nd, 16th, 3rd, 24th, 4th, 32th, 5th, 46th, 48th, 7th, 56th, 8th, 64th, 9th, 72th, 10th, 80. These costs are cumulative, so that increasing a magical path from 1 to 4 costs 72 points. Note that this refers to the numbers of skills added by you in that path, not the actual total skill. In other words, since the Great Mother begins with Nature 2, and you want to bump her up to Nature 3, that only costs 8 points because that's the first skill increase by you in that path. Thus, starting with a pretender who already has skills in paths you want can be a significant cost savings. Of course, this is partly accounted for in the point cost of that physical form. Example, the Carrion Dragon begins with Death 1 and Nature 1. You decide you want to increase his skill to Death 4, Nature 4, and Fire 2. That means you need to select 3 skills in the same path, Death, for a cost of 48, 3 skills in the Nature path, for a further cost of 48, you have now spent 96, and 2 skills in Fire. However, because the Carrion Dragon does not start with any fire, selecting Fire is a new 33. Path purchase, and thus the first skill in Fire costs 80 points, as listed in his character screen. To get him to Fire 2 costs another 16 points. The total cost of magic for this pretender is thus 192 points. Magic can be very expensive. Divine magic. A pretender's magic paths also determine what divine spells that nation's priests can cast. For more information on divine magic, see page 82. Bless effects. Each nation has a number of sacred units, most of which can only be recruited in the nation's home province, generally because there is a magic site there which permits their recruitment. Sacred units are specific to that nation. If another nation captures that province and magic site, it cannot recruit those units. The main advantage to sacred units is that they can be blessed. Blessing is a level 1 holy spell, and thus can be cast by any priest. It is cast only on the battlefield. A blessed unit gains 3 advantages. Asterisk +1 morale asterisk all the bless effects conferred by his nation's pretender, chosen upon creation asterisk all the bless effects conferred by any thrones of ascension claimed by the nation or disciple nations. Bless points to buy bless effects with become available when a pretender has a skill of 2 or more in any magic path. These effects are chosen from a list of possible effects depending on what magic skills the pretender has. In general, every skill level above 1 in a path equals 1 bless point. Thus, an Air 2, Death 4, Nature 6 pretender receives 1 + 3 + 5 bless points for allocation. Some nations or pretenders may receive bless bonuses which translate into additional bless points. For example, Marignan, Conquerors of the Sea receives 3 extra bless points to buy bless effects for Bless effects cost bless points equal to the magic skill requirements for that effect. E.g. an effect that requires Astral 3 and Fire 1 would cost 4 bless points to buy. Sometimes a bless effect also has a scale requirement, but this does not affect the cost. Some bless effects are always active, e.g. unaging and larger. They are called passive blesses. Fire bless effects: Fire 1 superior morale, plus 1 more, Fire 1 and Death 1 wasteland survival * Fire 2 attack skill, plus 1 ATT, Fire 2 fire resistance, Fire for inspirational presence * Fire 4 righteous wrath, Fire 5 death explosion, Fire 5 heat or Fire 6 fire shield, Fire 7 flaming weapons, Fire 8 and astral for unbearable splendor. Air bless effects: Air 1 precision, plus 1 prec, Air 2 shock resistance, Air 2 far shot, Air 3 awareness, Air 4 swiftness, Air 4 storm flight, Air 5 wind walker * Air 5 and earth 1 weightlessness, Air 6 air shield, Air 7 thunder weapons, Air 8 charged bodies, Air 9 flight. Water bless effects: Water 1 and cold scale 1 winter's gift * Water 1 and nature 1 swamp survival * Water 2 cold resistance, Water 2 swimming * Water 2 defense skill, plus 1 def, Water 5 chill aura, Water 5 slow weapons, Water 6 and Fire 2 vitriol weapons, Water 6 water breathing * Water 7 and cold scale 1 frost mist weapons, Water 9 and magic scale 1 quickness. 34. From the tomes of the lore of dominions, the archbishops of the sacred shroud are the highest ranking priests of the awakening god. They wear holy replicas of the sacred shroud of the prophet. This sacred piece of cloth gives them unsurpassed healing abilities. They have all but replaced the old pontifices as religious magistrates of the empire. Earth bless effects: Earth 1 mountain survival * Earth 2 reinvigoration, plus 1 reinv, Earth 2 strength of the earth, plus 1 str, Earth 4 unbreakable, Earth 4 in nature 3 larger * Earth 5 reconstruction, Earth 5 resilience of the earth, Earth 6 hard skin, Earth 7 fortitude. Astral bless effects: Astral 1 arcane command * Astral 2 magic resistance, plus 1 MR, Astral 3 and death 1 spirit sight, Astral 3 and fire 1 solar weapons, Astral 4 far caster, Astral 4 arcane finesse, Astral 5 magic weapons, Astral 6 twist fate, Astral 7 and misfortune scale 1 fate weaving, Astral 8 and magic scale 2 etherealness. Death bless effects: Death 1 undying, Death 1 undead command * Death 2 and death scale 2 half dead, Death 3 mending bones * Death 4 withering weapons, Death 5 Stygian flesh, Death 6 reforming flesh, Death 7 reanimators, Death 8 death weapons, Death 8 fear. Nature bless effects: Nature 1 resilient, plus 1 HP, Nature 1 low light vision, Nature 2 poison resistance, Nature 2 forest survival * Nature 3 and magic scale 1 unaging * Nature 4 and death scale 1 poison weapons, Nature 5 recuperation * Nature 5 berserker, Nature 6 barkskin, Nature 7 regeneration. Glamour bless effects: Glamour 1 undreaming * Glamour 1 heroism, plus 50% XP, * Glamour 2 quiet stride * Glamour 3 true sight * Glamour 3 blur, Glamour 6 obfuscate * Glamour 6 and fire 2 awe, Glamour 7 displacement, Glamour 7 dread, Glamour 8 and luck scale 2 luck. Blood bless effects: Blood 1 strong vitae, plus 1 HP, Blood 2 strength of the flesh, plus 1 str, Blood 3 strong blood, Blood 4 enchanted blood, Blood 4 blood surge, Blood 5 blood bond, Blood 6 unholy weapons, Blood 7 blood vengeance, Blood 8 and death for vampiric weapons. Effects marked with an * are passive blesses. Bold effects are incarnate only, which means that they only apply if the pretender is awake as well as alive. When you are constructing your pretender, the magic screen will list all of the bless effects to which your selections have entitled you. Look at the bottom of the screen. The plus 1 morale effect is not listed because it is common to all pretenders. Pretenders also gain indirect magic bonuses, see the section entitled Magic. Pretenders and disciples are sacred units and are automatically blessed when they are in their dominion. However, they cannot be blessed outside their dominion. Example, your pretender is Netter of the Sun, which starts with Fire 2 and Astral 1. You decide to boost the magic paths to Fire 4 and Astral 4. You are playing Machaka, so you get no further bonuses and thus you have 6 bless points to spend on bless effects. You will be facing Ermer, so you choose solar weapons, which costs 4, leaving you with 2 bless points. You spend these points on magic resistance. Your blessed units will gain both of these effects. In addition, all of your blessed units will have plus 1 morale, because this is an effect common to all blessed spells. 35. Dominion. 2 separate things fall under the category of dominion: maximum dominion and dominion scales. For more information about dominion and its spread, see the section on dominion. Cost for dominion: candles July 1st, 2nd, 14th, 3rd, 21, 4th, 28th, 5th, 35, 6th, 42, 7th, 49, 8th, 56, 9th, 63. The cost to add dominion strength is calculated for each additional candle chosen, above the pretender's base dominion strength. Thus, a pretender who starts with dominion 3 would use 7 design points to increase to dominion 4, and 14 more to go to dominion 5. Every pretender starts with at least dominion 1, and the maximum is 10, so you can only ever choose 9 new candles, and thus the table stops there. Scales. Dominion scales are the representation of the effect that the belief in one's pretender god affects not only the populace but the very fabric of a province. When creating a pretender, you choose the way in which your religious belief changes the cosmic forces in provinces where your dominion holds sway. Each scale has a favorable side and an unfavorable side. For example, growth is the favorable side of the growth/death scale. You can guess which side death is. For each tip of the scale, bonuses or penalties accrue to the province under the sway of that dominion. You can gain extra points for pretender creation by choosing unfavorable scales. Scales tip both ways, which is why they're called scales. Asterisk each left click of a scale costs 40 points. Asterisk each right click of a scale gains you 40 points. Exception, each click of the heat/cold scale either way, away from a race's preferred scale gains you 40 points per click, but only for the first 3 clicks. Example, Machaca is a race that prefers heat 2 scales. When you start building a pretender for Machaca, the Dominion screen will automatically start at heat 2. Each click of the scales either way will gain you points as you move to an unfavorable Dominion scale. Either heat 1 or heat 3 will gain 40 points for Machaca, at the expense of decreasing tax revenues and supply, see table below. Some abilities like ice protection are dependent on heat/cold scales as well. Scales range from -5 to +5, but usually they can be tipped a maximum of only 2 to either side. Certain pretenders are attuned to 1 or 2 scales and can tip these scales one step further. E.g. the Master Lich is attuned to the Death scale and can raise the Death scale to 3. 36. Scale effect order increases income by 3%, resources plus 2%, recruitment plus 10%, unrest reduction plus 1, 2% fewer random events. Turmoil decreases income by 3%, resources minus 2%, recruitment minus 10%, unrest reduction minus 1, 2% more random events. Productivity increases income by 3% and resources by 15%. Sloth decreases income by 3% and resources by 15%. Heat/cold, each step of heat/cold level away from a race's ideal level decreases tax revenues by 5% and decreases supplies by 10%. Growth increases population growth by 0.2% per month, increases supplies by 10%, increases income by 1%. Death decreases population growth by 0.2% per month, decreases supplies by 10%, decreases income by 1%. Fortune 5% more random events, chance of a random event being good increased by 10%. Misfortune 5% more random events, chance of a random event being good decreased by 10%. Magic makes spells harder to resist, minus 0.5 MR per scale rounded down, to all units in a province, all spellcasting generates 10%. Less fatigue per scale, gives all friendly mages plus 1 research points per scale, plus 50 points of starting research per scale. Drain makes spells easier to resist, plus 0.5 MR per scale rounded down, to all units in a province, all spellcasting generates 10% more fatigue per scale, gives all mages minus 1 research points per scale, minus 50 points of starting research per scale. Effects of Dominion scales. In turn, the opposite scale, growth, is more difficult to raise and can only be raised to a maximum of 1. Some nation are also attuned to certain scales and can raise these scales 1 or 2 steps further. Pretender and nation scale attunements can cancel out each other, but they cannot stack and raise the limit above 1. The bonus/penalty listed in the Dominion scales table is per click. So clicking twice in the direction of order gives you order 2, and increases your income by a total of 4% while decreasing random events by 4%. Like in the magic screen, the scales screen displays the cumulative effect of your choices. Note that extreme scale values of 4 or more are not recommended as they usually bring certain unwanted side effects. You can read about these in the Dominion chapter. Example, the Carrion Dragon from the above example begins with Dominion 2. Because the dragon costs 160 points for his physical form, and you spent 192 points on magic, that leaves you with 98 points for Dominion and scale selection. Increasing Dominion to 5 costs 42 points, leaving you with 56 points for scales. Because changing your scales costs 40 points for each click, you can only change one scale, and by only one click. You can gain more points for pretender design through the awakening, see below, or reassign some of the points you used for magic or Dominion to give yourself enough points for scales. Some nations, see Nations list, prefer certain heat or cold settings. They suffer penalties when outside of their preferred environment, just like nations without a preferred temperature setting suffer penalties when the environment has heat/cold scales other than 0. In the past, these nations still received extra points for tipping the scales one way or the other. Now, they only get extra points for tipping them away from their preferred scale setting. The scales in a province under your Dominion will likely not initially exactly correspond to the scales you've chosen. This is because the Dominion scales in a province change more slowly than the level of Dominion. It may take several turns of strong Dominion over a province to tip the scales to the settings you chose at the outset. If you have low Dominion over a province, your scales will likely never ramp up to full value. The exact mechanics can be found in the Dominion section. Pretender hit points. The hit points of pretenders and prophets are affected by the current Dominion in their province. Pretenders and prophets in friendly Dominion will have increased hit points, while in enemy Dominion their hit points will be reduced. The greater the Dominion, the greater the effect. They also get increased strength and magic resistance. For each level of friendly Dominion in a province, a prophet and/or pretender gains asterisk plus 1 strength, asterisk plus 1/2 magic resistance point, asterisk plus 10% hit points. For every level of enemy Dominion in a province, a prophet and/or pretender loses asterisk minus 1 strength, asterisk minus 1/2 magic resistance point, asterisk minus 10% hit points. Hit points cannot be reduced below 10% of the total. The Awakening. This determines the time needed to pass before the pretender is actually summoned to this world. If you start the game with your pretender, your initial points for pretender construction are 450, minus the cost of the physical form of your god. To have your pretender appear 1 year, 10 to 13 turns, into the game, dormant, gives you a 150 point bonus. If you wait 3 years, 28 to 42 turns, you get an extra 350 points, imprisoned. Note that while 1 turn is a month, and thus 12 turns equals 1 year, the time to the awakening is not precise, and you may wait a little longer than, or not as long as, other nations in the same game. Once you have assigned a physical form, magic skills, dominion strength and scales, and awakening to your pretender, you can give your pretender a name. If you leave the name blank, the game will choose an appropriate name for a pretender of that nation based on the long history of the world of dominions. Disciples will awaken in about half the time of their pretender. Pretender death. A pretender loses either 1 skill level in 1 path of magic or 1 point of dominion strength for each death suffered, unlike the global 1 loss in each path of some of the 37 previous dominions games. This does not affect bless effects, which remain what they were at the beginning of the game. The chance of losing magic is 50% plus 10% per level of nature magic that the pretender had when he died. If the pretender doesn't lose any magic, or if the pretender has no magic skills, it will always lose 1 point of dominion strength instead. The magic skill most likely to be lost will be nature, and the least likely to be lost is death. In fact, there is even a small chance of gaining knowledge in death magic when dying. There is an even smaller chance of gaining skill in astral or blood magic after death as well. The lessons of the underworld are unpredictable. No pretender can go below a dominion strength of 1, no matter how many times it dies. Death of immortal pretenders. Dominion immortal pretenders who die in a friendly dominion reappear in their home after the Reformation period, and do not suffer the magic skill or dominion strength loss. A dominion immortal pretender who dies outside a friendly dominion is subject to all the above rules. An immortal pretender does not lose any dominion or magic paths on death no matter where it dies. A pretender that gets soul slayed will not be able to use its immortality ability, however. Call God. If a pretender dies, he or she can be brought back by his nation's priests. Each priest level assigned to the Call God order in a turn generates 1 point. Once a nation has accumulated around 50 points, the pretender returns to his or her home province. The total is not exactly 50 in order to add some uncertainty to the exact reappearance. In a disciple game, the points required to call the dead god are increased by 50%. Example, the pretender of Veneris has died. Because he had nature 3 when he died, he has an 80% chance of losing 1 skill level in 1 magic path, not necessarily nature, and if he does not, he will lose 1 point of dominion strength. On the following turn, Veneris assigns 3 level 1 priests and a level 2 priest to call God. If no other priests are assigned to this, it will take about 10 turns for the pretender of Veneris to return. The nations UR and Uruk have a special property which allows their god to be called back from the dead without losing any magic levels or dominion strength. Automatic bless effects. All pretenders and disciples are auto-blessed within their own dominion. They are not blessed at any other time. Sacred units on the battlefield with their pretender are auto-blessed as well if the battle is in a friendly dominion. Units. The world of Dominion 6 was populated by all manner of creatures. These ranged from weak, lightly armed militia to giant monsters of unspeakable horror and magnitude. In between there were bards, mages, bandits, dragons, and many others. In the game, units can be summoned by spells, recruited from the countryside, or may appear at your gates on their own. Each province has its own recruitable units. Some units may require a structure such as a temple or laboratory before they can be recruited. Some can only be recruited in a province with a particular magic site. 38. From the tomes of the lore of Dominions, Ermer was once a great empire that had conquered much of the known world. The realm crumbled as the great mages of the empire studied dark magic under the Soromancers of Tis. Unaware of the dangers of dark sorcery, priests performed unholy rites in the capital city of Eldrigit. But there were voices who demanded that the foul practices stop. Theurgs and thaumaturgs foresaw the cataclysm and advised generals, governors, and consuls to revolt. When the apostate emperor marched on Ermer itself, the augurs and bishops of the empire were forced to act in concert. In one cataclysmic event, death was let loose and the empire was shattered. The cataclysm attracted attention from an earlier god, a dark and hungry god. The vast power of this awakening god erased the boundaries between the land of the living and the land of the dead. Ermer is now a cursed land of ashes and darkness where nothing grows. The bones of long-dead inhabitants reassemble to form legions of undead under the leadership of the cursed priests of the old Ermorian faith. Undead legions march forth to conquer a world once theirs. The Ermorian dominion reanimates the dead without the aid of unholy priests. It also destroys the land, turning crops and forests into ashes, and people and livestock into bones. The pretender god of Ermer will also be able to sense where any corpses are in provinces under his dominion. Each nation has a unique set of units that can only be accessed in provinces with a friendly fort. At the start of the game, this will be the starting fort in a nation's home province. Later, as you build new fortresses, you'll be able to recruit those units in those provinces, too, although some units are recruitable only in your capital, from a magic site located there. There is a basic distinction between units and commanders. Units are the troops that make up your squads, while commanders are the individuals who either lead these squads or perform other tasks like research or item crafting. Some attributes are exclusive to commanders, like leadership and the ability to change equipment inventory or carry gems. The list below summarizes all of these attributes. You can get further information about an ability simply by clicking on it. This will bring up a window which shows how this value has been modified. For example, a unit may have a base morale value of 12, but due to experience, +1, and friendly dominion, +1, the modified value is 14. Clicking on the attribute will show its modifications. Some attributes show further attributes. Basic attributes. Hit points. Everyone knows what this is. Size determines how many units can be in a single square on the battlefield, a maximum of 10 points in a single square. It also determines how many supplies a unit needs each turn. Units consume size -2 supplies each month. Small units, size 1 to 2, consume 1/2 supply each month, and size 0 units do not consume any supplies. Animals have their supply usage halved. For cavalry units, both the rider and the mount will consume supplies. Strength. This determines how much damage a unit does when it successfully strikes a target. Strength is also used to break free from certain effects like entanglement. Attack. This determines the unit's chances of successfully striking a target with melee weapons. Defense. This determines the unit's chances of avoiding a strike by melee weapons. Protection. This is the unit's armor rating. It can be different on different parts of the body, depending on equipment worn or simply the nature of the creature's hide. These separate values will be shown when you click on Protection. Morale. This measures a unit's likelihood of not running away from battle. Magic resistance. Think of this as defense, only against magic. Not all spells have to penetrate magic resistance, though. Precision. This is how accurate a unit is either with missiles or with magic. Encumbrance. A unit will incur fatigue equal to its encumbrance on each turn it attacks. Moving, by itself, does not incur this. Map move. This determines how far a unit can move on the world map, subject to the movement costs listed under movement on page 48. Combat speed. This determines how far the unit can move in combat. Fatigue. A unit's fatigue causes it to be more susceptible to critical strikes. Once a unit reaches 100 fatigue, it becomes unconscious and is unable to attack or defend. A unit at 200 fatigue starts taking regular hit point damage instead of fatigue damage from additional fatigue. Age. The first number is the unit's age in years. The number in parentheses is the age at which the unit will start suffering penalties and become susceptible to afflictions due to old age. This attribute is displayed when you click on fatigue. The age when you start suffering penalties is referred to as max age. It is modified by the following, in order of priority. Asterisk. Undead creatures have their max age increased by 50% per point of death magic. Asterisk. Inanimate creatures have their max age increased by 50% per point of earth magic. Asterisk. Demons have their max age increased by 50% per point of blood magic. Asterisk. Everyone else has his or her max age increased by 50% per point of nature magic. Asterisk. Creatures whose max age could be modified by nature have it reduced 5% per point of fire magic, burn bright, burn fast. There are 3 kinds of leadership, and apply to commanders only. 39. Leadership. This is the number of units a commander can lead. Undead leadership. Like leadership, but for undead beings. Mages can lead 50 undead beings per level of death magic skill and 10 per level of blood magic skill he or she has. Magical leadership as above, but for magical beings. For mages, this is determined by indirect magic bonuses. See indirect magic chart. Not all paths confer the same benefits. Units also may have special abilities. Some of these are summarized below. Special abilities. Units in Dominion 6 can have a wide variety of special abilities. In fact, there are about 500 special abilities in the game. Each modifies the unit's attributes or capabilities in some way. A mouse over or right-click on the ability in the stats screen will give an explanation of what it does. Some of these attributes bear further explanation, which appear below. Ambidextrous. This ability reduces the attack penalty for wielding 2 or more weapons by an amount equal to the ambidextrous level. It does not remove the 1 point of encumbrance penalty per extra weapon wielded. Berserker. A unit with this ability goes berserk when wounded if it passes a morale check versus 12. Berserk units fight until dead, they do not rout. A unit with plus berserk ability gets that number as a bonus to its berserk attributes. A berserk unit that falls unconscious loses its berserker state, but can go berserk again if wounded after regaining consciousness. Ethereal. Very difficult to hit with non-magical weapons. 75% of such strikes will miss. When storming a fort, ethereal units can pass through the walls and attack defenders on the other side. Glamour. These units gain mirror image in combat and are undetectable in friendly provinces. Recuperation. This unit can heal its battle afflictions over time, unless it has the old age icon. Regeneration. Regenerative creatures heal some of their lost HP after every combat round and have a reduced risk of getting permanent afflictions from getting wounded in battle. Regeneration does not affect inanimate beings like golems and long dead. There are 2 more varieties of regeneration that are called reconstruction and reforming flesh. Reconstruction only works on inanimate beings and nothing else. Reforming flesh works on all undead beings, but not on anything else. Sailing can cross, but not remain in, water provinces when moving. Awe units with awe force enemies to take a morale check against 10 plus awe in order to be able to attack them. Thus, a unit with awe plus 4 would force attackers to pass a morale check against 14, or be awestruck and unable to attack the awe-inspiring monster on that combat round. There is a special kind of awe called sun awe which does not work underground, or when it is dark. Fear units in a monster's fear area of effect get their morale temporarily lowered and their entire squad must take a morale check against the monster's fear, or rout. The basic fear effect requires a check against 10. Unlike awe, the bonus to fear indicates the additional area of effect, not the fear strength. So a fear plus 4 monster has normal fear that radiates to 4 additional squares. The fear strength itself is increased for every full plus 5 fear, so a fear plus 10 unit would radiate to 10 additional squares, and force a morale check against 12. The base area of effect, fear plus 0, is 6 squares. Heat units with this ability radiate heat into adjacent squares. You will see this as little black smoke. This creates level 1 or 2 heat clouds in the vicinity. The default size of a heat aura is 3 squares and is increased by heat scales and reduced by cold scales. Some monsters may have a greater heat aura, which has a larger area of effect. Also, a huge number of units with heat aura will cause the clouds to spread further, but the effect on a single nearby enemy unit will still be the same. Chill. This is exactly the same as heat, except that it creates frost clouds. It looks like bluish-white smoke. The default size of a chill aura is 3 squares and is increased by cold scales and reduced by heat scales. 40. Poison cloud. This creates level 1 or 2 poison clouds in the vicinity. These clouds look like green smoke. Stun prevents a unit from taking any action for about 1 round. Invisibility. Units that are invisible cannot be seen. You suffer a -9 penalty to attack when attacking a unit you cannot see in melee. In order to see invisible units, you must have the ability Spirit Sight. Units that are blind anyway are not further penalized when attacking invisible enemies. Petrification. This is the Medusa's special ability. Anyone attacking her is petrified if the attacker fails a magic resistance roll. After about 3 to 6 rounds, the petrification is lost. If the unit passes a magic resistance check upon losing its petrification, it returns to normal. If it does not, it dies. Standard. The standard ability increases the morale of the entire squad it is in. Only the best standard for every squad will have a morale increasing effect. Horror. Marking. A horror mark is a condition which can lead to dire results. A horror mark will result in a small chance each month that a unit will be attacked by a horror. A unit can be horror marked more than once, which will increase this chance, but there is no way of knowing how bad the mark is. Certain spells will cause a horror marked unit to be attacked. In battle, horrors always attack a horror marked unit first. Stronger horror marks also attract stronger horrors. Trample is exactly what it sounds like. A large unit runs over a smaller one. Smush. A trampling unit displaces all of the units in the square it enters to an adjacent square. These units have to take a defense, fatigue/10, check against 3d6. If they fail this check, they take 7+ size trample damage. This is an armor-piercing attack, so protection is halved. Ethereal tramplers have their trample damage halved. A trampled unit will always take at least 1 point of damage, regardless of protection. A unit which successfully passes the defense check is still displaced, but just takes 1 point of damage, total. Swallow. Some monsters are able to swallow the target of a successful trampling attack. The swallowed monsters are removed from the battlefield until the swallowing monster is killed. Some monsters are able to digest swallowed targets, which does damage to the swallowed target each turn, and some monsters can even incorporate the swallowed target into their own bodies and get extra hit points from the damage they do to swallowed creatures. Being swallowed prevents many life-saving abilities and spells, e.g. regeneration and phoenix pyre, from working and usually means certain death unless the swallower is killed swiftly. Unit classes. Some special ability divide units into classes that have different abilities associated with them, and often leadership requirements that restrict who can lead them. Magic. Being these units require a mage to lead them. They rout if left without magical leadership. Mindless units have 50 morale and will never rout as long as there is a suitable commander present to lead them. If left without a suitable commander, they will suffer mindless dissolution on the battlefield. Mindless units cannot be in the same squad as non-mindless units. Undead units are subject to banishment. Undead units require undead leadership, which is generally conferred by skill in death magic, or being an undead commander. Zombies aren't going to take orders from just anybody. A squad that mixes undead and non-undead gets a -1 morale penalty, for obvious reasons. Undead are also immune to affliction healing effects and will not suffer any adverse effects by being diseased. They rout if left without undead leadership. Demons are subject to banishment. Demons require undead leadership, just like undeads. Demons are also immune to disease. They rout if left without undead leadership. Lifeless beings are immune to disease, regeneration, life drain, and affliction healing effects. Lifeless beings are also immune to many combat spells, but they can heal themselves with life-draining attacks like everyone else. 41. Spirit form. Beings with spirit form cannot be affected by transformation types spells like Iron Skin, Skeletal Body, and Polymorph. They are also immune to both diseases and affliction healing effects. Animals can be led by normal commanders, just like humans. Animals only consume half as many supplies as a humanoid of the same size. Animals without arms like apes are worse at both sieging and defending forts, half strength for this purpose. On the other hand, most animals compensate by being stronger than humans. Additional abilities. There are many other unit attributes, which you can get information on by right-clicking on or mousing over the effect in the unit stat window. An ability granted by a magic item, such as regeneration or fire resistance, will be listed with the other abilities, and information about it can be found in the same way. You can see a nearly full list of abilities in the modding manual included with the game. XP, experience points. Units which survive the world of dominions for a period of time are likely to get experience. Units usually gain 1 XP per month, but can gain more through combat. Each level gives a bonus to Prec, ATT, Def, and Morale. Some items, sights, and the Heroism Bless grants additional XP. Heroic abilities. Non-pretender commanders who join the Hall of Fame get heroic abilities. These are denoted by a yellow star in a red circle and can grant increased attributes, such as strength, leadership, magic resistance, and the like. Unique beings such as the elemental royalty cannot enter the Hall of Fame. Afflictions. Units may suffer battle affliction when they suffer damage. The chance is simply the percentage of its total normal hit points a unit suffers on that strike. In other words, an infantry unit with a healthy strength of 10 horsepower will have a 20% chance of suffering an affliction upon taking 2 horsepower damage. The location of hits is important. Loss of an arm or an eye depends on being hit in the right place. Afflictions are denoted by a red heart. A unit may suffer from multiple afflictions. Diseased units may gain additional afflictions each turn. Afflictions can be healed by the following methods. Asterisk units with the recuperation special ability heal afflictions over time, unless they have old age. Asterisk units that are immortal, or Dominion immortal, may heal afflictions when they reform after dying. Asterisk units with an involuntary shape change mechanic, such as Jaguar Warriors of Mictlan, can sometimes heal afflictions when they change back to their normal shape. This is checked every time they change back to their first shape, but it is not a reliable method of healing. Asterisk units with the healer ability will cure a number of afflictions up to the value of the ability automatically in the same province every turn. Asterisk units with the disease healer ability will automatically cure a number of diseases equal to the value of the ability in the same province every turn. Asterisk the global enchantment gift of health will automatically cure afflictions in the dominion of its owner, including allied nations in disciple games as long as dominion is positive. Asterisk the magic artifact, the chalice, will automatically cure up to 5 afflictions in the same province. Asterisk the miraculous cure all elixir magic item will automatically heal 1 diseased unit in the same province. Asterisk there are a couple of magic rituals that can be cast to cure a disease from a specific unit in the same province. Asterisk there are a few magic sites that can heal afflictions like a healer. Asterisk undead, inanimate of spirit form beings usually cannot heal afflictions unless they have recuperation or immortality. Asterisk afflictions caused by cursed items such as Eye of Aiming and the Black Heart cannot be healed unless the item is removed first. Asterisk the corpse sticker ability can heal corporeal undead beings, ethereal beings are immune. Afflictions have a difficulty level that is checked against when subjected to healing. If the healing check succeeds, the affliction is cured. Afflictions are different from curses or horror marks. The latter two entities cannot be removed. Horror marks may be lessened by staying dead. 42. Recruiting units. Recruiting units is the main method of adding troops to your armies. Recruitment is done per province, so as you capture provinces, you gain the ability to recruit new types of troops. In some coastal provinces, these troops may be amphibious. Asterisk each province has its own pool of units. Asterisk some national units can only be recruited in a nation's capital. Asterisk building a fort in a province adds a nation's non-capital troops to that province's pool. Asterisk gold, resources, and recruitment points are spent to produce units. Asterisk some nations can recruit additional units outside their forts, depending on terrain. Recruitment costs. Units have 3 costs: gold, resources, and recruitment points. In the world of dominions, a unit's training is reflected in its gold cost, while its equipment requires the resources, and the recruitment point cost is the need to recruit more advanced unit types in more populated areas, as those who are fit for the advanced roles will be uncommon. Expect highly skilled units to cost a lot of gold, heavily equipped units to cost a lot of resources, and highly skilled, heavily equipped units to cost a fortune. Sacred units also have a holy point cost, which is usually 1 per unit, including sacred commanders, but some large sacred units can cost more sacred points. Recruitment. Restrictions. There are some restrictions not only on how many units of a type can be recruited in one turn, but how they can be queued as well. Asterisk commanders, you can only recruit as many commanders in a province in a turn as you have available commander recruitment points. Commanders can cost more than 1 point. Asterisk gold, units may only be recruited up to the limit of that nation's current treasury. Units cannot be queued up for the next turn if you don't have gold for them. Asterisk resources, units may only be recruited in a province in a given turn based on that province's current resources, but they may be queued for following turns. This makes it possible for players to recruit units in provinces that don't produce enough resources to fulfill that unit's resource requirement in a single turn. Units that cannot be built in the current turn, but are in the queue, are dimmed in the recruitment area. Asterisk recruitment, units can be queued based on recruitment points just as they may be queued based on resources. Asterisk holy, sacred units can only be recruited up to the home province's holy limit, which is the same as the current maximum dominion. Units can be added to the queue beyond the holy limit. Asterisk limited, some units may have a recruitment limit that only allows a certain number to be recruited per turn, e.g. maximum of 2 Sobuk Sacred Guard per turn, regardless of available gold or resources. 43. Units are recruited at the beginning of the turn resolution, so units in a province being attacked in the same turn they are recruited will fight to defend the province. If they are recruited in a fortress, then they will stay in the fortress and become besieged. Recruited units go into the unassigned unit pool of units at the top of the army setup screen. Below them you will see all your commanders in that province. Holding down, Shift, while selecting a unit for recruiting will choose 10 of that unit. Up to 250 units may be queued in a province. Army setup. The army setup screen is where you deploy your units for battle. When said battle occurs, units will be placed on the map in accordance with their squad's arrangement in the position squad box. They will attempt to follow the battle orders given, see set battle orders below. The screens works like this. Garrison units. At the top of the screen, below the province name, is a single row where all unassigned, or garrison units, are shown. Newly recruited units get placed here, and stay there until they are assigned to a commander, or the province is invaded and they are killed in battle. If the province contains a fortress, these units are considered inside the walls and don't join any patrolling units in combat. If the province has no fortress, they do participate in combat, and form one large squad at the center of the battlefield. Squads. Squads are the basic organizational unit of combat. They can contain anywhere from one unit to the limit of their commander's leadership value. A commander cannot lead more units than this value, no matter how many or few squads they are split into. A commander can lead a maximum of 5 squads, although depending on the commander's leadership, additional squads may suffer a morale penalty. Thus, the maximum number of squads in an army is 5 times the number of commanders. Some units require their commanders to have special abilities in order to lead them, like undead leadership for undead and demons or magical leadership for magical beings. Units that are both undead and magic beings require undead leadership. All commanders in a province will appear with their icons on the far left side of the army setup screen, with their placement window next to them followed by their name and squad information. Their squads will be arranged below them, with a battle placement box, a unit count, and the set battle orders menu. To place a unit into a squad, click on the unit, and then either click on the squad box of a currently existing squad, if you want to add that unit to the squad, or click on the icon of the commander himself, if you want to create a new squad. When a new squad is created, a new box will open below the commander's box and the unit will appear there. If a commander has no units assigned yet, this is how you start. Just add the first unit to a new squad by clicking on the unit, then on the commander. Units can be added to a commander up to the limit of his leadership value. The limits on number of units and number of squads is displayed at the far right of the army setup screen. Selection shortcuts can help you sort through the different units in the army setup screen. Double-click to select all units of the same type. Shift-click to select multiple units. Hover mouse over a squad and hit W to select all units with afflictions. Hover mouse over a squad and hit E to select all units with 2+ experience stars. Hit Enter after you've already clicked on a units. To deselect the units, press to see the complete list of keyboard. 44. Shortcuts. Thus, you can more easily go through and find all the limping units, and put them elsewhere so that holes do not open up in your squads as they advance because the limping units are falling behind. You can likewise make elite squads of experienced troops that will have higher morale than other squads of their type. Battle position. There are green boxes to the right of each commander's icon. On the left side of the army setup screen are position commander and position squad boxes, which for short this manual will call the battle position box when it is talking about both. Similar boxes appear to the right of each squad, on the right edge of the army setup screen. These boxes define where a unit will appear on the battlefield initially. The box shows all of the units currently occupying the province. Commanders are shown as circles and squads as boxes. The color of the circles and boxes are dependent on their current orders. The currently selected unit, either squad or commander, is highlighted in white. You can select a single commander or squad by left-clicking, or select a group by drawing a selection rectangle. By right-clicking you can move the squad, commander, or groups around. The left side is the back of your formation, and the right side is the front. Note that the size of a squad or commander is reflected in the size of its circle or box. The predominant unit icon is displayed to help you keep track of which squad contains what type of units. Color meaning white circle currently selected commander, gray circle commander, purple circle commander with cast order, yellow circle commander with retreat order, white box currently selected squad, gray box squad with default orders, turquoise box squad with attack rear order, dark blue box squad with guard commander order, light blue squad with hold and attack order, yellow squad with retreat order, red box squad with undisciplined units. When a battle begins, a squad will appear on the battlefield according to its location in the position squad box. Battle orders. Because players don't control units directly in combat, squads have to be issued orders which they then attempt to follow once combat is joined. Each squad can be issued a different order, even if it is under the leadership of the same commander. Squads can be assigned general orders, or general and target orders. The ones indicated by an asterisk symbol require target orders, the remainder do not. General orders. None. This simply turns the control of this squad over to the computer. It will decide what is best. Attack this will engage an enemy in melee fire. Missile units will fire at a target until they are out of missiles. Guard commander. The unit centers on the commander and protects him or her, or it, from harm. If there is an assassination attempt on the commander, these units have a chance of fighting in the assassination battle with their commander. Hold and attack the squad will hold in place for 2 turns. If it is armed with missile weapons, it will fire at targets in range. After 2 rounds, it will advance to melee combat. Hold and fire the squad will hold in place for 2 turns, then fire or advance to get into firing range. Fire and keep distance the squad will fire missile weapons until their target gets close, and then attempt to withdraw to a safe range and keep firing. Retreat. The squad retreats off the battlefield. This is treated exactly like a rout, and the units may scatter to adjacent provinces. If you have chosen attack/hold and attack or fire/fire and keep distance, you must specify who that squad is attacking, or at whom that squad is firing. 45. Target orders. None targets one random enemy and his squad. Archers targets a random enemy archer and its squad. Cavalry targets a random enemy cavalry unit or fast unit and its squad. Flyers targets a random enemy unit which can fly, and its squad. Large monsters targets one random enemy of size 7 or more and its squad. If no enemy of this size exists, a size 6 unit will be treated as a large monster. Closest the squad will target the closest enemy squad. Rearmost the squad will target a random enemy at the rear of the enemy battle formation. No matter what orders a squad is given, it may not get there if it gets stuck in the zone of control of an enemy unit that gets in the way. Question: can't my soldiers be ordered to just sit back and defend indefinitely? Answer: no. Hold and attack will have your troops stay in place for 2 rounds, but after that, they attack. Commander orders. Commanders can be given orders just like squads. In the Commander Battle Orders menu, the top 4 orders are specific, while the bottom 4 are general orders. Specific orders last for 1 turn, while general orders guide the commander's actions for the rest of the combat. Up to 5 specific orders can be scripted for a single commander. If a commander receives no orders, the AI will assign them to him. Scripts of orders can be copied from one commander to another. Hold the mouse over the script you wish to copy and hold down the Ctrl+T key, and then hit a number key. The script will be stored under this number. Then, place the mouse over the set battle orders text of a commander to whom you wish to copy the script, and hit the same number key, without holding down Ctrl. The script will be copied to the new commander. You can store multiple scripts by using the 0 to 9 keys. Specific orders. Hold 1 turn hold position for 1 turn hold or fire missile weapon same as hold position, except that commander will fire a missile weapon. Hold or cast a spell same as hold position, except that commander will cast a spell, chosen by the AI, if possible. Only available for spellcasters. Cast a specific spell, cast a spell specified by the player if the commander has sufficient gems and there is a valid target in range. If one of those 2 conditions is not met, the AI will choose a spell to cast. Attack 1 turn commander will move toward a random enemy for 1 turn and engage it in melee if possible. Fly attack 1 turn commander will fly toward a random enemy and try to engage it in melee if possible. The commander must be able to fly to use this order. 46. General orders. Stay behind troops. The commander will cast spells, fire missile weapons, and attempt to place himself or herself in the rearmost part of the army. Attack the commander will move towards enemies and attempt to engage them in melee. Cast spells. The commander will cast spells chosen by the AI. Advance and cast spells. The commander will advance to be close to the front and cast spells. If possible, a few spells will be cast while advancing as well. Retreat. The commander will attempt to rout off the map. Checking the box conservative gem use will ensure that the mage uses his gems as sparingly as possible and for scripted spells only. This can be useful if you want to save gems for later battles. After giving a commander an order, the same order can be repeated by clicking X. Unit inventories. Commanders' inventories are important places for equipment. Clicking on an empty inventory slot takes you directly to your nation's magic item inventory, if you are in a province with a lab, and selecting an item in this screen will equip that slot with it. Magic items can grant the wearer all sorts of benefits, which are given in the magic item section of the appendix. Not all units will have all inventory slots, though. The example shown below is for a typical human commander. A non-human commander may not have a head slot, for instance. Or no feet. Mounted commanders have a foot slot, but it is disabled as long as they are mounted, because they use a horse for transport instead of their own feet. But if they get dismounted, they will be able to use their magic boots should they have any. Mounts of commanders have a barding slot. A unit can be upgraded with better armor and weapons simply by giving him or her a superior item. However, the unit's standard items cannot be removed, and when the new item is withdrawn, the standard item reappears. Magic gem inventory. Commanders may also carry magic gems, which mages can use for a variety of purposes. Gems can be transferred between commanders in the same province by clicking on the Magic Resource Treasury, F7, in the main screen and then clicking on Transfer Gems to Commanders button, or simply clicking on a commander's personal magic items inventory slot, which goes directly to the Transfer Magic Resources screen, shown below. Up to 2 commanders in the province will be shown. If there is a laboratory in the province, the right-hand column will show the nation's magic gem inventory. Otherwise, this rightmost column will be grayed out. Gems can be moved between columns by right or left clicking on the number in a particular column. Left clicking will increase it, while right clicking will decrease it. Any commander can carry gems, even if he or she cannot use them. Because the gem carrying limit is 40, sometimes it can be helpful to have a commander accompany a mage as a gem squire. 47. The commander item slots. Movement. Dominion 6 is a game of provinces. Movement still consists of going from one province to another, and depends on several things: the movement speed of the units, the terrain in the province, and whether or not the province is friendly or enemy. In general, you can only move from one province to another if they are connected. To see a province's connections, hit the Ctrl+8 key. These connections will be color-coded. It is possible to move through multiple provinces of enemy territory if your movement allowance is high enough. The basic concepts regarding movement are as follows. Asterisk movement takes place as a series of half steps. You move out of one province and into another. Asterisk when you do this, you pay movement costs for each half step according to the movement cost table. Asterisk stopping in an enemy province triggers combat, unless all entering units are stealthy, like scouts. Asterisk armies with multiple units move at the speed of the slowest unit. Asterisk only commanders may move. Armies may not move if they are not led by a commander. Asterisk movement into or out of difficult terrain, forest, mountains, swamp, is affected by units' survival abilities. General rules governing movement. Movement in Dominions 6 occurs from province to province, and is determined by a unit's map movement factor. If you right-click on any unit, you will see this factor next to the word map move in the unit attributes. A unit with map move 12 has 12 movement points for moving on the strategic map. Even if a unit has a movement greater than 1, however, it is subject to certain restrictions. Movement is calculated in half steps which must be made to calculate the cost to leave, and then enter, each province. Each terrain has an associated movement cost. Half-step move cost for ground units: plains 3 forest 5 waste 5 highlands 6 swamp 7 sea 5 cave 4 cave forest 6 crystal cave 6 strip cave 7. These are modified as follows. Asterisk enemy province, moving unit does not have stealth plus 4 asterisk enemy province, moving unit has stealth plus 3 asterisk snow, plus 1 asterisk roads, -2, -2. Note that roads are not present on the random maps, but they can be added to custom maps by map creators. Flying units have different movement costs entirely. Half-step move cost for flyers: most terrain 3 cave 5 enemy province, +1. If a unit has a survival ability, such as forest, swamp, waste, or mountains, it moves through that terrain with a -2 cost. Forest survival also helps when traversing fungus caves, mountain survival helps when traversing crystal caves, and swamp survival helps when traversing drip caves. Movement points for troops are based on the following general parameters. Heavy infantry 8 light infantry 14 light cavalry 20 unicorn 26 slow flyer 14 flyer 20 fast flyer 26 all commanders +2. Each unit has a specific map movement allowance, but these are the general parameters. There are 2 special terrain types which are properties of 48. The borders between provinces rather than the provinces themselves, rivers and mountain passes. Rivers may not be crossed unless the cold scales in the provinces on both sides of that river border are +1 or greater, the river is frozen. Flying, floating, and swimming units may cross rivers without penalty regardless of scales, as may units with the ability to enter water. Mountain passes may be crossed if the heat scales in the provinces on both sides of that river border are +1 or greater, the passes are open. Flying and floating units may cross mountain passes without penalty regardless of scales, as may units with the mountain survival ability. Additional details about movement are listed below. Asterisk unless a unit is amphibious or aquatic, it cannot enter an underwater province. Poor amphibians are included, but differ from amphibians in combat. Amphibians, poor or otherwise, may cross rivers without penalty. Asterisk aquatic units cannot enter land. Asterisk a unit with the sailing ability may cross water provinces, but may not remain in such a province at the end of the turn. This ability does not in itself allow units to cross rivers. Commanders are the only units which can be given orders to move. All units, both the commander and his or her troops, must have the abilities listed above in order to take advantage of them. Just because a commander can fly doesn't mean his troops can. Exception: some commanders can give their troops water-breathing abilities, and commanders with sailing can transport non-sailing units. Stopping in an enemy province triggers combat. Exception: stealthy units. Armies move at the speed on the slowest unit in the army. Thus, forming armies composed of units with widely varying speeds will slow the whole group down. If you want to quickly remove slow units from a squad, you can mouse over the squad and hit the M key to select the slowest units in that squad. Example of movement. Ethelwald, the knight commander of Avalon, is leading his troop of knights of Avalon on a raid from the Canese plain. He wants to strike into the Atlantean province of Ard. He has a map move of 22. Moving from Canese plain to Trisia costs 3 to leave the plains province, which is reduced to the minimum of 2 due to the road, and then entering Trisia costs 3 reduced to 2, plains/road, as well. So far he has expended 4 movement points. Moving from Trisia to Sadara, however, costs 3 for the half-step to exit Trisia. Total so far is 7 movement points expended, but the half-step to enter Sadara costs 3 for the plains, plus 4 for the fact that Sadara is an enemy province. That is 7 movement points to enter Sadara, making the overall total 14. To get to Ard, Ethelwald would have to spend 3 points to leave, plus 4 for the enemy province, and then 3 to enter Ard, plus 4 for the fact that Ard is an enemy province as well. That would cost 28 points, and Ethelwald only has 22, and the Knights of Man under his command only have a move of 20. He stops in Sadara and will fight the forces of Agartha. Stealthy units with the stealth ability can move unseen from province to province. All movement restrictions apply normally. Stealthy units ordered to sneak, the default order, move as normal but do not join in combat if they enter an enemy province that turn. Units already hiding in an enemy. 49. Movement example. Province can be given orders to attack that province in that turn. Certain special stealthy units have the ability to perform other tasks while in an enemy province, such as instill uprising or assassinate commander. Units moving with stealthy commanders must also be stealthy or the commander loses his ability to sneak while with them and moves normally. Stealthy units can be ordered to move normally by issuing the movement order while holding down the Control key. Stealthy priests may preach the faith of their pretenders. In effect, they are gathering adherents and setting up subversive cults in enemy lands. The newly converted protect and hide their cult leaders. Therefore, a preaching stealthy unit gets a bonus to its stealth dependent on the population of the province. It is easier for a priest to hide in a densely populated province. This stealth bonus is only available while performing the preach the teachings of God order. Glamour units with the glamour ability cannot be seen at all when in a friendly province. Glamour also gives units the mirror image ability in combat. Dark vision units with the dark vision ability are less affected by darkness, depending on the level of their dark vision attribute. Penalties for darkness affect a unit's attack, defense, and precision. For normal units, these are all reduced as follows: Night -3, Utter Dark -6, Blind -9. Dark vision does not help you if you are blind. Initiation of combat. Combat in Dominion 6 is resolved between any mutually discovered enemy forces in a province where neither side has the benefit of a fortress. This means that you can have a scout or spy in a province with the enemy, but if he remains undiscovered, combat is not initiated. If one side is in a fortress, it cannot be assailed until the fortress is besieged and broken, see Sieges, page 73, or the defending force chooses to sortie, break siege. More than 2 enemies in combat. If forces from different sides occupy the same province at the end of a turn, and neither one is in a fortress, they fight. If 3 or more sides have forces in a province at the end of a turn, the game will determine in which order they entered, and will fight the battles sequentially, with the survivors of each battle being the defenders in the next battle. There will never be more than 2 sides, attacker and defender, in a single battle. Example, Jotunheim, Marignan, and Pythium all enter Robber home in the same turn. The game determines that Marignan got there first, followed by Pythium and Jotunheim. The first battle will therefore be Pythium attacking Marignan. Whichever side wins will then defend against the attack of Jotunheim, but only with those units that survived the first battle. Armies which are allied can occupy the same province. The above applies to allied armies as well. However, if allied armies are attacked, and thus the defenders in a battle, the attacker will fight each battle sequentially, and if he wins the first, then the survivors will fight against the second defender, and so on. The order of the defenders is random. Orders. Units can be given a variety of orders. A movement order is given simply by left-clicking on the commander's icon, and then left-clicking on the destination province, whereupon a movement arrow will extend between the 2 provinces. This arrow is point-to-point and does not mean the moving unit will enter each province the arrow crosses. If the move is illegal, move too far, intervening rough terrain blocks, etc., then the order will not be issued, and no arrow will be displayed. If the move order is legal but becomes illegal before hosting the turn, e.g. removing flying boots from a commander crossing difficult terrain, the move arrow remains, but the commander will not move, because the changed move order is validated during turn hosting. Move. Move to another province. If it is an enemy province, combat will occur. This is the default move for when left-clicking on another province while an active non-stealthy commander is selected. Note that a commander who is given an order to move to a province containing a fort will enter the fort. Contrast this with Move and Patrol, page 52. 50. Sneak. Sneaking is movement into enemy provinces without being detected. Only stealthy units can attempt such moves. Their chance of success, and of staying hidden in an enemy province once they are there, depends on their stealth rating, the number of units trying to hide, and the number of units looking for them. Provincial Defense automatically searches for hidden units in its province each turn as long as the defense level is 15 or greater. A commander, however, must be set to the patrol order. Fast units, like cavalry, or units which fly, are better at revealing hidden units than slow units or non-flying units are. Units with a patrol bonus are also better, as you might expect. Units may also sneak and attack, which allows stealthy units hiding in an enemy province to attack an adjacent enemy province. Combat will not occur unless the unit is discovered by patrollers or other means. This is the default move for stealthy units. To give a stealthy commander the order to move normally, and thus attack the province it enters, hold down, Control, while left-clicking on the destination province. A stealthy commander will not sneak unless all units under his or her command are stealthy as well. Removing non-stealthy units from the commander will not automatically change his move back to sneak. Patrol. Patrolling a province both reduces unrest and has a chance to discover hidden units. Some units are better at patrolling than others, fast units, flying units, or units with patrol bonus. For each point of unrest eliminated in a province by patrollers, the population is reduced by 10. This represents the permanent elimination of the troublemakers. The larger the patrolling force, the more effective it is. A provincial defense level of 15 can act as a patrolling force for purposes of detecting stealthy units, but it is not as effective as an actual army. If there is no unrest in a province, the population will not get hurt by patrollers. If an enemy is discovered by a patrol, the entire defending force of the province will engage the enemy to bring it down. If there is a castle in the province, those inside the castle without a patrol order will not participate in any combat. The success of the patrol order depends on the stealth ability of the units that are hiding, their number, the provincial defense, if any, and the patrol strength of the patrolling units. Patrol strength is affected by unrest. Stealth strength, stealth value of leader -1 per stealthy unit in his army, or -0.5 if unit has equals +50 in stealth. Patrol strength, sum of patrol strength of all patrolling units unrest/2, capped at unrest 100, plus, province defense 14 if province defense is 15 or greater. The stealthy units are found if the patrol strength plus 2d25, open-ended, stealth strength plus 2d25, open-ended. The individual patrol strength of a given unit equals, precision plus, map move, or 30 if flying, /20. Units with a patrol bonus add the patrol bonus to their individual patrol strength value. Commanders have their value doubled and undisciplined and mindless units only counts as half. A unit's patrol strength can be inspected by clicking on the precision stat when inspecting a unit. An army's patrol strength is shown as a spyglass symbol with a value after it, this is shown on the map screen when selecting one or more commanders. Defend. This is exactly the same as the patrol order except that there is no patrolling going on. Units will simply enter combat against any non-stealthy units entering the province. Unrest is not reduced, but the province is still defended. This is the default order. Units ordered to defend in a province with a fort will not fight an enemy force entering the province containing the fort. Instead, they will become besieged. See Combat section. The difference between patrol and defend in a province with a fort is that patrollers will engage in combat outside the fort, while defenders will concede the province and become besieged. Stealthy units given the defend order will fight enemies attacking the province, rather than hiding. Movement is carried out in 2 steps. 51. Asterisk first, all units moving to a friendly province do so. Asterisk afterward, movement takes place in which units are moving to an enemy province. Thus, if you are moving an army to one of your provinces, and an enemy is moving an army to that same province, your army will get there first, and thus be able to join with any forces that are already there to try and repel the invasion. Of course, the enemy might be able to prevent your army from moving at all, through various other actions. However, if you are each attacking the province of a third nation, one of you will get there first. This is determined randomly. Likewise, if you give an army the order to move into an adjacent enemy province, and on the same turn an army in that province gets the order to move into yours, then one of 3 things can happen. Asterisk there is a battle in the enemy province between the 2 armies. Asterisk there is a battle in your province between the 2 armies. Asterisk the armies miss one another and exchange places. Which event occurs depends on the size of the armies in question and the terrain involved. Important, if you order a force into a friendly province containing a fortress, it will automatically enter the fortress and behave as though it has the order defend castle. Thus, if you have one army defending a province with a castle, but it is assigned the patrol order, and you move another army into that province to reinforce it, and then an enemy army attacks, the first army will fight, but not the second. If the first army loses, the enemy will besiege the second army in the castle. If you want to have the second army join the first, or if you only have one army moving to a province and you don't want to have it just go into the fortress, but want to battle in the province itself, you must use move and patrol. Move and patrol. This order becomes available to a unit once it has been given an order to move into a friendly province with a fortress in it. After giving the initial move order, you can click on the commander's orders again, and move and patrol will now appear as a choice. You can also hold down the shift and control keys when selecting destination to give the move and patrol order. Selecting this will instruct the commander to move to the province and then patrol outside a fortress. Enemy units entering that province will be engaged in combat. The commander and his squads will not have time to patrol the province for stealthy units. Next turn the commander will have his move the patrol order replaced by a regular patrol order. Blood hunt. This is how blood slaves are collected for the sacrifices required for blood magic. In order to successfully blood hunt in a province, a blood hunter must pass 3 successive checks. Asterisk first, a level check, % chance of success equals 10 plus, blood level x 30, asterisk second, a population check, % chance of success equals province's population / 75 asterisk third, an unrest check, % chance of failure equals province unrest / 4. If all of these are successful, the number of slaves the blood hunter will find is D6 plus blood level and the unrest in the province will increase by D, slaves x 3 plus 4. That's a random number between 1 and 3 times the number of blood slaves found, plus 4. If any of those checks fails, the result is no slaves found, and AD6, 1 increase in unrest. Magic site frequency other than 50% will also affect the number of blood slaves found. Every 5% adds, or subtracts, on average 0.5 blood slaves. Beware, some people might refuse to give up their daughters in order for them to be sacrificed. In that case a fight might occur between the upset commoners and the blood hunter and any of his bodyguards that happen to be nearby. A strong dominion and belief in the god will convince the commoners that it is an honor to be sacrificed. With a dominion strength of 10, there will be almost no one refusing to be sacrificed. 52. Break siege. This orders units besieged in a fortress to fight a battle against the enemy units in that province. Units which retreat flee back into the castle, or into a neighboring friendly province. If both options are possible, there is a 50% chance of going into the castle and 50% chance to go somewhere else. Maintain siege. This is the default order for any units besieging a fortress. It does not have to be given unless you change such a commander's order, and then need to change it back. Only units with this order contribute to siege strength. Other orders, such as Preach, can be performed by commanders in a siege, but they will not add their siege strength to the siege unless they perform the Maintain Siege order. Storm Castle. This order is only available if you have successfully reduced a castle's defenses to 0. On the next turn, you will be given the opportunity to storm the castle. This initiates a battle in which the defenders begin behind their own castle walls. Because castle storming occurs after movement, a besieging force may be forced to fight a battle against an enemy relieving force arriving from outside the besieged province, and if the relieving force wins, the castle is not stormed. If the relieving force is defeated, the besieging force may still be left with a significantly reduced strength when storming the castle. Assassinate. A random enemy commander in that province is targeted for assassination. The assassin will fight a battle with the commander, plus any possible guards or townsfolk that happen to be nearby when the assassination occurs. Bodyguards explicitly assigned to the victim have a 50% chance each of being present at the time of the assassination attempt. This chance is increased by the bodyguard ability and decreased by the assassin's patience value. The target of an assassination is considered to be unprepared for the attack and will not follow any scripted orders he may have. Assassinations occur at random locations based on what buildings are present in the province and who the victim is. E.g., a priest might be assassinated in the temple when he is praying alone, and a normal commander might be assassinated at the local tavern. Depending on the location, there might also be townspeople or city guards present. Townspeople always start surprised, and guards have a chance to start surprised that is decreased by the assassin's patience value. Scale walls. Assassins can usually operate in all provinces they are sneaking in, even provinces with forts. But if the fort is under siege, it will not be possible to assassinate into or out of the castle. There is a special ability called scale walls that will negate this protection and allow the assassin to operate as if there were no walls. The same problem with fortifications applies to most similar abilities, e.g. seduction, lure, or infiltration. Mounts. The assassin's target is likely to not be mounted during the assassination in most locations, e.g. inside a tavern. In these cases, the victim's mount will be killed automatically if the assassination was successful. The assassin is assumed to sneak into the stable and kill the horse as well. Seduction. Some units can seduce and make enemy commanders of the opposite gender switch sides. Nagini and Dryads have this power. The victim must succeed with a moral check or become seduced and switch sides. The seducer must be adjacent to a friendly province into which the target is taken. However, a flying seducer will fly with the seduced one to her master's capital and need not be adjacent to a friendly province. Magic items that grant beauty will make the seduction harder to resist. A failed seduction may result in an assassination battle if the morale check fails badly and the target decides to attack. Dream seduction. This works similar to seduction, but there is a difficult magic resistance roll to resist as well, and the morale check difficulty is usually higher. Succubi have this power. Dream seducers may benefit from magic items that boost beauty versus morale and penetration versus magic resistance. 53. Corruption. Some units can corrupt enemy commanders and make them switch sides. This works similar to seduction, but beauty-enhancing items have no effect. Lure of the Sirens. This works in a similar way to seduction. First, there is a difficult magic resistance check, followed by a morale check against the lure ability, 10. The lure can only be used in coastal provinces. Failure doesn't cause an assassination battle, which makes the siren's attempt rather safe. If successful, the target drowns himself, or enters the sea and attacks the siren in an assassination attempt if he is able to breathe underwater, and returns to land if he survives. Magic items that boost penetration will help versus magic resistance, but items that boost beauty have no effect. Preach. This allows priests to increase dominion in a province. The formula is involved and explained fully in the Dominion chapter. In short, the chance of success depends on the level of the preacher. Pillage. Pillaging a province increases unrest and kills population in a province, decreases that province's supplies, and gains gold and food for the pillaging army. The larger the pillaging force, the greater the chance of success. Fast units and large units are better than others at pillaging, while barbarians and units with the fear ability are exceptionally good. The supplies gained last only 1 month. Raid. A raid is a move that can only be performed by a commander with the pillager ability if his army has a map move of 20 or more. The force under his command will do a movement followed by a pillage. It is essentially the same as the move and pillage orders combined, except that the pillage is performed at reduced strength. Only units with the pillager ability will contribute to the raid's pillaging, and their pillage strength will be divided by 2. A raid will often result in a fight. In this case, the fight must be won in order for any pillaging to take effect. Reanimate. This is an order available to many undead priests, some nations, Ermer, Lemuria, and some units, Carrion lords and their servants. Most reanimator priests can choose what kind of undead they reanimate. This may vary depending on the nation. The table lists the reanimation rate for Ermer Ashen Empire. Ghouls are living humans transformed into undead monsters by vile rites. Reanimating ghouls reduces the population of the province. Soulless are the reanimated corpses of the newly dead, and reanimation of soulless can only be performed when there are unburied corpses in the province. Reanimating soulless reduces the number of available unburied corpses in the province. The long dead are reanimated skeletal warriors. There is no limit to the number of long dead that can be reanimated in a province. 54. Priest-level ghouls soulless long dead horseman lictors 1683002 716 510 38 24 721 49 32 93 25 10 40 11 43 reanimation table. Mannequin reanimation. Asphodel gets mannequins and different carrion beasts instead of normal undead. If there are still human inhabitants or at least dead human corpses in the province, there is a chance for mannequins and mandragoras to appear. If not, there will be different kinds of carrion beasts reanimated instead. The carrion beasts are based on animals, and these types can always be reanimated. Reanimate mannequins will be much less effective if done in an enemy dominion. More powerful priests will be able to reanimate more creatures per month, but the quality is the same. Contact allies. Some commanders are able to gather more troops by spending the month gathering them. Draconians are an example. Perform blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice may only be performed in a province with a temple, by a nation which has the ability to perform such sacrifices because it has been part of their history. These nations are Early Age Mictlan, Zabalba, Marverni, Soramatia, Abysia, Pangaea, Vanheim, Hinnom, Baratos Middle Age Abysia, Vanheim, Pyrene, Veneris, Nidavanga Late Age Marignon, Mictlan, Zabalba, Abysia, Midgard, Gath. Capture slaves. This order is available to Mictlan and Nazca. A 1d6 plus 5 number of slaves are rounded up and forced to join the army. They are weak and cowardly soldiers but are free to recruit. Become prophet. This order designates the unit as the one and only prophet of the nation's pretender god. The unit's priest level is increased by 1 or to 3, whichever is higher, and the prophet will start spreading dominion like a temple. There are other effects as well, such as increased hit points in friendly dominion, and decreased hit points in enemy dominion. If a prophet is killed, the nation must wait half a year, 6 turns, before designating a new prophet. Instill uprising. This order is only available to units with the spy ability, such as spies and bards. It will increase the level of unrest in the enemy province they occupy. Infiltrate. Infiltrate the enemy capital in order to access the records and find out as much as possible about the nation. This can only be performed in the capital of an enemy nation, and if successful it will reveal the mundane score graphs. If the spy is a spellcaster, the magic-related graphs will also be revealed. If the spy is a priest, the dominion graph will also be revealed. This order is only available to units with the spy ability, such as spies and bards. The infiltration attempt has about 50% chance to fail, and then the enemy will get to know that someone has attempted to infiltrate. Hide. Stealthy units who are not moving will get the default order of hide. A unit hiding in a province, including a friendly province, will not participate in any combat in that province, unless discovered, in which case a separate battle will be fought. Attack current province. This order is available to stealthy units which are hiding in an enemy province. The unit will join with friendly units attacking the province, if there are any. It is treated as a movement order of distance 0. 55. Construct building. In any friendly province, 3 types of buildings can be constructed. These are a fort, a temple, and a lab. Anyone can construct a fort, a sacred commander is required to build a temple, and a mage is required to build a laboratory. Demolish building. Demolishing a building can be done by anyone and only takes 1 month, regardless of whether it is a fort or a lab. Temples cannot be demolished, however enemy temples are destroyed automatically as soon as they are conquered without taking any extra time. A fort cannot be demolished if it is under siege. Turn resolution sequence. All players' turn orders are resolved simultaneously when a turn is hosted. During the hosting process, the game resolves orders in the following order. 1. Send messages. Messages sent by using the Send Messages button are dispatched. This means that gold, gems, and items are always sent, because everything that could stop this from happening occurs later in the turn. 2. Research. Mages perform their research. Even if a mage is assassinated or otherwise killed, he will contribute his research points to his nation that turn. 3. Recruitment. New units and commanders are recruited. This means that recruits will always be available during the turn, as nothing that happens beforehand can stop them. 4. Empowerment. Increased magic paths due to empowerment are conferred here. 5. Forge items. New items are forged and placed in their nation's magic item inventory. 6. Preach. Priests preach the word of their god, and dominion is adjusted accordingly. 7. Heretic. Preaching heretics, insane commanders, and commanders with shattered soul preach. 8. Claim thrones. Thrones of ascension are claimed now. 9. Quick special orders. A few special orders are quicker than others, such as enter sight to scry and cultivate pearls. 10. Magic rituals. All mages cast their rituals in a random order. 11. Remote attacks. All rituals that strike enemy armies in remote provinces, e.g. fires from afar, are resolved here. 12. Magic battles. All battles caused by magic are resolved. For example, commanders taken away by wind ride or teleporting to an enemy province fight now. Retreats to adjacent provinces occur after all battles have been resolved. 13. Lost in other planes. If a unit becomes lost in another plane, it happens now. This includes resolving battles fought in other planes. 14. Site searches. Magic site searches are resolved. 15. Prophets are declared. 16. Call god. Priests call their gods who have been banished. 17. Awakening. Pretenders awaken, dormant or imprisoned. 18. Blood hunting. The hunt for blood slaves takes place. 19. Horrors. Units are visited by horrors now, if such a misfortune should befall them. 20. Assassinations. Assassination attempts are resolved. This includes all types of seduction and spy abilities. The battles are fought immediately. 21. Relinquish province. Commanders with the relinquish province order will relinquish the province to any non-stealth allied commander already present in the same province. 22. Claim mounts. Commanders without mounts can claim new ones here if they can find one. 23. Loan mounts. If there are any riders without mounts or any smart mounts without riders, they will try to make their way home here or maybe disperse. 24. Friendly movement. All movement ending in a friendly province takes place now. If you are trying to get to a friendly province before an enemy does, you will do it if you are not stopped by an event that takes place in steps 1 through 21. 56. 25. Other movement. All other movement, including break siege, takes place. 26. Resolve battles. All battle resolution from movement happens here. 27. Castle storming. Castles are stormed and battles resolved. Retreats to adjacent provinces occur after all battles have been resolved. This includes units that retreated in the previous step. 28. Global enchantments. Global enchantments take effect on the world. Note that the casting takes place during the ritual step 10, though. 29. Random events like it says. This is where those fortune/misfortune events happen. 30. Resolve battles. Battles caused by these events happen now. Retreats to adjacent provinces occur after all battles have been resolved. 31. Magic items/monsters. Special effects from magic items or monsters take place. The items themselves are forged during the forge step 5, though, and any rituals cast with the help of magic items are resolved during the ritual step 10. 32. Resolve battles. Any battles caused by the previous are resolved now. Retreats to adjacent provinces occur after all battles have been resolved. 33. Sneak discovery. Stealthy units have been discovered. If so, they fight now for their lives. Retreats to adjacent provinces occur after all battles have been resolved. 34. Change besieger. If two allies are besieging the same castle, the one who is besieging is decided now. Larger armies take precedence. 35. Building construction. Fortresses, temples, and labs are built or demolished. Forts melting also take place here. 36. Special orders. Special orders like reanimate or summon allies are performed. Thus, allies summoned during a turn will not be available for that turn's battles. 37. Pillage. The pillage order increases unrest and kills population. 38. Income. All nations collect income for their provinces. Note that this comes after pillage, meaning that if you pillage a province you conquered, you will gain reduced income from it, or perhaps no income at all. 39. Unrest. Alterations. Changes in unrest from dominion, scales, and patrolling are reflected. 40. Starvation. Units without supplies suffer starvation effects. This means that the first turn an army goes without supplies, it will fight its battles without starvation effects, since all battles occur in previous steps. 41. Upkeep/desertion. Unit upkeep is paid for. Note that this is after income is collected for the turn. Desertion happens now as well. 42. Dominion spread. All dominion spread, for whatever reason, is conducted now. 43. Dominion effects. Special effects of dominion, population death, insanity, spreading heat or cold etc. are applied. 44. Side effects. Magic sites spread disease, unrest, and the like, if they have such an effect. 45. Overpopulation. A rare occurrence. If we get close to the limit of 600,000 units or 50,000 commanders in the world, some of the most numerous ones will be killed to keep the game running smoothly. 46. Aging. This step only occurs during midwinter. Units age and get 1 year older. If they are too old, they might get an affliction here, e.g. disease. 47. Resolve battles. Any leftover battles caused by previous events are resolved. Retreats to adjacent provinces occur after all battles have been resolved. 48. Heal/disease. All units regain lost hit points unless they are diseased, in which case they suffer more damage instead and may incur more afflictions. 49. Insanity. Units may go insane from certain dominion or other effects. 50. Mercenaries. Mercenaries are bought or maintained. 51. New random heroes. Heroes may appear at a nation's capital gates. 52. Kill lone units. Lone units, non-commanders, in enemy provinces are killed. If there are units without commanders inside enemy territory, they will be killed here to prevent them from making any pointless attacks. 57. 53. Reclaim provinces. If a fort does not own the province it is in and it is not under siege, it will take ownership of the province. This can happen in team games where the province and the fort might have different owners from the same team. This step is resolved in favor of the owner of the fort. 54. Conscription. Province defense is raised to a minimum of 1 and dominion and commander effects to raise the PD take effect. 55. Scouting. New scouting reports are generated for each player. 56. Elimination. Players without any provinces or dominion are eliminated from the game. 57. Victory. If a victory condition is fulfilled, the game declares a winner and ends. 58. Update stats. Hall of Fame and score graphs are updated. 59. Heroic abilities. Units gain and improve heroic abilities. 60. Reform. Immortals. Immortals that are due to return will reform their bodies here. 61. Reduce PD. Province defense is reduced if the population cannot support the current level. At least 10 population is required for each point of province defense. 62. Yearning artifacts. If any new artifacts become yearning, it will happen now. 63. Aftermath. The game validates orders and items, changes shapes if necessary, etc. Combat. Combat is what happens when two discovered enemy forces occupy the same location on the map. If one force or both forces are undiscovered, no combat will occur. Thus, a stealthy force may move right through an enemy and not trigger combat. Thus, both forces are not discovered. Two forces which are both discovered may occupy the same province, but one might be in a fortress which has not yet been breached. In this case, the forces are in different locations, one in the fort, the other besieging in the province. When one army is in a fort and one army besieges, the province is owned by the besieging player and the fort is owned by the besieged. This situation is known as partial ownership of the province. When the same player owns both fort and province, the situation is known as full ownership. Full and partial ownership of a province have certain effects in-game, e.g. some events cannot happen in a partially owned province because they require full ownership as a precondition to happening. Once combat occurs, units move according to their tactical movement allowance on a grid placed over the map. You can toggle this grid by hitting the G key or the W key. Players can find battles overwhelming. This can easily happen if you try to follow every swing of every weapon. It's not necessary. It is important to understand that battles in dominions are not fought to the death. They are fought until one side loses its nerve and routs. As will be explained in the section to follow, routing is based on losses and morale. This allows small units of elite troops to hold off masses of undisciplined barbarians. Here are some basic points to understand about combat. Details will be discussed later on in this section. 58. From the tomes of the lore of Dominions, Raetrick is a strange and secretive knight. As a youth, he befriended a black unicorn, and the magical steed gave the peasant boy the opportunity to join the Black Order. Several of the older members of the order complained about the peasant, but so far he has not failed in his tasks. Raetrick has proven himself a resourceful and able commander. Hildegard was the only child of the late Hawkmeister of the Black Order. Her father taught her how to fight and wanted her to join the order, but she was a strong-willed woman who didn't like the order's strict hierarchical organization. She decided to become a freelance warrior, and as such, she has become known and respected. During her more adventurous years, Hildegard befriended a unicorn who still accompanies her. Asterisk units are deployed on the battlefield corresponding to the army setup screen under position squads. Asterisk the attacker is on the left, the defender on the right. Asterisk units move across the battlefield in accordance with the instructions and set battle orders. Asterisk when units move adjacent to an enemy, they halt due to a zone of control. Asterisk once units are adjacent, they attack each other every turn. Asterisk the chance of scoring a hit in melee depends on the difference between attack and defense values. Asterisk the chance of scoring a hit with missile weapons depends on the number of units in square the missile hits, and how good the target's shield is, if it has one. Asterisk the chance of doing damage after scoring a hit depends on the attacker's strength and weapon damage versus the defender's protection. Asterisk magic in combat works a lot like missile weapons, see page 66. Asterisk morale is calculated for each squad. A squad takes a morale check when it suffers enough casualties. Asterisk a squad routs when it fails a morale check. Asterisk battles are fought until one side routs off the map, the other side is said to have won the battle. Asterisk troops will rout when all of their commanders have been killed or routed. The entire army will rout when their side loses 75% of its total hit points. So if you kill or rout all of an army's commanders, the whole army will rout. It does not matter how big it is. The biggest army in the universe, of Dominions, will rout if it is led by a single commander, and he is killed or routed. For this reason, there is no attack commander's order. You will have to figure out how best to do this yourself. Battles view. When you get a report on a battle, you can click on the message "There was a battle" in province name. This gives you the battle summary with the casualty lists. Clicking the view battle text will take you into the battle replay. The battles in Dominions are actually very detailed tactical resolutions fought at the level of the individual fighters, mages, and priests. Each unit has its own equipment and abilities. They move and fight according to these parameters, according to the battle sequence. When you watch the battle replay, you can see what happened with various degrees of detail. There is a box in the upper left, which describes the action. You can change the level of detail in this box by hitting the number keys, 1 for least detail, 2 to 3 for more detail, and 4 for most detail. Other useful keys when viewing battles are arrow for scrolling around the map, page up / for adjusting the camera height, page down, space for pausing the action, C for toggling colored squares for the teams, G for toggling grid, W for toggling the wireframe grid. Battlefield graphics disappear from view. Q to quit out of the battle replay, F speed up battle replay to fast speed, T speed up battle replay to fastest speed, S switch battle replay back to normal speed, V while viewing a unit, this key will show its combat log. Z slow motion replay, useful when using greatest amount of detail to see what happens and when. F1 obtain a list of all the units. F2 view current weather and dominion scales. View the available hotkeys. 1/2/3/4 adjusts the level of detail in the battle log, upper left text box describing the battle action, plus scroll the battle log. Battle sequence. When combat is started, the attacker is placed on the left side of the screen and the defender on the right. All units are placed on the battlefield according to their setup. They will then proceed to follow whatever orders they have been given, attack, cast spells, until they rout or the battle ends. Army setup. Units in Dominion 6 are placed into squads, which are under the leadership of a commander. A single commander can lead up to 5 squads. The total number of units a commander can lead is designated by the leadership rating found in the unit abilities. Clicking on this rating gives further details of the commander's leadership limits, such as how many magical beings or undead may be led. This is important, as not all commanders have the skill to give orders to magic monsters. 59. And undead and demons don't take orders from just anybody either. Squad limits related to leadership values. Asterisk leadership 10, automatic -1 to morale for a single squad. An additional -1 to all squads for every squad beyond the first, so 5 squads equals -1 base penalty and -4 for 4 extra squads equals -5. Asterisk leadership 50, no morale penalty if leading 1 or 2 squads. -1 penalty for every additional square. Asterisk leadership 100, +1 morale for all squads if 3 or fewer. -1 penalty to morale for every squad above 3. Asterisk leadership 150, +2 morale for up to 4 squads, -1 penalty to all if 5th squad added. Asterisk leadership 200, +3 morale for all 5 squads. The morale effects of leadership rating are based on the base leadership rating of the commander. Commanders gain more leadership with experience, so a highly experienced commander with a base leadership of 50 might be able to lead up to 175 units or more, but the morale bonuses still stay the same. Experience level leadership bonus poor leaders, LDR 10, 1 plus 25 plus 5 2 plus 50 plus 10 3 plus 50 plus 10 4 plus 50 plus 10 5 plus 50 plus 10. Other effects on morale. Asterisk mixing undisciplined units with normal makes entire squad undisciplined and hits them with -1 morale. Asterisk mixing undead with living gets a morale penalty of -1. Asterisk mixing demons with normal units gets a morale penalty of -1. Each unit is placed on the map in a grid square. A single grid square can hold a total of 10 size points of units. For human-sized units, size 3, this means 3 units can fit in a grid square. Unassigned units, those in the garrison box at the top of the army setup screen, are formed into one large squad. They begin at the center of their side's army. Formations. Formations are the patterns used to deploy units of a squad onto the map. There are 5 types of formations, some of which can only be used by good leaders. Box-by-box formation deploys your units in as close to a square as possible. For example, a squad of 36 infantry of Ulm, size 3, deployed in a box formation would be placed with 4 squares frontage and 3 squares deep, yielding 12 squares of 3 units each. Line A line formation deploys your units in a straight line facing the enemy. This formation is only available to good commanders. Double line. A double line is the same as a line except half the units are placed in a rank immediately behind the first line. This formation is only available to good commanders. Sparse line. A sparse line formation is identical to a line, except that an empty square is inserted between each square of units. This doubles the length of the line. It carries a -1 penalty to the squad's morale. This formation is only available to good commanders. Skirmish. Skirmish formation forms a box-like checkerboard formation which separates each square of units from its neighbors with an empty square in 4 directions, as above. It has a -1 penalty to morale. Undisciplined squads automatically use the skirmish formation and cannot use any other. Adding an undisciplined unit to a squad makes the whole squad undisciplined. The ability tight rein negates the undisciplined trait of a commander's units, enabling other formations as well as giving specific orders to undisciplined units. The skirmisher ability negates the -1 morale penalty when 60. From the tomes of the lore of Dominion's Bondar log is a very hierarchical society. Markadas are the smallest of the monkey people and their intellect is barely above that of simple beasts. Markadas are small, noisy, and annoying, especially when met in large numbers. If alone, they can be used as scouts, but when in greater numbers, they quickly become bored and start to make noise and play with each other. They are generally despised by the larger monkeys and apes. They are sometimes given small bows. This pleases them no end, but they still are not very useful soldiers. The unit is deployed in a skirmish or sparse line formation. The ability Formation Fighter allows you to fit more units in a square. Battlefield movement. Each unit in combat has combat speed. A move of 1 square on the battlefield costs roughly 1 point of combat speed, unless it is diagonal, in which case it costs 50% more. When units move adjacent to an enemy, they become locked in a zone of control which remains as long as the enemy persists. However, fleeing units do not care about zone of controls and just run regardless of danger and nearby enemies. Usually there can only be 10 size points in a single square and a unit is unable to enter a square if that results in the square being too full. However, giants or other monsters that are considerably larger than the other units will be able to enter the square by displacing the smaller units. The large unit must be at least 3 size points larger than any displaced unit and it will cost 1 extra point of combat speed. Note that trampling units will never try to displace anyone as long as they are not routing, as that would cause damage to the friendly units. Each unit moves individually and has a cooldown at the end of each action. After a unit moves 1 step or strikes, it must cool down a while before it can perform its next action. A long cooldown is 1 round after a strike and a short cooldown comes after a move. There is some small amount of randomness to this cooldown value, but when moving it is mostly determined by the unit's combat move, so faster units will wait a shorter time before taking the next action. If 2 units are adjacent, the unit that finishes its cooldown first will get to strike next. Melee combat. Melee combat is the act of one combatant, soldier, priest, monster, or divine being, physically striking another combatant in some way. At its heart, it is very simple. The attacker makes an attack roll. The defender makes a defense roll. These are compared. If the attack roll, with modifiers, is greater than the defense roll, it hits. If not, it misses. The attack and defense rolls are modified by a random number, which is added, and a fatigue penalty, which is subtracted. Attack roll, attacker's attack attribute plus DRN fatigue penalty defense roll, defender's defense value plus DRN fatigue penalty. Once a hit is scored, a similar calculation is done to determine how much damage is done. This involves the attacker's damage roll minus the defender's protection roll. Damage roll, attacker's strength attribute plus weapon damage attribute plus DRN protection defender's protection attribute plus DRN, plus shield roll, protection if it is a shield hit. If the defender has a shield, the hit is a shield hit unless the attack beats the combined value of the target's defense and the shield's parry value plus the random roll. If a hit is scored as a shield hit, the shield's protection is added to the defender's protection roll. Example, a heavy infantry unit has a broadsword, chainmail hauberk, half helmet and shield. It has a base defense of 10, gets a defense bonus of +1 from the sword, a defense penalty of -2 from the armor, and a defense penalty from the shield of -1. The shield's parry value is 4. The actual defense is 10 plus 1 minus 2 minus 1 is equal to 8. With the shield's parry value, the unit's total defense is 12. The heavy infantry is attacked by a Van Jarl of Van Heim, which has attack 14. Neither unit has any fatigue yet. The Van Jarl rolls a 6, for a total attack value of 20. If the heavy infantry rolls a 7 or less, it is a clean hit and the shield offers no protection. If the heavy infantry rolls an 8 through 11, the Van Jarl scores a shield hit and the heavy infantry can use its shield's protection value in the damage calculation. If the heavy infantry rolls a 12 or higher, the Van Jarl misses entirely. The protection value used is the target's listed protection value, unless it is a head hit. In case of a headshot, the target's helmet protection value is used instead of the main protection value. However, if it is a shield hit, the shield protection is still added. The blow is assumed to have glanced off the shield and hit the target in the head. If the damage roll is greater than the protection roll, the difference is subtracted from the target's hit points. If the protection roll is equal to or greater than the damage roll. 61. There is no effect. Armor defeating hits. A low protection roll may result in an armor defeating hit that bypasses 25% of the protection. This, in addition to the protection roll being very low, is likely to result in a serious wound. Fatigue plays a large role in enabling armor defeating hits in units that are immobilized or unconscious, counts as having 100 fatigue for this purpose. Asterisk protection roll of 2 always results in an armor defeating hit. Asterisk protection roll of 3 results in an armor defeating hit against targets with 50 or more fatigue. Asterisk protection roll of 4 results in an armor defeating hit against targets with 100 or more fatigue. Note that it is very hard to score an armor defeating hit on an unfatigued and not immobilized unit. Shield destruction. Shield hits can damage or destroy the shield. A shield has a resistance, which is the same as its shield protection value, plus 5 if the shield is a magic 1. The attack has a break value, which is equal to the damage of the attack before any protection. Slashing attacks add 50% to damage when calculating break value, and blunt attacks add 25%. If the break value is equals 3x the shield resistance, the shield is damaged. If the break value is equals 5x the shield resistance, the shield is broken. An already damaged shield which is damaged again has a 25% chance of being broken. A damaged shield has minus 20% protection, a broken shield has minus 50% protection. A magic shield, a real, keepable one, that is damaged will repair itself after the battle. If a magic shield is broken, it will be permanently destroyed and the commander will revert to his or her standard shield if he or she had one. Damaged or broken mundane shields will be repaired when they are in a province with enough spare production. Resources. Hit locations. Dominion 6 uses anatomical locations to determine where an adversary was struck. An attack has a 50% chance of striking the adversary in the torso, 20% chance to strike the arms, 20% chance to strike the legs, and 10% chance to strike the head. Certain hits can cause afflictions, such as losing a limb. If someone loses a limb, it will be the one which was hit. This can be an arm, leg, or head. Losing your head is usually instant death, but this is not always true, for example in the case of undead and certain kinds of regenerating monsters, or those with multiple heads. Other types of afflictions include losing an eye, which can only happen on a head hit. In order to score a hit on a certain part of the body, however, the attacker must be able to reach it. To score a head hit, attacker size plus weapon length must be equal to target size. This requirement is 1 less to hit the torso and 2 less to hit the arms. Thus a human, size 3, wielding a mace, length 1, could hit a size 7 creature only in the legs. Some monsters have their heads located lower than their size would indicate, and therefore anyone attacking them will get a bonus to their reach. Lizards and dragons are very low and are 2 steps easier to hit when striking anything higher than the legs. Most 4-footed beings like elephants and wolves are slightly lower than a humanoid would be and are 1 step easier to reach. Their lower stature does not mean they are more likely to be hit in the head, or any other hard-to-reach location. It is still only a 10% chance, but attackers with shorter weapons might be able to reach and hit them in the head in situations where their size might otherwise prevent it. Also, some monsters lack certain hit locations. For example, a dragon has no arms and a gelatinous cube has no arms, legs, or head. A significantly larger unit that attacks a smaller one will have an increased chance of hitting its target in the head and a lower chance of hitting it in the leg, 20% head, 10% leg. To be considered significantly larger it must be 2 sizes larger, if mounted the mount size is used. 62. Weapon types. Melee weapons in Dominions 6 come in 3 different types, slashing, piercing, and blunt. Each type has different effects when calculating damage. These are all calculated after the damage versus protection calculation above, except for piercing weapons which reduce protection prior to the calculation. Blunt weapons do 25% more damage when scoring head hits before the protection value is deducted. They score 25% more damage toward shield destruction. Slashing weapons do 25% more damage after protection is deducted. They do 50% more damage toward shield destruction. If a slashing weapon scores a leg, arm, or head hit that costs a target greater than or equal to 50% of its hit points, that body part will be chopped off. If a head is chopped off, this will kill the target if it had a head that was required for it to stay alive. For example, a hydra does not fit that description. Piercing weapons reduce protection by 15% prior to any calculation. This is the same mechanic as the armor piercing ability, except that armor piercing reduces protection by 50%. The armor-piercing ability stacks with the piercing weapon type for a total of 65% reduction in armor. Two-handed weapons add 125% of strength to damage. Underwater effects slashing and blunt weapons have an attack penalty equal to weapon length underwater, while piercing weapons do not. If a weapon does both piercing damage as well as another type, the underwater penalty is halved. Flails have an additional penalty of -1. A weapon may be able to inflict more than one type of damage. If so, it has an equal chance of doing each type of damage, but will only do one of them during that attack. For example, the short sword does both slashing and piercing damage. It has a 50% chance of doing one of these. If it does not do piercing, it will do slashing, but never both. Note that these weapon types apply to all sorts of weapons, not just maces, swords, and spears. A spider's venomous fangs can do piercing damage, for example. In addition, weapons may have additional special effects, such as doing additional fire damage when it hits someone. Damage is displayed in colored numbers above the unit that suffered the damage. Pale red is normal damage, dark red is bleeding, green is poison, etc. This can be very helpful in determining the effectiveness of your units and tactics. Harassed. Every time a unit is attacked, it gets a point of harassment penalty. Each point of harassment penalty reduces the unit's defense by 1. It is then reduced continuously by a percentage, so it goes down quickly if it is high and the unit is no longer being attacked. For cavalry units, only the unit attacked, the rider or the horse, will be affected. i.e., an attack against the rider will not give any harassment penalty to the horse. A weapon with multiple attacks inflicts 1 point of harassment penalty for each one of its multiple attacks. Only directed melee attacks will result in harassment penalty, ranged and AoE attacks do not incur any penalty. Fatigue. Fatigue is affected by a unit's encumbrance value. The more encumbered it is, the more fatigued it will become during combat. Each time it attacks, it gains fatigue equal to its current encumbrance value. Fatigue affects units as follows. Defense penalty for fatigue: for each 10 points of fatigue, rounded down, a unit has its defense reduced by 1. Attack penalty for fatigue: for each 20 points of fatigue, rounded down, a unit has its attack reduced by 1. Unconsciousness. A unit falls unconscious when it reaches 100 fatigue. Each turn it is unconscious, it regains 5 fatigue until it becomes conscious again, i.e. fatigue drops below 100. A unit with 200 fatigue starts to take hit point damage from exhaustion instead of fatigue when additional fatigue damage is taken. 63. Repel. Repel is how Dominions represents the effectiveness of long weapons, such as halberds, pikes, and the like. If a unit attacks an enemy who has a longer weapon than the attacker, the defender may actually repel the attack and prevent it from happening. This occurs as follows. Any defender that has a longer weapon than the one used by its attacker makes a repel attack automatically upon being attacked. Attack and defense rolls are made. If the result is a hit, the attacker must pass a repel morale check or immediately abort his attack. If the attacker passes the repel morale check, he may make his attack, but the defender's attack then generates damage and protection rolls. If damage is inflicted, the attacker takes 1 point of damage and continues his attack. Repel morale check, attacker morale check, morale plus DRN plus, attacker's size, repeller's size, repeller check, 10 plus DRN plus, the number by which the defender won the repel attack, /2. This simulates the defender successfully placing his longer weapon between himself and the attacker. All of this occurs before the attacker's strike is resolved. Note that units with low morale are more likely to be repelled, and thus using long weapons against low morale troops is very effective. Also, units with claws and bites, weapon length 0, are easier to repel. The repelling unit gets a lingering -2 to its repel roll, which is gradually removed over a short period of time. So it's harder to repel attacks when they come in quick succession, and easier if they are spaced out in time. Giant-sized units, size 6+, wield longer weapons than normal humans. The length of their weapons are 1 point longer than ordinary human weapons. So a giant wielding a mace, length 2 for giants, would be able to repel humans with ordinary maces. Multiple attacks. Some units have multiple attacks. This may be due to multiple weapons, or just multiple methods of attack like biting, clawing, or many tentacles. Multiple attacks can target different units as long as there are many in reach. Some rare weapons, e.g. flail, have more than one attack. These attacks always target the same unit, and if he dies on the first attack, the second one is wasted. Multiple weapons. Attackers with multiple weapons have their attack skill reduced by the sum of their weapon lengths. Thus, it is much easier to fight with 2 daggers than with 2 swords. The ambidextrous ability reduces this penalty by the amount of the ambidextrous skill. Some weapons are considered intrinsic to a unit and do not cause multiple weapon penalties for the attacker. These are called bonus weapons. For example, some lizard men of Tis might have both a trident and a bite attack. This bite is considered a bonus weapon because it is not a wielded weapon and it will not result in any multiple weapon penalty. Units with multiple wielded weapons also get 1 point of extra encumbrance for each weapon after the first. Melee attack resolution. There are many special abilities that can affect units that are fighting in melee, and the order in which they take effect can be important. Here is a list of when most abilities take effect when doing a melee attack. Determine target. Determine which unit in the square will be the target. This will be a single unit or mount. Early strikeback effects. This is certain longer range defensive abilities of the defender, e.g. Ah and the Gorgon's petrifying gaze. If the attacker ends up immobilized for any reason, the attack is aborted now. Repel check for repel and abort the attack if it is repelled. Strike back effect. This is effects like Slimer, Sight Vengeance, Horror Mark Attacker and many others. If the attacker ends up immobilized for any reason, the attack is aborted now. 64. Attack and defense rolls. The attacker rolls his attack value and the defender his defense value. If the attack missed completely, it is aborted. Damage and protection rolls for damage and protection are rolled now. Protection from shields will be added if the previous step indicated a shield hit. Defensive abilities here. Abilities like Mirror Image, Protective Force, Luck, Moss Body and many more take effect and may reduce damage or negate the attack completely. Limb Cap. If the attack hit an arm or a leg, or a head in the case of a certain beings that can live without those, the damage will be limited to at most half of the maximum HP. Damage redistribution. If the defender has damage reversal, Blood Bond or Blood Vengeance, it will take effect now and maybe shift the damage to other targets or maybe even kill the attacker. Killing the attacker in this stage will not negate the attack. Deal damage to the target as well as any shields that might have been hit. Dancing weapons. Some magic items like the dancing trident or the stone birds will float around their wielder and attack nearby enemies. These weapons attack independently of their owner and do not incur any multiple weapon penalty or fatigue. They will cause harass penalty to whomever they attack, just as normal attacks do. These weapons strike at different times in the combat round and when or if their owner is attacking does not matter. Dancing weapons cannot be repelled, but they can repel attacks aimed at their owner if they are longer than the attacking weapon. Dancing weapons with more than 2 attacks per round get 1 point of repel attack bonus per number of attacks over 2. Dancing weapons also get an increased repel penalty if they try to repel repeatedly in a short time, but the penalty is only half of that for a normal repelling unit. Mounted units. Some combat units like cavalry and chariots are formed from 2 or more separate units combined as a single entity. These are referred to as mounted units. The individual parts of a rider and its mount can be targeted and wounded separately, and if one dies, the other will remain on the battlefield. A horse without rider will rout from the battle, but some monsters like the griffin will stay and fight even if its rider perishes. Hitting mounted units. When a mounted unit is attacked, either the rider or the mount is targeted. The chances of hitting the rider versus the mount is based on the difference of their sizes and the reach of the attacking unit. If a mount has multiple riders, the size of the largest rider will be used. The reach of a unit is its size plus the length of its weapon. First of all, mounts that are much larger than its rider have an extra chance of getting hit according to the following table. Size difference chance of targeting mount 325 455 plus 75. If the mount wasn't large enough or the attack didn't target the mount, the attack will choose a target according to the following rules instead. Asterisk missile attacks have 50% chance of targeting the mount. Asterisk if the mount size is too larger than the reach, the mount will be targeted. Asterisk otherwise chance of targeting mount is 30% plus 10%. Asterisk mount size 10%. Asterisk reach chance cannot be lower than 10%. Some attacks work a bit differently and target one specific unit or both units. Asterisk all AoE attacks will target both rider and mount. Asterisk lightning will target both rider and mount. Asterisk trample will always target the mount. 65. Mounted units and magic items. It is possible to put a single magic saddle or barding on a commander's mount. If the mount should be a commander for some reason, it can have its own miscellaneous items too, but that is rare and usually only a single magic saddle or barding is allowed. However, it is possible for the mount to take advantage of some of the rider's magic items as well as certain items will bestow some or all of their effects to the mount as well. This is indicated in the magic item information if that is the case. It is very cumbersome to use two-handed weapons while mounted, and doing so will result in a -3 attack penalty. Rider skill. Some riders are exceptionally skilled and have the skilled rider ability. This ability will increase the morale and defense skill of the mount. The defense increase is most effective on lightly armored horses as it is reduced by the encumbrance value of the mount's armor. Mounted units and morale. Unnatural fear effects, e.g. fear auras or terror spells, will usually target both the rider and the mount. If the rider is routed, he will leave the battle together with his mount. If only the mount is broken, the rider is thrown to the ground and the mount routes from battle, but the rider fights on. If both are broken by a fear effect, the rider will be thrown off and then both will retreat separately. Falling off a mount deals a size difference open-ended roll of N damage. Falling of a chariot does not result in any fall damage, however. Normal route checks that affect the entire squad or army will only affect the rider. When the rider flees this way, he will flee together with his mount. Re-recruiting mounted units. When a rider loses his mount, he will need to get a new one. If there are riderless mounts of the appropriate type that survived or fled the battle, the rider will claim one of these and remain in the army. If on the other hand there are no surviving mounts to claim, the rider will leave the army and return to his home province. This might take a few turns if the rider is far from home. The traveling rider will not be affected by province ownership, but he will need to roll morale checks every turn. A failed check means the rider has deserted, lost his way, or been killed. If the rider arrives in his home province, a new mounted unit can be recruited at half cost. A small blue number next to the unit icon in the recruitment screen indicates how many available returned riders are present. When re-recruited, this new unit retains his identity including experience and battle afflictions. Normal mounts do not return to their home province, but mounts with the tag Smart Mount will. Just like returning riders, they will add to the number of available half-cost recruits that are available. Smart mounts, like riders, retain their experience and afflictions. Mounted commanders do not return to their home province if left without mount. If there are regular units with the appropriate mount, they will just claim one of these and force the rider of that mount to return home instead. If there are no appropriate mounts, the commander will remain in the army without mount. However, he can spend a month and use the order reclaim mount to get a new mount. A few types of riders will automatically regain their mounts. Missile combat. Missile combat is different from melee combat in that it doesn't use defense values. Instead, the game determines which square a missile hits, depending on a unit's precision and the range of the attack. If there are units in the square, they may be hit, whether they are friendly or enemy. Missiles can't distinguish friend from foe. If the range from attacker to target is greater than precision /2, half the precision, -2, then the missile will deviate from the target. The amount of deviation is equal to the range x 1.25/precision. The game will randomly determine whether the missiles deviate long or short, left or right, or some combination. The actual distribution is a bell curve. Most projectiles will fall within the middle of the deviation range, but some will land at the extremes. Once the game decides where a missile lands, even if it is far away, that square is affected. Any unit in that square may be targeted. The size of the units relative to one another influences who will be hit. If a square with a giant of size 6 and a human of size 3 is hit, the giant will be struck 2 times. 66. Out of 3. Once the target has been decided, there is a hit calculation that uses the following values. Attacker, DRN plus, size points in the square, /2 + 2 if magic. Weapon defender, DRN plus, shield parry value x2, fatigue /20. If the attacker's roll is greater than the defender's, then a hit is achieved. Damage is calculated identically to melee combat, see above. Most missile weapons add 1/3 of the unit's strength to the weapon damage value, plus a random number. Crossbows and some other weapons are armor-piercing, meaning that only half of the defender's protection value is used. Some spells can even be armor-negating, which means that armor affords no protection. Lightning spells are armor-negating. Fire spells are armor-piercing. Precision values greater than 10 count double for the amount above 10. Thus, a precision value of 12 is actually calculated as precision 14. Thus, the more units in a square, or the bigger the units in a square, and the more tired they are, the more likely someone is going to be hit by a missile weapon landing in that square. While it may seem that missile units can't shoot very far without having their shots deviate hopelessly, in practice massed units can deal severe damage to an enemy simply due to the number of projectiles in the air. Everything that goes up has to come down somewhere. Special damage. Some types of damage can cause the target to sustain additional damage. Others inflict their damage gradually, or increase fatigue instead of reducing hit points. These include fire, cold, poison, fatigue, paralysis, and drain. Some units are not as susceptible to certain kinds of damage. In Dominions, this is represented by the concept of resistances. This works similar to protection, but damage is also reduced by a percentage after the resistance is deducted from the damage. The reduction is equal to twice the resistance value. This means that a unit with fire resistance 50 is completely immune to fire damage. Example, a Pillar of Fire spell with 35 fire damage hits an unarmored unit with 15 fire resistance and an armor with protection 10. The damage DRN is 11, resulting in a total of 46 fire damage. Pillar of Fire is armor-piercing, so the armor only gives protection 5, but the fire resistance gives its full value of 15. The protection DRN is only 6 and results in a total protection value of 26. The difference is 20 points of damage, which is reduced by 30%, twice the fire resistance value. In the end, the target suffers 14 points of damage. Elemental resistances give double protection against attacks that cause fatigue damage. So shock resistance 5 would reduce fatigue effects from thunder by 10. Shock resistance 15 would thus give protection of 30 from the fatigue damage of a thunderstrike. Fire damage. Fire is generally armor-piercing, which means that a unit only gains half its normal benefit from protection. In addition, a unit may catch fire, which will subject it to additional burning damage until the fire goes out. Fire fatigue damage only counts as 1/3 when determining the chance of catching fire. Chance of catching fire damage before protection x 4%. A unit that is burning takes 1d size /2 damage each turn until the fire goes out. In other words, a die with a number of sides equal to the size of the unit and with the result divided by 2, rounded up. So for a size 8 unit it would be 1d8/2. This damage is halved for units with 5 or more points of fire resistance. The chance of the fire going out is chance of putting out fire 25% plus, fire resistance, plus, cold scale x5, plus, 100% if raining. All fire have a minimum 1% chance of being extinguished. Fire vulnerability counts as negative fire resistance. Units with 10 or more fire resistance, units with chill auras, units with mist form and ethereal units, cannot burn. If the province has heat scales instead, this is treated as negative cold. 67. Cold damage. A unit suffering cold damage may freeze. It will then take additional fatigue damage until it thaws. A unit that is freezing takes 2d6 additional fatigue points of fatigue damage each turn until it thaws. The chance of thawing is chance of thawing 25% plus, cold resistance, plus, heat scale x5. There is always a minimum of 1% chance of thawing each round. Cold vulnerability counts as negative cold resistance. Units with 10 or more cold resistance, units with heat auras, and ethereal units will never freeze. Cold scales work like heat scales for burning. If it's cold in the province, the chance of thawing is reduced by the scales. Profuse bleeding. A unit suffering from profuse bleeding suffers 10 fatigue and takes HP/20 damage each round. The chance of the bleeding stopping in a round is chance to stop bleeding 10% plus, regeneration value. The chance to stop bleeding is halved when fighting underwater. Poison damage. Poison works differently than fire or cold. If a unit takes poison damage, that damage will be suffered over multiple rounds, which is the amount of time it takes the poison to have its effect. This damage is spread out as evenly as possible. First, a total amount of damage taken is calculated, just like with any attack. Then, each combat round, a unit will take 10% of the remaining damage. In addition to taking damage, a unit that is under the effect of poison will also have reduced attack and defense skill. The skill penalty depends on how much poison is still remaining in the unit. The penalty is 25% for every dose equal to the unit's full amount of HP, capped at a maximum of 50%. So if a unit with 10 HP, when uninjured, takes 15 points of poison damage, it will take 1 points of damage, each number is in one round. In the first 3 rounds it will take 2 points per round, and in the last 7 rounds it will take 1 point per round. In addition to taking damage, the unit's attack and defense will be reduced by 37.5% as soon as it gets poisoned. This penalty will then decrease by time as the remaining amount of poison is reduced. Poison resistance has no effect on the duration of damage. Once the poison has taken hold, there is no additional benefit to poison resistance. It is useful only in reducing the total amount of damage initially. Shock damage. Shock damage can stun a target. The chance of getting stunned is chance of getting stunned 5% plus, percentage of hit points lost from this hit/2. Stun prevents the affected unit from taking any action for 1 round. Acid damage. Acid damage can inflict rust. Chance of equipment rusting acid damage before protection x 4%. Only units with iron weapons or iron armor can be affected by rust. Rust. Rusty armor can be damaged if it takes a hit in combat. Chance for rusty armor to be damaged equals damage inflicted before armor protection, but after shield protection, *2%. Rusty weapons have a 25% chance of being damaged when they inflict a hit on something. Damaged weapons have their damage reduced by 2, except for blunt weapons which have their damage reduced by 1. 68. Life drain damage. Life drain damage is not extra damage, but instead is a way for the attacker to restore his or her hit points and fatigue by damaging an enemy. Once damage has been calculated, if the target is a living unit, the attacker with life drain receives the following. Benefits from life drain: increases hit points with damage/2, reduces fatigue by damage x2. Weapons with partial life drain are less potent, and only the first 5 points of damage dealt are treated as drain. The remainder are considered normal damage only. Life drain cannot increase a unit's hit points above 150% of its maximum hit points plus 10. Lifeless units only take 25% damage after protection, and the damage will not heal the attacker in any way. Lifeless units with a life drain attack or weapon will receive the full benefit from it. Paralysis damage. Paralysis is a type of damage based in part on the victim's size. It, as you might have guessed, paralyzes the target. The number of combat rounds the paralysis lasts, the duration, is determined by the number of paralysis points done. Duration equals damage victim size/2. If that is all the paralysis damage taken, then the target is only paralyzed for that many rounds. However, if the target takes additional paralysis damage, a new duration is calculated, and the target takes half as many points of damage as the lesser of the new or old duration. In other words, if already paralyzed, damage equals minimum of old and new duration/2. This damage can never exceed 5 points. The new duration will be the greater of old and new duration, not cumulative, so if the new attack has a longer duration, the target will be paralyzed longer. Fatigue damage. Fatigue damage adds to a unit's fatigue rather than subtracting from its hit points. Units fall unconscious when they reach 100 fatigue. No unit can have more than 200 fatigue. Each 25 fatigue points inflicted once a unit has reached 200 inflicts 1 point of hit point damage. If fewer than 25 fatigue points are inflicted, the chance of taking 1 hit point of damage is the number of fatigue points inflicted x 4%, except that a single fatigue point will never result in any damage. False damage. Illusions as well as most spells from the Path of Glamour will only cause false damage. The false damage is kept real in the mind of the victims with the help of glamour magic. If all enemy glamour mages die, the false damage will quickly dissipate, 2 points/round, without leaving any scars on the victims. The false damage feels real enough that someone taking damage plus false damage equaling his total HP will die instantly. False damage will never cause any afflictions, apart from death. False damage is shown as light purple numbers and dots in the battle. False damage will not trigger certain effects like damage reversal, blood vengeance, and blood bond. Also regeneration, life drain and healing spells will not heal false damage. Clouds. Certain beings, spells and attacks create battlefield clouds. E.g. a hydra is surrounded by a poison cloud, a fireball will leave a lingering heat cloud where it strikes, and an attack with the magic ice mist scimitar will create a large frost cloud when it is swinged. Battlefield clouds will dissipate quite fast if not replenished, having their strength reduced by about 1 level per battle round until it disappears. Multiple clouds of the same type cannot overlap. If there are many units spreading the same type of cloud, they will simply spread the cloud further away instead. However, clouds can sometimes increase the level of a cloud square by at most 1 level instead of spreading further away. 69. Damage from clouds is always armor negating. The different type of clouds and their effects are listed in the following tables. Frost cloud level 1 2 fatigue level 2 3 fatigue level 3 4 fatigue 1 damage level 4 5 fatigue 2 damage level 5 plus 6 plus fatigue 3 plus damage is capped to 1 unless unit is frozen. Heat cloud level 1 2 fatigue level 2 3 fatigue level 3 4 fatigue 1 damage level 4 5 fatigue 2 damage level 5 plus 6 plus fatigue 3 plus damage. Poison cloud level 1 1 poison level 2 2 poison level 3 plus poison. Disease cloud level 1 disease easy MR level 2 disease easy MR level 3 plus disease MR. Sulfur cloud level 1 1 fire fatigue plus 1 poison level 2 1 fire fatigue plus 1 poison level 3 2 fire fatigue plus 1 poison level 4 2 fire fatigue plus 2 poison level 5 3 fire fatigue plus 2 poison level 6 3 fire fatigue plus 3 poison level 7 4 fire fatigue plus 3 poison. Poison is capped to 1 point of damage. Rust cloud level 1 armor rusts level 2 armor rusts level 3 plus armor rusts. Death cloud level 1 1 damage MR level 2 2 damage MR level 3 plus damage MR. Shimmering light cloud level 1 1 capped false damage easy MR level 2 1 capped false damage MR level 3 2 false damage MR level 4 plus 3 plus false damage MR. Leeching cloud level 1 weakness easy MR level 2 weakness easy MR 1 damage easy MR level 3 weakness MR 1 damage easy MR level 4 plus weakness MR 1 damage MR weakness decreases STR by 1 permanently. All damage is capped to 1. Sleep cloud level 1 sleep easy MR level 2 sleep MR level 3 plus sleep MR. All type of clouds range from level 1 to 7. Sometimes the effects of the different levels are the same and higher level clouds will only last longer. All damage from clouds is armor negating. Monsters that spread clouds, e.g. Hydra and Ghost, spread level 1 clouds. As they are spread at level 1, they can accumulate to at most a level 2 cloud. Spells and magic items can create clouds at higher levels. Heat clouds and frost clouds cancel out each other and it is not possible for both of them to be in the same square. Morale and rout. Morale. Morale is a measure of how likely a squad is to keep fighting after taking casualties. Each unit has a morale value, but the morale value that is checked is the morale level of the entire squad. Each squad has a morale level, which is the average of all the morale ratings of the members of the squad. Morale bonuses. A unit can have a number of modifiers to its morale. For example, sacred units can be blessed, which increases their morale by 1. In addition, all units can gain the following 70. Bonuses. Asterisk +1 for fighting in friendly dominion asterisk +1 for fighting in a unit's home province. The province where it was recruited, asterisk +X for a commander's leadership bonus. Click on leadership attribute. This is further modified by the formation in which the unit is fighting, how many squads the commander is leading, etc. Asterisk +1 for every level of the inspirational ability the squad's commander has. Can also be negative, asterisk +X if there is a unit with the standard ability in the squad, where X is the bonus from highest standard. Morale, magic bonus. Many magic effects can modify a unit's magic bonus to morale. This bonus can go from -10 to +1. Units with fear will lower this bonus and priests can increase it with the Sermon of Courage and Fanaticism spells. Most combat spell that causes some kind of fear effect will also modify this bonus. The morale magic bonus will increase by 1 about every 2 rounds if it is negative. A positive bonus will last the entire battle if left to itself. Rout. During combat, squads will have their members killed and wounded, and eventually they will take flight from the field. This is called routing, and happens to the entire squad. Rout is normally checked by squad. A squad which fails its morale check routs. A squad will check morale if, in a few rare cases, a unit routs independently from its squad. This might happen if a mount loses its rider. Asterisk the squad has suffered heavy losses since the last morale check, and its overall casualties are at least 20%. Asterisk the squad has 4 or fewer units left in it and at least one of the units has taken damage this round. Asterisk the squad is near a monster causing fear, e.g. an abomination. Asterisk the squad has been subjected to a spell causing fear, e.g. terror. Note that the spells causing frighten do not apply. Asterisk the entire army has taken 50% or more of its total hit point value in casualties. In this case, morale will be checked every turn for the remainder of the battle. Retinues are excluded from this greater than 50% of army hit points if there is nothing more than one creature and its retinue. This is a special case. Heavy losses is 1 wound for every 2 members of the squad. A wound is simply 1 or more hit points of damage that reduces a unit to 80% or less of its normal hit points. So a unit with 25 hit points that is undamaged and suffers 4 points of damage does not count as having suffered a wound for these purposes. The next point of damage, however, will reduce him to 80% of normal, and every hit thereafter, even if for 1 point, will continue to satisfy these criteria. Units are very enthusiastic at the beginning of battle, but less so after taking damage. No matter how many times the above conditions are satisfied, a squad cannot have its morale checked more than once a turn. Army rout. Once an army has taken 75% of its total hit point value in casualties in a battle, it will automatically rout. Mounts only have 25% of their HP count towards the army's total HP. Any units from the province defense also only have 25% of their HP count, they are expected to run. Slaves are also expected to run and only have 50% of their HP count. Morale check. A morale check consists of two numbers, the morale roll and the fear roll. If the fear roll is greater than the morale roll, the squad routs. If not, the squad keeps fighting. Although it is called the fear roll, it applies to anything that checks morale, not just fear. Morale roll, squad morale plus DRN plus survivor bonus fear roll, 14 plus DRN. The survivor bonus ranges from 0 to 5, depending on how many of the squad's original members are still alive. The smaller the proportion of survivors, the smaller the bonus. An intact, or almost intact, squad will get a bonus of 5. A squad that has been almost wiped out gets no bonus. Rout effects. A routed unit will use all of its action points each turn to move towards its own side of the battlefield and off the friendly edge. A routing unit suffers a -4 penalty to its defense skill. Fast. 71. Units can be very effective at picking off enemy units that are routing, as they have a better chance of catching them before they exit the map. Once a routing unit reaches the map edge, it is safe, and on the turn after the battle will appear in a province adjacent to the battle. See retreat rules on page 74. If a unit retreats to an enemy province, it is destroyed. A routed army may scatter to multiple provinces after a battle, requiring a commander to go collect it. Routed units suffering from profuse bleeding, poison, burning, decay or other special damage will have the remainder of that damage applied once they get off the map edge and may not survive. This represents the unit successfully fleeing the battle but expiring of its wounds before finding help. Units in a victorious army can rout off the map as well, since a squad can rout while others are winning the battle. If the battle ends before the routing units exit the map, at the end of the battle they remain with the victorious army. If they rout off the map before the battle ends, they scatter to adjacent provinces. Mindless units. Mindless units need to be under the control of a commander. If there are no unrouted commanders on the battlefield eligible to command mindless units, remaining mindless units on the field are automatically subject to mindless dissolution. If all eligible commanders, i.e. commanders who can command mindless units, have been killed or routed, the mindless beings become immobile and have a 33% chance each turn of dissolving and vanishing from the battle. They will not move, but will attack adjacent units. Magic beings and undead. These units have special leadership requirements, such as magical leadership or undead leadership. If such units are on the battlefield without proper leadership, they will rout. If a unit is both an undead and a magic being, such as the mannequins of Asphodel, it requires undead leadership to lead. Demons require undead leadership to lead. Magic fear effects. There are two types of magic fear effects, fear and frighten. Fear is the most severe and the most common one. It can decrease morale by up to 10 points. Being subject to fear will also force the entire squad to make a morale check at the end of the round. Failure means it will break. Units hit by magic fear effects may also break individually if they fail an easy morale check. Breaking individually will make the unit flee while his companions stay and continue to fight. This can only occur due to magic fear. Normally the squad will always break and flee together. Frighten is much less severe. It can lower morale by up to 5 points, but does not force any automatic morale checks. Long-lasting battles and twilight. If a battle goes on for too long, the sun sets. This will have profound effects on the remainder of the battle. Battle enchantments and other spells will end and the battlefield will be affected by twilight, as per the spell. Berserking ends and berserkers cannot go berserk again. Turn effects 100 Twilight, all enchantments, temporary magic effects and berserking ends, Twilight effect, -2 prec, +1 glamour magic. 150 Nightfall/Daybreak, attacking units rout, darkness effect, -3 ATT/def/prec, or return to daylight in case of a nighttime battle. 170 defending units rout. 200 any units left on the battlefield are killed. Note that mindless units cannot rout and will dissolve instead of routing. Afflictions. Whenever a unit is struck in battle, it may suffer an affliction. The chance of this occurring is simply the % hit points lost in the blow. So if a normal 10 HP soldier receives 2 4 HP blows, he would have a 40% chance and then another 40% chance of getting an affliction. What type of affliction is suffered depends on which part of the body was struck. It is possible to get more than one affliction if the damage exceeds 100%, e.g. a single blow dealing 15 HP damage on a 10 HP soldier would result in one affliction and then a 50%. 72. Chance for an additional one. Of course the soldier would be dead afterwards, so the extra affliction would only matter if he was raised from the dead somehow. There are major afflictions and minor afflictions. The chance of an affliction being major is affliction chance /1.5, or at most 33%. Where the hit occurs determines which kind of afflictions may be inflicted. The game will randomize from all afflictions available for that level, major or minor, and that body part. Body part minor affliction major affliction any battle fright profuse bleeding head eye lost dementia mute feeble-mindedness blindness chest wound disease never healing wound arm weakened lost an arm leg limp crippled. Profuse bleeding is the only affliction that is not permanent, it will disappear during or after the battle. While a unit bleeds, it loses 5% of its hit points and gains 10 fatigue per round of combat. The bleeding has a 10% chance of stopping per round. Being underwater halves this chance and regeneration increases it. Limp will cause commanders to suffer a -4 map movement penalty. Non-commander units do not lose any map movement points, but whenever their army marches more than one province in a month, they will have a 25% chance of becoming crippled. Cripple will cause commanders to lose 75% of their map movement speed. Non-commander units do not lose any map movement points, but whenever their army marches, they will have a 35% chance of dying, or a 70% chance of dying if marching more than one province. Sieges. Fortresses must be reduced before they can be stormed. To reduce a fortress, its defense value must be reduced to 0. Each turn, the total reduction strength of the besiegers is compared to the total repair strength of the defenders. Reduction strength equals unit strength squared. Asterisk flying units are doubled. Repair strength equals unit strength squared /2. Asterisk flying units are doubled. Asterisk mindless units are only worth 1/8 of calculated value. Asterisk animals, not monkeys, are halved. Asterisk undisciplined units are halved. The difference is subtracted from the fortress defense value if the reduction strength is greater. If the fortress has been damaged and the repair strength is greater, the difference is added back to the defense value, to the maximum of the original value. That's why you get the message sometimes when you're the besieger, that the enemy is repairing the walls faster than we can destroy them. We need more men. This means the repair value is higher than the reduction value, and the besieged units are actually fixing the walls. There is no way for the besieger to know exactly how close a fortress is to being breached, although you will get hints. The defender, however, can click on the fortification location button in that province, and the current defense value will be displayed. Fortresses which are damaged but not besieged are automatically fully repaired. Supply during sieges. When a fortress is besieged, it provides its supply value to the defenders, divided by the number of turns of the siege. So on the first turn of a siege, a fortress with 300 supply provides 300 supply points on the first turn of the siege, then 150, then 100, then 75, then 60. Units which are unsupplied suffer the starvation effect, and units which starve for 2 consecutive turns can become diseased. Diseased units will then start to slowly get more afflictions and eventually die. Storming a castle. When the fortress wall integrity value is reduced to 0, it can be stormed. Commanders besieging the fortress can choose to storm castle or maintain siege. If one or more commander storms the castle, a battle at the gates of the fortress will take place. Inside the walls are the defending units, and outside the walls are commanders with the storm castle order along with all units under their command. If a commander set to storm castle is killed before the battle at the fortress takes place, units under his command will not. 73. Participate in the battle. The storming of the castle takes place after any other battle in the province, so it is possible to fight off or decimate the besieging army before they storm the castle. All forts have some additional units that will aid the defender in the battle. See page 26. Weather. The weather for any land battle is usually clear skies and during the day. But the weather can also be rainy or snowy at random times, unless the battle occurs in a wasteland or in a cave. Snowfall can only happen if the cold scale is 1 or more, and rain can only occur if the heat is 0 or greater. Snowfall chance cold scale * 15%. Rainfall chance growth scale * 10% plus 10%. Global enchantments can also affect the weather in many ways. Assassination battles are special and often occur indoors where there is no weather and have about 50% chance of occurring at night. If they occur outdoors, they use the same chances for rain and snow as other battles. Retreats. If units retreat from a battle, they will go to an adjacent province, or perhaps a friendly castle in the same province. To do this, a commander must be smart. Each commander will undergo a check and has a 75% chance of making a smart retreat. If a unit is in native terrain, it will get a second chance to be smart at 50% if it fails its first check. A smart leader will * retreat into a fort in the same province if there is one * move to a random friendly controlled adjacent province if no fort is present. A not so smart leader will * move into a random adjacent province, even if not friendly controlled. Troops will follow a leader under whose command they are when they retreat, if they pass a morale check. The squad morale bonus counts double for this. Undisciplined units suffer a -3 penalty, and the squad morale penalty for skirmish formation also applies. Troops that have lost their leader or who fail a check to follow their leader will individually check for being smart or not, with only a 50% chance of success, although the 50% second chance for natives still applies, and then retreat accordingly. A unit or commander that retreats to an enemy province is killed. Retreating when besieged. Units or commanders that retreat while defending their castle during a siege battle will retreat and hide deeper in the castle. If the battle was won and they were smart, they will reappear in the castle. If the battle was lost, they will all be killed. Units that were not smart will be killed instead. Commanders are always smart, and lone units have an extra 50% chance of being smart when retreating in a fight where they are defending their castle. Battle summary. When battle results are reported, you can see the relative effectiveness of the units present by seeing which units were responsible for the most kills. They will of course be affected by your tactics, formations, and magic. The summary will show you how many units started the battle, how many kills they scored, and how many of them were killed by the enemy. Killed mounted units are shown with 2 numbers divided by a plus. The first number shows killed riders and the second number shows riders that were left without a mount after the battle. Magic. If the combat system is the heart of Dominion 6, the magic system is the soul. Everything is affected by magic in some way. The most powerful spells can summon awesome monsters or change the face of the entire world. Magic can also be used to craft artifacts for use by heroes. Some basic points to remember are 74. Asterisk spells are either rituals, which are cast outside of combat, or battle magic, which is used in tactical battles. Asterisk magic depends both on the path and the school of magic. Asterisk the path skill of a given mage is generally fixed and doesn't change easily. Asterisk school is a group of spells which can be learned through research. Asterisk research is performed in laboratories. Asterisk magic gems and blood slaves are needed for many spells. Asterisk these gems are produced by magic sites, including those in a nation's home province. Asterisk gems and blood slaves are items which can be carried by commanders or stored in a nation's pool. Asterisk laboratories also provide access to a nation's pool of magic gems, blood slaves, and items. Asterisk the construction school allows for the building of magical items and artifacts. Asterisk there are also divine spells, which are special battle magic spells that can be cast by priests. The paths of magical power. There are 9 paths of magical power. The first 4 are the elemental paths of fire, air, water, and earth. The next 4 are the sorcery paths of astral, nature, death, and glamour. Finally, there is the magic path of blood. That path is slightly different from the other ones and is part of neither elemental nor sorcery magic. There are 8 types of magical gems, which correspond to the 1 path of magic each. There are no blood gems. Blood magic requires blood slaves, which can only be obtained through blood hunting. The symbols shown are used to represent magic paths, and will appear in spell descriptions as requirements for casting the spell. Paths define the essential branches of magic. A fire mage can eventually learn all of the fire spells in all the schools of magic for which he has the requisite magical ability, once his nation has researched them. But he cannot learn nature or earth spells, for instance, unless he first gains those path skills. While there are magic items that can increase a mage's skill level in paths he already possesses, a mage can only acquire new paths through empowerment, see below. The schools of magical research. There are also 7 schools of magical research: conjuration, alteration, evocation, construction, enchantment, thaumaturgy, and blood magic. Note that the school of blood magic is not the same as the path of blood magic, although the two are related. Schools define the areas of study needed to master the spells within each path of magic. For example, conjuration is the school of magic that deals largely with summoning creatures from outside the world. Any nation can research the conjuration school, and its mages would be able to use any spell in that school A, up to the current research level, and B, which required a magic path those mages possessed. In order for a mage to cast a spell, A, you must have researched the school up to the level required by the spell, and B, the mage must have proficiency in the magical paths required by a spell, and C, the mage must have any magical gems or blood slaves required for the spell. While each school has many different spells, the general characteristics of each school are as follows. Conjuration summons powers and beings from other worlds. Many spells in this school will bring you additional units. Alteration changes the physical world. Alteration spells can give units increased strength, resistance to fire, and the like. They can also change the weather. Evocation projects arcane power into the physical world. If you want to cast spells that are traditionally associated with magic, like fireballs and lightning bolts, this is the school for you. Lots of battle magic. Construction. The level of your construction research determines which magic items you are allowed to craft. Some construction spells also allow you to make magic units. Enchantment grants magical properties to men, items, or the land. You can cover entire provinces with protective domes, or grant long-lasting increased health to your subjects. Thaumaturgy manipulates the arcane world in ways traditionally associated with sorcery. You might call forth the souls of victims a soldier has killed and send them after him, or create a window in space to observe distant lands. Blood magic. All spells that use blood magic have to be unlocked by researching this school. If your nation has any blood mages, you will want to do some research here. 75. Refer to the spell charts in the appendix for a thumbnail description of each spell in the game. Access to magic spells. Each spell has a path requirement, listed as a number of symbols. In order to cast a spell, a mage must meet all the path requirements for the spell, and his nation must have researched to the appropriate level in the school which contains the spell in question. Spells that are a higher level in a school don't necessarily require more path skill to cast. Will-o'-the-Wisp is a level 5 conjuration spell, but only requires fire 1. This is one reason it is important to become familiar with which spells exist in which school, so you can plan your research. Note that while the schools generally categorize spells, they don't do so rigorously. Akashic Knowledge is a conjuration spell which has nothing to do with summoning. Instead, it searches provinces for sources of magic gems. Combined paths. Some spells require knowledge of multiple paths to cast them. A spell with multiple paths in its requirements necessitates that the mage have the requisite level in each path to cast the spell. When calculating bonuses for extra skill levels, see fatigue below. Only the first magic path listed in the skill description is considered. Dual path spells and rituals use magic gems of the primary path. Empowerment. A mage may permanently increase his skill in any path of magic by using empowerment. This costs a lot of magic gems. For the first skill level in that magic path, the cost is 50 magic gems of that type. For subsequent increases, the cost depends on the current skill in the magic path and is 15x, target level. This is the only way to gain skill in a path a unit doesn't have. Magic items which increase magic skill only work if the user's skill in that path is at least 1. This is also true of battlefield spells which confer a path bonus, like Power of the Spheres. Indirect magic. Indirect magic represents the general arcane knowledge that a mage possesses about any magic path in which he has skill. This knowledge allows him to gain side benefits just from being knowledgeable in that type of magic. The more skill a mage has in a path, the more benefit he gains. See the indirect magic bonuses table to see what effects are gained from which paths. The more powerful indirect magic bonuses usually have a minimum skill level requirement of 3 or 4. At the first level, usually only increased leadership, show as LDR in the table, is gained. All the abilities gained on level 1 scales depending on level, including shorter/longer lifespan. The false damage Reagan gained from Glamour will heal 1 point of false damage per combat round. A unit can receive false damage when attacked by illusions and certain Glamour spells. 76. Path level 1 plus level 3 plus level 4 plus fire LDR plus 10/level, magic LDR plus 10/level, shorter life fire res plus 5 fire res plus 5 air magic LDR plus 10/level shock res plus 5 shock res plus 5 water magic LDR plus 10/level cold res plus 5 cold res plus 5 earth magic LDR plus 10/level natural protection plus 3 affliction resistance plus 1 astral magic LDR plus 20/level magic resistance plus 1 death undead LDR plus 50/level rarely dies of old age morale plus 10 nature magic LDR plus 10/level, supplies plus 10/level, longer life poison res plus 5 poison res plus 5 glamour. Magic LDR plus 10/level false damage Reagan True Sight Blood Undead LDR plus 10/level, Magic LDR plus 10/level HP plus 5 HP plus 5 indirect magic bonuses. Example: you are playing Asphodel, Carrion Woods, and select a Freak Lord Pretender. You take advantage of the 10-point cost for new paths and choose Fire 2, Air 2, Water 3, Earth 4, and Blood 1. Your Pretender will gain plus 20 leadership and plus 20 magic leadership for Fire 2, plus 20 magic leadership for Air 2, plus 5 cold resistance and plus 30 magic leadership for Water 3, plus 3 protection, blunt resistance and plus 40 magic leadership for Earth 4, and plus 10 undead leadership and plus 10 magic leadership for Blood 1. Indirect magic applies to all units with any magic skill, including pretenders, within the level activation requirements described above. Types of spells. Spells are divided into 2 basic categories, rituals and battle magic. The spell lists in the appendix are also divided in this way. Battle magic. Battle magic can only be cast during a tactical battle. These spells have battle effects like inflicting damage, granting increased protection, reducing fatigue, or some similar effect which only makes sense in the context of the battle mechanics. Battle magic can be scripted into a mage's list of battle actions using set battle orders. If a battle spell requires gems, that mage must have those gems in his inventory before the battle begins. Some battle spells affect the whole battlefield and are termed battle enchantments. Some of these last the length of the battle. A battle enchantment is dispelled if its caster dies. All battle enchantments and temporary magic effects are dispelled if the battle lasts until sunset. See Long-Lasting Battles and Twilight page, Long-Lasting Battles and Twilight. Interrupts. Spells have to be prepared for a while before they can be cast. During this preparation time, the caster can be interrupted if he is damaged. The preparation time is about half of the time required to cast the spell. The other half of the time is spent recovering after the spell has been cast. The casting time for most spells is about 1 combat round, but battle enchantments and spells that cost magic gems often take longer. The chance of being interrupted when damaged while casting a spell is expressed as a percentage of your full hit points caused by the damage, plus 25%. Thus, a strike that inflicted half of a spellcaster's full hit points in damage would have a 75% chance of interrupting the spell being cast. Units with the combat caster ability, such as the paladin, are half as likely to be interrupted as a normal unit. Mindless units are also half as likely to be interrupted as a normal unit would be. Some monsters are innate spellcasters. These monsters do not require any preparation time for their spells and do not care about different casting times. Battle magic mechanics. The method for resolving battle magic is very similar to that for missile weapons. Mages have a precision attribute just like archers do. Spells have a precision rating, also. For the purposes of calculation, these two are added together. Some spells, like Acid Bolt, are armor-piercing. This means protection against them only counts for half, just like armor-piercing missiles. Some other spells, like Orb Lightning, are armor-negating. This means they completely bypass protection, and the target's only defense is the die roll. In some cases, instead of protection, though, some spells check a target's magic resistance. It actually is protection. Protection from magic. Magic resistance is most often binary in nature, it either protects the target or it does not, with nothing in between. Against some spells, a successful resistance check merely means crippling injuries rather than instant death. Some spells, mostly astral, require the caster to defeat the target's magic resistance before the spell can take effect. If a spell description states that magic resistance negates, then the following check is made. Caster's penetration roll, 11 plus DRN plus, additional skill in spell path, /2 targets Mr. Roll, magic resistance plus DRN plus, skill in spell path, /2. The caster wins ties. Note that not all targets will have any magic skill, much less skill in that spell's path, so often the target will simply add magic resistance and the DRN. If a spell description states that magic resistance negates easily, then the caster suffers a -4 modifier to his or her penetration roll. This is the same as easy to resist. Hard to resist gives a +4 to penetration roll. Some battle enchantments have effects that continuously affect units on the battlefield and require a magic resistance. 77. Check to resist. These follow the same rules as above and can take advantage of skillful casters and penetration-boosting magic items. Fatigue. Just like attacking in combat, casting spells in battle costs fatigue. Each spell has a listed fatigue cost which a caster incurs when casting that spell. For each skill level in the required path that the mage exceeds the minimum, he incurs 1/1+ mage skill minimum skill of the listed spell fatigue. In other words, having an extra skill level means the mage suffers only 1/2 fatigue, 2 extra skill levels means he suffers only 1/3 as much, 3 extra is 1/4, and so forth. Spellcasters also incur fatigue equal to their base encumbrance value plus 2x encumbrance value of any armor worn for each spell cast. This is not subject to reduction by skill bonuses. It is harder to make magical gestures in heavy armor. Everyone knows this from armor class days. Fatigue is very important for spellcasters. It is often the limiting factor in combat, and higher skill mages thus have an advantage in that they incur less fatigue. Spells that reduce fatigue, like reinvigoration or relief, can be very useful as well. Rituals. Rituals are spells which have an effect on the world map, and take an entire month, game turn, to cast. Thus, mages which are to cast a ritual have to be given that order as part of the turn. If a ritual requires gems, the mage may only use gems from a laboratory and rituals can only be cast in provinces with labs, assuming the national pool has enough gems of the required type. The gems will be withdrawn from the national inventory automatically. Some rituals affect the entire province that they are cast in. Some of these, but not all, last longer than one turn. These are termed local enchantments. An example of such a spell is Dome of Air. Once the Dome of Air is cast, it persists in that province until dispelled. The spell is dispelled if the caster dies. Most local enchantments are also dispelled if the province they affect is conquered by an enemy. Some local enchantments have a limited duration and extra gems have to be put into the enchantment during its creation to make it last longer than a single turn. Most enchantments with limited duration last 1 month per 1 extra gem, but some can last as long as 3 months per 1 extra gem. Rituals can be automated to be recast each month by the same mage using the Shift+M shortcut when selected and in a laboratory province. The mage will cast the spell as long as he has enough gems. If you tried to cast a spell and it didn't get cast, the most likely problem is that you didn't have enough gems of the correct type. Global enchantments. Global enchantments are rituals. These are very powerful spells that affect the entire world of Dominion 6. They often cost a lot of gems and have severe effects. Only a certain number of such spells can be in effect at any one time. This can be 3, 5, 7, or 9 and can be changed in game setup. You can find out which global enchantments are in effect at any point of a game by clicking on the Global Enchantments button in the main screen, or just hitting F6. When casting a global enchantment, you have the option of adding more gems to the spell than are required. This is because the more gems you use to cast a spell, the harder it is to dispel it. The maximum number of gems a mage can use to cast a ritual is his or her path level x 100. So a skillful mage casting a simple global enchantment can put very many extra gems into it if he or she wants. Just like local enchantments, global enchantments are dependent on their caster. If the caster dies, the global is dispelled. This can be because he died of old age, or because some clever enemy realized it was easier to assassinate him than to try to dispel the massive global spell he had put 200 extra gems into. Extra gems don't protect mages against assassination. Immortal units will also lose their enchantments if they die and have to wait for their bodies to reform. Some global enchantments are tied to a specific province, e.g. Stellar Focus focuses the stellar energies into a single land where the power is then collected. If this specific country is conquered by the enemy, the global enchantment will be dispelled. By pressing F6 you can see the origin listed for any global enchantments that are tied to a specific province. 78. Dispelling global enchantments. Global enchantments can be dispelled in 2 ways. The first is by casting one of the different dispel rituals. The most commonly used one is an enchantment 5 spell that is Astral 3, that's a spell that requires a skill of 3 in the astral path, and is level 5 in the Enchantment School of Magic, and is called Dispel. The other way is to cast another global enchantment when the maximum allowable number of global spells is already active. The next one will replace one of the existing ones if it is successful in overcoming it. The enchantment it will attempt to replace is random, so casting a global enchantment to dispel a specific enemy global is unlikely to select exactly that spell. However, it's better than nothing. The exception to this is if you try to cast a global enchantment that is already in effect by another nation. In this case, your version will try to replace the enemy version instead of trying to replace a random existing global. To reiterate, when a global enchantment is cast, the following cases are applied in order. Asterisk if there is already a global of the same name active, the new global attempts to replace it according to the dispel mechanics. Asterisk if there are fewer than 5, usually, active enchantments and there is not already an instance of this spell active, the newly cast global immediately fills one of the empty slots. Asterisk if there are already the maximum number of global spells active, the newly cast global attempts to replace a randomly chosen spell. This can be a spell cast by the same nation casting the new global. You can accidentally dispel your own spells. These are unruly magics. Spells cast by multiple mages are cast in a random order. This is true for all mages, not just those of a given nation. What happens at any given time depends on how many global spells are active, and which ones they are. There may only be 2 globals active at the beginning of a turn, but by the time a mage casts his own, several other mages may have filled up the remaining slots. Dispel mechanics. Whenever Dispel is cast or a global tries to replace another for whatever reason, the 2 spells are compared. The total number of extra gems and the levels of the casters above their spell's requirements are compared according to the following formula. *+1 for each extra gem above the requirement for casting. *+5 for each level of skill by the casting mage in the spell's path above the casting requirement. A DRN, 2 open-ended dice, is added to each side. The side with the higher number wins. Protection versus global enchantments. Most globals that affect units can be protected against with the use of enchanted domes, e.g. Dome of Solid Air. They protect in the same way as against local rituals with the exception of strikeback, trap, domes. Any strikeback against the caster will not take effect against the caster of the global enchantment. Thus the Dome of Flaming Death will have no effect against global enchantments. Many global enchantments only take effect inside their own dominion, or has its effects increased inside its dominion. Protecting against these enchantments can be done by pushing away the enemy dominion from your provinces. Communions. The astral and blood paths of magic contain a special type of spell called communion that allows mages to increase their magic skill temporarily while in combat and to distribute the fatigue from their spellcasting among other friendly mages. It requires 2 mages to cast 1 spell each, one casting the master spell and the other the slave spell. The astral spells are called Communion Master and Communion Slave, while the blood spells are called Sabbath Master and Sabbath Slave, and function almost identically except for the name and the fact that the blood spells cost blood slaves to cast. For the purposes of this section, they will simply be referred to as communions. A valid communion cannot exist without both the spells Communion Master and Communion Slave, or Sabbath Master and Sabbath Slave, in effect. Communions give the Communion Masters increased level in all paths of magic in which they already have at least 179. Skill. They also allow the fatigue from spellcasting to be distributed among all the Communion Slaves in that communion. Level bonus. A Communion Master gains an extra levels in each of his or her known magic paths for every 2 to the power of n slaves in the communion. This is true for each Communion Master in the communion. E.g. a master with 2 slaves gain +1 to his magic, a master with 4 slaves gain +2 to his magic. Fatigue distribution. The amount of fatigue assigned to each participant in the communion is the cost of the spell cast by the master divided by the number of participants in the communion. This is further modified depending on the skill level of the communion slaves. Slave level equals master level dash no modification slave level master level dash fatigue slash 2 slave level master level slash 2 dash fatigue asterisk 4 slave level master level dash fatigue asterisk 2. Definition of participant. The communion master casting the spell in question, plus all friendly communion slaves on the battlefield, are considered participants in the communion for the purpose of any single spell cast. Note that skill levels gained from the communion and all other means are included when calculating fatigue cost of a spell. The skill bonus gained by each master drops as soon as the number of slaves in the communion drops below the threshold for that bonus. The communion ends as soon as there are either no masters or no slaves in the communion. Slaves cannot perform any actions on their own while part of the communion. However, they do benefit from any self-buffs, single target range 0 spells, cast by the communion masters. If the communion breaks because all the communion masters are dead or have fled the battlefield, the communion slaves suffer a backlash that affects all slaves by stunning them for approximately 1 round, and inflicts 3d50 fatigue damage per slave. Some magic items, e.g. Crystal Matrix, Slave Matrix, Slaves. Heart and Masters of Thame allow their bearers to participate automatically in a communion with having to cast the spell. The bearers must be mages, at least 1 skill in a magic path other than holy. They do not, however, have to have astral or blood skill. Communal Chants. Spellsingers of MA-Man have access to the Communion Spells Chorus Master and Chorus Slave. They work similar to regular communions, but can only be cast by spellsingers. If a chorus slave loses consciousness, she leaves the communion and thus will not take damage when more spells are cast by the masters. Different communions. There can be 1 communion of each type, communion/Sabbath/chorus, active at the same time. They have their own separate masters, slaves, and bonuses. Thus a blood mage Sabbath master will not be able to make use of astral mages that have cast the communion slave spell. There are also some minor differences in how the different types of communions work. Communion 25% longer casting time for spells Sabbath only half as much fatigue on caster, but 20% extra fatigue on slaves. Chorus 25% longer casting time for spells. Slaves drop out when losing consciousness. Magic Gems. Gems represent the physical manifestation of the magical essence of the paths of arcane power. They are generated by magic sites, and the owner of the site has these gems added automatically to his magic resource treasury, accessible with the F7 key each turn, as long as there is a connection through friendly territory to a province with a laboratory. Managing your magic resources. The magic resource treasury lists all the gems your nation currently has, as well as the rate at which it is acquiring new ones. To the right, the pool button allows you to collect all gems from commanders stationed in a province with a 80. Laboratory. This is especially effective for blood hunters, who will often need to transfer slaves from their inventory to the national pool. Clicking the choice at the bottom of this screen opens a new window that allows you to transfer gems between commanders by clicking on the number of gems they have. The other more commonly used way to transfer gems to a commander is to click on his gem inventory when inspecting his stats. Using magic gems in combat. Mages can use magic gems in combat for two purposes: to temporarily raise their skill level and to reduce fatigue. This represents the release of the distilled magical power of the gems themselves. Because it takes a skilled caster to keep things from getting out of control, a mage can only use as many gems as his current skill level in that path each turn. By using a magic gem, a caster gains one skill level in that magic path. This can be used both to allow a mage to cast a spell for which he would not normally have the skill, or to reduce the fatigue of a spell, or both. However, a mage may never increase his skill level by more than one by using gems, or gain skill in a path in which he or she did not already have at least one skill level. The player may script spells for which a mage does not have the requisite skill and place the necessary gems in his inventory. He may also simply include extra gems in the mage's inventory and the computer will use them to reduce fatigue for spells he already has the skill for, if necessary. However, the specific use of gems in this manner is controlled by the computer. Checking the box conservative gem use will ensure that the mage uses his gems as sparingly as possible and for scripted spells only. This can be useful if you want to save gems for later battles. Otherwise, there is no opportunity for the player to intervene. Some spells increase a caster's skill in a magic path for the duration of the combat. The difference between these spells and using gems to increase magic skill is that using gems only lasts for that one spell in that one combat round. Research. The research bars in the arcane laboratory, accessible with the F5 key, determine how far research has progressed in the current level of each school of magic. The research speed shown below is equal to the total of the research abilities of all commanders given orders to research in that turn. In order to have research as an available command, that commander must be in a province with a friendly laboratory, because that is where the magic books are. Normally, only commanders with magic skill can conduct research. The number of research points for a specific mage is indicated next to the pile of magic books symbol. The higher a mage's magic skills, the more research points he or she will have. Magical research points are affected by magic/drain scales. Magic scales give mages extra vigor to study the tomes of arcana all night. Drain scales make them sleepy. A few nations have special commander units that can research even if they lack magic skills. Examples of this are the philosophers of Arcocephale and Theradoros and units with the divine insights special ability such as the monks of Man and the cloistered ladies of Femini. Commanders with divine insights contribute a few research points, but there can only be a number of them at work in a single lab equal to the dominion strength in the province. Any divinely inspired researchers over that limit do not contribute anything. Philosophers get a research bonus from sloth scales, because the general lying about and thinking that is prevalent under such scales agrees with the philosopher's lifestyle. Philosophers are not affected by magic or drain scales, because their understanding is not magical, but more fundamental. Research ability, 5+, 2x magic levels of mage, plus or minus research bonus/penalty. Research ability can never go below 1. The affliction dementia reduces the research ability by half. Legendary spells. Level 9 of all magic schools except construction consists of legendary spells. When you research this level you will get to choose a single spell to research. The other legendary spells can be researched as well, but since it is done one at a time it will be very expensive to research all the level 9 spells 81. Of a magic school. The legendary spell level usually consists of spells that are very powerful or more cost-effective than the lesser ones. Magic items. The construction school of magic allows you to construct magic items which can be given to commanders to use. This is done by giving the order forge item to a mage in a laboratory. He then uses whatever magic gems are required to create the item. The items at research level 9 are called artifacts and are unique, only one of each can exist in the game at a time. The remainder of the magic items available for forging can be created without restriction, as long as the creating nation has researched the appropriate level in the construction school, and the crafting mage has the requisite skill and gems. The unique artifacts will start to yearn to be forged once their creation seems within reach. An artifact that is yearning for its creation can be forged at half the usual cost. The artifact may start yearning once at least one of these events has occurred. Asterisk at least one nation has researched construction level 9 asterisk the global enchantment forge of the ancients has been cast asterisk the throne of creation has been claimed asterisk the throne of the artificer has been claimed. Each of these events will increase the yearning rate by 50%. So, if only one event has occurred, there will be 50% chance per month for an artifact to start yearning. A mage can be set to repeatedly forge the same item every turn by selecting him and using the key combination Shift+O. Some items are restricted to certain nations and cannot be forged by most nations, e.g. Black Halberd for Ma Ulm. These items don't show up in the forge unless your nation is able to forge them. Restricted items that you can forge are shown with a dark blue background in the forge. There are also some items that are discounted for certain nations, e.g. Black Steel Sword for Ma Ulm. These items are shown with a gray background in the forge. Divine magic. Divine spells are a special category of magic, which does not depend on research or magic paths. Instead, it depends on the holy skill of the caster, and is thus only available to priests or other units with at least one level of holy skill. All common divine spells are available to all nations at the start of the game, and units can cast all spells for which they have the appropriate skill level. All divine magic consists of battlefield spells. Some divine spells are dependent on the magic skills of the pretender god. The spells Banishment and Smite have alternative versions that replace the original spells if the pretender is particularly skilled in one magic path. The highest magic skill of the pretender determines what the Banishment and Smite replacements are. In case of a tie, the order below determines which spells are known. 82. Path Banishment Name Special Effect Fire Ashes to Ashes causes burning as a secondary effect. Air Wind of Memories increased range, much increased area of effect, lower damage. Water Purifying Water increased area of effect, slightly lower damage. Secondary effect causes additional armor piercing damage, will mostly harm unarmored targets. Earth Pull from the Grave causes Earth Grip as a secondary effect. Astral Stellar Decree increase range and area of effect, but slightly lower damage. Secondary effect stuns undead with their minds intact. Death Decree of the secondary effect causes bewilderment of undead with their minds intact. Underworld Nature Final Rest reduced area of effect, easily resisted but kills targets. Glamour Return of the Past increased range and area of effect, slightly lower damage, extra secondary damage that only affects non-mindless undead. Blood None There is no blood magic spell of banishment. Divine spells replacing banishment and the modifications to the base spell. If a pretender's magic does not reach the threshold, LVL 4 or higher, in any path, priests of that nation retain banishment and smite spells as normal. Example, the priests of a pretender with 6 air, 4 earth, and 6 death would know Wind of Memories and Heavenly Strike instead of banishment and smite. Alchemy. Magic gems can be converted from one type to another through alchemy. This can be done by any commander with magical skill by selecting the alchemy order in the orders list. This brings up the alchemy screen, which allows gems to be converted from one type to another. In general, alchemy can only convert gems into astral gems, or convert astral gems into gems of any other type. Either way, the rate is 2:1 old, new gems. It is possible to convert gems into astral gems first and then into a different type in a single turn. In that case, the rate is effectively 4:1 old new, so this can get very expensive. A commander can only perform alchemy if he or she is in a province with a friendly laboratory. Alchemy is also possible through magic. There are ritual spells which allow for this conversion. As would be expected, they are earth and fire spells of the alteration school. These convert gems to gold, rather than gems to pearls. Dominion. The pretenders of dominions 6 aspire to godhood. Dominion represents this belief in God separately from military control, as a force that extends with varying strength from province to province. Friendly dominion, i.e. yours, shows up on the map as a white candle in the province. The extent of your dominion is represented by the number of candles. The greater the dominion, the more candles. Dominion is measured by province. You may have high dominion in one province but low dominion in an adjacent one. Each province has this candle symbol, although you can only see it for those provinces where you have some way of getting information. Just like with military reports, you don't know who believes what in a province unless you have someone close enough to find out. 83. Path Smite Name Special Effect Fire Heavenly Fire 10 Armor Negating Fire Damage is a secondary effect. Air Heavenly Strike Range 50. 5 Armor Negating Shock Damage Water Watery Death slightly shorter range. 10 Armor Negating Drowning Damage is a secondary effect. Earth Word of Stone slightly shorter range. Petrification is a secondary effect. Astral Word of Power Range 100. Secondary effect can paralyze non-mindless units. Death Syllable of Death slightly shorter range. Secondary effect can kill living beings or exhaust them. Nature Word of Thorns reduces damage. Entanglement and Bleeding as secondary effect. Glamour Word of Bewilderment Confusion as secondary effect. Blood Claim Life can only target living beings. Increased damage. Gives Chest Wound Affliction as a secondary effect. Divine Spells replacing Smite and the modifications to the base spell. From the tomes of the lore of Dominions, Zabalba is a vast realm of dark caverns beneath the forests of Mictlan. According to legend, the sun and the moon passed through the labyrinthine caverns on their daily journey to the eastern horizon. On this journey they were guarded by the bat people, Zots, that dwelled in the dark reaches of the Zybalban underworld. Being almost blind, they would not see and not covet the splendor of the sun. No one has seen the sun or moon pass through Zabalba for ages, but the Zots keep their vigil and traditions alive. Lately, the bat people have lost purpose and the priestly rulers of Zabalba look to the surface world to once more bask in the splendor of the sun and moon. The Zots are led by priest kings from various cities, and only the priesthood represents centralized power. They still train the sacred sun. Guides that were once tasked with guarding the celestial entities through the dark world of Zabalba. The Zots have contact with surface dwellers, primarily those of Mictlan, and have adopted some of their technology and practices. The Zots have an affinity for blood hunting and black magic. Despite being guides of the sun, their skill in solar magic is limited. The Zots are numerous and live in great swarming cave colonies. Numbers, rather than strength, allow them to win battles. Be clear on one point: conquering provinces does not expand your dominion. Your armies can march across entire continents without changing the dominion in the provinces they've conquered. Dominion is a representation of the religious dominance of a pretender god. So while a military banner denotes one type of control, dominion depicts another. This section is devoted to the concept of dominion, how it spreads, and what that means for you, the aspiring god of the universe. The take-home points are: Asterisk Dominion is not related to military control. Asterisk Your dominion is represented by white candles and its reach can be seen by the yellow border around the provinces that your dominion covers. Asterisk The initial strength of your pretender's dominion, set in God creation, is very important. Asterisk once that strength is set, you can increase it by building temples. Asterisk your god spreads dominion wherever he goes. Asterisk you can appoint one, and only one, prophet, he spreads dominion, too. Asterisk temples spread dominion, except for certain nations who must use blood sacrifice, and building them is important. Asterisk priests can raise dominion by preaching, but it is different from the other types of spread. Asterisk some nations can sacrifice blood slaves to spread dominion. Asterisk the level of your dominion scales in a province is related to the strength of your dominion. Asterisk if you are playing a disciple, team, game, your side only has one overall dominion. Asterisk in a disciple, team, game, disciples spread dominion like prophets do. Asterisk you cannot appoint a prophet in a disciple game. The pretenders of disciple nations are treated as prophets of the god nation. The level of dominion in a given province is very important and has many effects. It is also limited by certain factors. Maximum dominion. The maximum dominion you can have in any one of your provinces is equal to the initial dominion score of your pretender, plus 1 for every 5 times the number of players on the team, temples you have, rounded down. Example, you are playing in a 4-player game with 2 players per team. Your nation has 12 temples and a pretender with an initial dominion score of 3. Your nation can never have more than dominion 4 in any province. Enemy dominion. Any dominion that is not yours is enemy dominion, and shows up on the map as a dark candle if you press Ctrl 3. You can also see it in the province info box. Only one nation can have dominion in a single province at a given time, so if a province is at -3 dominion to you, it is -3 to everyone except the nation exerting +3 dominion into the province. Increasing your dominion. Dominion doesn't correspond to military control of a province. Instead, dominion radiates outward from its 4 sources, your pretender, your capital, your temples, and your prophet if you have one. In a team game it also radiates from disciples. In a game with Thrones of Ascension, it radiates from those as well. This is why your dominion is almost always high in and immediately adjacent to your home province. Every turn, the game checks for dominion spread in your home province. The role-playing reason for this is obvious and requires no explanation. The chance of your dominion increasing in a province or spreading to an adjacent province partly depends on your god's initial dominion, which you specified when you created your pretender. Chance of increasing dominion 50% plus, maximum dominion *5%. Example, in a game with no teams, just individual players, a certain nation has 8 temples and a pretender with an initial dominion of 7. Each turn, each temple has an 80% chance of successfully increasing the god's dominion. If this nation builds 2 more temples, to a total of 10, the chance of dominion increase per temple will go up to 90%. This temple check is the fundamental unit of dominion increase in the game. Considered in these terms, your centers of dominion have the following effects. Asterisk pretender, 1 automatic increase plus 2 temple checks asterisk home province, 1 temple check asterisk prophet, 1 temple check asterisk temple, 1 temple check asterisk disciple, 1 temple check asterisk throne of ascension, see below. 84. Thus, having a pretender in a province automatically results in a dominion increase or spread of 1, and could result in 2 more. All other types have the possibility for an increase/spread of 1, according to the formula above. Dominion over water. Dominion spread that goes to a random province is less likely to cross water borders. If the random province to which the dominion is to spread is a sea province, and the origin province is not, or vice versa, where the origin province is a sea province and the province to receive the spread is not, there is a 50% chance that another random province is selected. This random province then gets the dominion spread instead. Appointing a prophet. 1 unit can be named as the prophet of your pretender, except in disciple games, as mentioned above. The prophet gains additional abilities as follows. Asterisk if the unit is already a priest of level 3 or more, it is increased by 1. Asterisk otherwise, the unit becomes a level 3 priest, regardless of whether the unit was a priest or not to begin with. Asterisk the prophet spreads dominion like a temple. Asterisk the prophet gets +2 to attack, defense and precision skills. Asterisk the prophet will have his HP, STR, and MR influenced by dominion, just like a pretender god. Thrones of Ascension provinces that contain Thrones of Ascension only come into play if the Thrones of Ascension's special victory condition has been selected in game setup. It is the default victory condition. If so, provinces with a throne spread dominion for the owning player as though they were a temple of that nation. A Throne of Ascension can cause anywhere from 1 to 7 temple checks, which varies from throne to throne. The throne must be claimed to spread dominion. A throne can only be claimed by a pretender, prophet, or level 3 priest, and requires the claimed Throne of Ascension order. Mictlan. The nation of Mictlan in the early and late eras is another exception to the above rules. Mictlan's home province, prophet, and temples do not spread dominion. Its pretender checks are half as effective as a normal pretender. The only way for Mictlan to spread dominion, aside from the pretender, is to conduct blood sacrifices, see below. Several other nations have also used blood sacrifices at various times in their history, and thus are also able to spread dominion through blood sacrifices. However, their pretenders, prophets, home provinces, and temples function normally. For these nations, blood sacrifices are in addition to normal dominion spread. These are listed at the end of this section. Blood sacrifices. To conduct a blood sacrifice, a priest of the appropriate nation can sacrifice a number of blood slaves up to and including his priest level. The province he occupies must contain a temple. For each blood slave thus sacrificed, 1 temple check, described below, is generated. Thus, blood sacrifices can be a powerful method of spreading dominion. Dominion spread. When a temple check occurs, the following happens. If the dominion in the province is neutral, dominion increases to +1 automatically. If the province contains friendly dominion, the chance for it to increase by 1 is 30% minus 3% multiplied by the current friendly dominion in that province. Thus, the higher your dominion in a province, the less likely that a random spread will increase it. If the dominion isn't increased in the current province, the dominion spread will go to a random neighboring province. If the province contains enemy dominion, there is a chance that you will reduce it by 1 point. Chance of reducing enemy dominion 50% plus, maximum dominion *5%, current enemy dominion in the province *5%. Thus, high enemy dominion is harder to reduce via random spread than low enemy dominion. A series of high dominion provinces can act as a wall of faith that keeps enemy dominion out. Each dominion spread in a province with friendly dominion will either increase that dominion level or make a new dominion spread in a random neighboring province instead. So a temple check can spread dominion to provinces far away as long as all provinces in between have friendly dominion. 85. Preaching the Word of God. This is an order available to priests which enables them to raise the dominion level in their province only. The base chance of this occurring is 30% multiplied by the priest level. If the priest is preaching in a province with an enemy dominion already present, this base chance is reduced. If the dominion in the province is friendly, positive, or neutral, 0, the chance is equal to the base chance, with no subtraction. If there is a temple in that province, the priest is treated as though he were 1/2 level higher than his current priest level. Thus, a level 2 priest will be treated as a level 2.5 priest. This is for purposes of preaching and maximum dominion increase, see below. Chance of successful preaching 30% asterisk, priest level, plus 1/2 for temple, enemy dominion, asterisk 5%. Example, a level 1 priest is preaching in a province that has -4 dominion, that is, an enemy has 4 dominion there. His chance of successfully increasing his dominion, and thus reducing the enemy dominion from -4 to -3, is 10%. If he were preaching in a province with neutral or friendly dominion, he would have a 30% chance of increasing dominion. If there were a friendly temple in the province, his chance would be 25% in the -4 dominion and 45% in neutral or friendly dominion. Preaching is thus independent of pretender dominion strength, and completely dependent on priest level and enemy dominion in the province being preached in. Furthermore, preaching in a province can only raise dominion as high as twice the level of the priest doing the preaching. Thus, a level 2 priest can preach in a province, but cannot raise the dominion in that province above 4. If there is a temple in that province, the priest is treated as though he were 1/2 level higher than his current priest level, so a level 2 priest preaching in a province with a temple could raise the dominion in that province to 5. This increase is in addition to, and independent of, the spread check for the temple, but only affects that province, it cannot spread to an adjacent one. The chance of reducing enemy dominion when preaching cannot go below 5%, so it is never completely useless to preach in a province with enemy dominion. Inquisitor bonus. Inquisitors are more effective at preaching when in an enemy dominion, due to assorted role-playing reasons. Their priest level counts as double for the purposes of preaching. Their chance of increasing dominion through preaching is thus 60% times the priest level, minus 5% times the enemy dominion level. Thus, in the example above, a Marignan Inquisitor of level 2 would have a 100% chance of increasing dominion in a province with -4 dominion. In a neutral or friendly dominion province, his chance for success would be the same as any other level 2 priest, 60%. If the dominion in a province is already as high or higher than twice the level of the priest who is preaching, including temple benefit if applicable, and you try to give a priest in that province a preach order, then a warning box will appear, informing you that preaching cannot be used to raise the dominion of this province any higher. However, when you close this box, the priest in question will still have his orders set to preach. This preaching will have no effect, so you should change it to something useful. If you have a priest preaching in a province for several turns, and when he started doing it he was able to increase your dominion but now he has raised it to a point where he has no further effect, the game will not warn you that your priest has stopped being useful there, you need to keep track of this yourself. Heretics. Heretics are units that spread lies or uncomfortable truths detrimental to faith in general. Their presence will have a chance of automatically lower any pretender's dominion in a province. Heretics are detrimental to your dominion, but if there is enemy dominion in your lands, heretics may be sent there to reduce faith in the enemy god. Some heretics are stealthy and can be sent into enemy lands to spread their subversive words. Chance of reducing dominion heretic ability asterisk 20%. Dominion effects. It's obvious what benefit you get from militarily controlling a province, but what does having a high dominion do? Throughout this manual, you'll run into a number of things that depend on the state of dominion in a given province. For example, units fighting in a province with friendly. 86. Dominion, whatever the strength, gain +1 morale, while fighting in enemy dominion reduces morale by 1. A pretender, as well as a prophet, gains hit points when in friendly dominion, and suffers a hit point penalty when in enemy dominion, and the magnitude of the bonus or penalty is directly related to the level of dominion. Pretenders and prophets also gain friendly dominion bonuses and suffer enemy dominion penalties to strength and magic resistance. See below. Dominion scales. When you create your pretender, the dominion scales you choose will spread with your dominion. This does not all occur at once. If you have order 3, provinces with low friendly dominion may only gain order 1 or 2. Over time, they will reflect your chosen scales. Each turn a province has your dominion in it, there will be a small chance for each scale to tip one step towards your chosen dominion. The chance for this to happen is 5% multiplied by the dominion level in the province, plus 10% multiplied by the difference between the actual scale and your nation's scale. Thus, a big difference between your scales and the scales in a province makes the provincial scales react more quickly. Once the difference has become small, the chance of tipping the scales is reduced. Likewise, having a strong dominion in a province makes the provincial scales change faster, but this is only half as important as the difference in scales is. Effects of dominion scales. The table shows the main effect of scales in a province. The default starting research at neutral magic/drain scales is 150 points researched. The default chance of receiving a nation hero is 3% per month. Scales with extreme values, 4 or higher, can also have other often negative effects. These are shown in the extreme scales table. Most negative scales, e.g. sloth or misfortune, have no additional negative effect. Having 5 in a negative scale is usually bad enough. Scales that are 4 or higher will also start to spread to neighboring provinces, even if they are part of another pretender's dominion. Extreme dominion scales scale value effect order 4+ people lack creativity. Magic research -2, or -4 with order 5. Productivity 4+ people get unruly. Unrest will increase with 1-5/month, or 1-15/month for productivity 5. Heat 4+ decrease population by 0.4% per month, or 1% with heat 5. Cold 4+ decrease population by 0.4% per month, or 1% with cold 5. Death 4+ slowly turns forests and farms into plains and plains into wastelands. Growth 4+ slowly turns plains into forests or farms. Order scale required for farms and seas into kelp forests. Growth 5 slowly turns farms into forests. Fortune 4+ decreases income and resources by 5%, or 15% with fortune 5. 87. Scale effect order increases income by 3%, resources +2%, recruitment +10%, unrest reduction +1, 2% fewer random events. Turmoil decreases income by 3%, resources -2%, recruitment -10%, unrest reduction -1, 2% more random events. Productivity increases income by 3% and resources by 15%. Sloth decreases income by 3% and resources by 15%. Heat/cold each step of heat/cold level away from a race's ideal level decreases tax revenues by 5% and decreases supplies by 10%. Growth increases population growth by 0.2% per month, increases supplies by 10%, increases income by 1%. Death decreases population growth by 0.2% per month, decreases supplies by 10%, decreases income by 1%. Fortune 5% more random events, chance of a random event being good increased by 10%, chance of national hero plus 0.5%. Misfortune 5% more random events, chance of a random event being good decreased by 10%, chance of national hero minus 0.5%. Magic makes spells harder to resist, minus 0.5 mr per scale rounded down, to all units in a province, all spellcasting generates 10%. Less fatigue per scale, gives all friendly mages plus 1 research points per scale, plus 50 points of starting research per scale. Drain makes spells easier to resist, plus 0.5 mr per scale rounded down, to all units in a province, all spellcasting generates 10% more fatigue per scale, gives all mages minus 1 research points per scale, minus 50 points of starting research per scale. Effects of Dominion scales. Magic 4+ horrors thrive here and horror marks will start to appear. Unrest will increase with 1-5/month, 1-15 for Magic 5. Heat/cold scale variability. The heat scale of a province is affected by the current season and terrain in addition to the dominion that is present. Summer makes it 1 step warmer and winter makes it 1 step colder. Cave and outer planar provinces are not affected by seasons, however. Deep seas are always at neutral temperature and other seas can only get 1 step of cold or heat, regardless of the dominion or enchantments present. Extreme heat/cold scales. Extreme heat and cold kills off population, just like a high death scale would. However, some nations are able to reduce this effect. E.g. the inhabitants of Abysia like extreme heat and the inhabitants of Niflheim like extreme cold. The heat/cold scale in a province with a fort for these nations will count as 1 or 2 steps less regarding the population killing effect of the heat/cold scale. So for Niflheim that reduces the killing effect of the cold scale by 2, there would never be any population deaths in a fortified cold province, but in a warm province the deaths would start already at heat 2, this would count as heat 4 for population killing purposes. Pretender and Prophet hit points. The hit points of pretenders and prophets are affected by the current dominion in their province. Pretenders and prophets in friendly dominion will have increased hit points, while in enemy dominion their hit points will be reduced. The greater the dominion, the greater the effect. They also get increased strength and magic resistance. For each level of friendly dominion in a province, a prophet and/or pretender gains *+1 strength *+1/2 magic resistance +10% hit points. For every level of enemy dominion in a province, a prophet and/or pretender loses *-1 strength *-1/2 magic resistance point -10% hit points. Hit points cannot be reduced below 10% of the total. Dominion victory. The most powerful use of dominion is to win the game. If a pretender has no friendly dominion on the map, he or she is eliminated from the game. This is known as the Tinkerbell effect. If no one believes in you, you cease to exist. This is more useful than it seems. For example, if you're facing down a pretender in his last fortress with a strong defending army, you may not need to storm the fortress at all. Instead, besieging the fortress while reducing the enemy dominion with your pretender can wipe him out without a battle. And you'll never have to brave those annoying tower archers. Note that this does not refer to just the dominion in his province, it refers to all of his dominion everywhere. But if you can pin your enemy down and box him in, you can reduce his dominion without necessarily having to fight an apocalyptic battle. Dominion strategy. You can now perhaps start to see how this works. In order to spread dominion, you have to build temples, or preach, or both. Because you can only build temples in friendly provinces, and because your priests can't enter enemy provinces and survive unless they have stealth capability, like the priests of man, you need to expand your borders through military force in order to spread your religion. There are many events in history, fantasy history, that are examples of bringing religion to the people at the point of a sword. You almost certainly read about them in fantasy history class. Special dominions. Some nations historically had special dominions which had additional effects. These are represented in game terms in the following ways. Archocephale, all eras, Archocephale will scry on all provinces under its dominion. This scrying is very accurate and will also reveal enemy units that are using the glamour ability to hide the information. 88. Gained from this will be available to disciple players as well. Mictlan, Reign of Blood, early era, Mictlan, Blood and Reign, late era, May Blood Sacrifice. Also has Dying Dominion, meaning it will not spread dominion from temples etc. like other nations. The Dying Dominion only affects this nation regardless of being disciple or god. Yomi, early era, the dominion of this nation follows some special rules. Oni are wild, ugly, and mischievous demons that thrive when the land is in turmoil. Oni will appear in all temples that are inside Yomi's dominion. A high turmoil scale will increase the number of Oni that appear in the temples. The strength of the Yomi dominion itself does not affect this, as long as it is at least one. The location of the temple determines what type of Oni might appear. Mountains or highlands are required to get the most powerful types. Cold or warm provinces often result in the Ao Oni or AK Oni that thrive in that type of climate. Temples in temperate provinces without mountains or highlands will only get the least powerful Oni. Disciples to Yomi do not get this dominion feature. Oni generals also attract Oni if they are in a province with turmoil scales or unrest. These Oni are only of the least powerful type. Yomi's dominion is not required for this. R'lyeh, Dreamlands, late era, spreads insanity to all non-void beings and madmen will emerge to help in the war. Over time the madmen and dreamers will partly cross over into the world of dreams and become insubstantial beings known as void dreamers. Both effects will also happen in lands owned by disciple players and the disciple players will be slightly protected from madness just like humans in R'lyeh. This protection is far from adequate however and being a disciple to a R'lyeh god will not be easy. Urmur, Ashen Empire, Middle Era, the dead will rise to serve Urmur and the living will die so they can rise later on. These effects will also take place for disciple players and the undead will obey the disciples when they appear there. The disciple players start with full population in their realm, but it will die quickly and undead will rise instead. Being a disciple to Urmur will not be easy. Urmur's dominion also senses any unburied corpses in the provinces it covers. Asphodel, Carrion Woods, Middle Era, the living will die and be animated by vines and roots to serve in the war against the world. Mannequins will rise from the corpses of humans, animals, satyrs, harpies, minotaurs, and other creatures animated by the vines and the malign will of the god of the vengeful woods. Disciples will also get this effect and their population will soon be killed. Being a disciple to Asphodel will not be easy. Tis, Miasma, Middle Era, the dominion of Tis will cause heavy rain that lasts for months at a time and turn the land into soggy wetlands. Mosquitoes will thrive and so will diseases. All warm-blooded beings without the swamp survival special ability will be affected by diseases and all enemy provinces under this dominion will have their income severely reduced. Provinces owned by Tis will have their income slightly increased instead. All provinces, except seas, will slowly turn in swamps or drip caves as appropriate. Disciples are affected in the same way as enemies, but their sacred troops are immune. Underwater provinces are not affected, so it would be possible to have an underwater disciple without facing a ruined economy and a dying army. Agartha, Golem Cult, Middle Era, constructs will have increased hit points in this dominion. It will help disciple players as well as enemies should they have any constructs. Abizia, All Eras, Marverni, Time of Druids, Early Era, Soramatia, Amazon Queens, Early Era, Pangea, Age of Revelry, Early Era, Vanheim, Age of Vanir, Early Era, Hinnom, Sons of the Fallen, Early Era, Baratos, Phoenix Empire, Early Era, Zabalba, Vigil of the Sun, Early Era, Pyrene, Time of the Aklar, Middle Era, Vanheim, Arrival of Man, Middle Era, Nidavangr, Bear, Wolf and Crow, Middle Era, Marignon, Conquerors of the Sea, Late Era, Midgard, Age of Men, Late Era, Gath, Last of the Giants, Late Era, Zabalba, Return of the Zots, Late Era, May Blood Sacrifice to increase dominion. This ability is not transferred to disciple nations. Disciple nations with this ability can still use it. These nations do not have dying. 89. Dominion. Note that Marverni does not have any blood mages, so it will have a very hard time finding blood slaves. Phaeacia, Dark Ships, Middle Era, all Phaeacia's commanders can sail, see sailing ability, page 59, if both the origin and destination provinces are in friendly dominion. The Dark Vessels ability cannot be transferred to other nations. Disciples do not benefit from the Dark Vessels. If Phaeacia is ruled by a disciple, it can still use its dark vessels in all lands under their pretender's dominion. Thorodos, Early Era, population will die off slowly but surely under the dominion of Thorodos. Friendly forts under this dominion will generate ghosts that will help the pretender god. In Disciple game, this will also affect the disciples. Mekon, early era, the dominion of Mekon is extra efficient at suppressing other faiths. When trying to remove the enemy dominion, the maximum strength of Mekon is counted as one higher than it really is. Flegra, middle and late era, all provinces under the dominion of Flegra will have their unrest increased every turn. Higher dominion strength in the province yields a greater increase in unrest. In a disciple game, this will only have an effect if Flegra is the pretender god, and then it will affect the disciples as well. Being a disciple of Flegra will be difficult. Ubar, early era, Naba, mid-era, Ind, middle era, Femini, late era, this dominion will hide the province name and ownership from enemies unless they are investigating more closely. Scouts will need to enter the province in order to see through this illusion. Scouts in nearby provinces will see it as an independent-owned province with a false name. Disciples to pretenders with these dominions will also benefit from the effect. The origins of nations. Asphodel. If you have walked in a forest with trees covered in ivy and stumbled across the carcass of a dead animal, partly covered by leaves and vines, your imagination might give life to the vines and the roots of the nearby plants. The carrion jerks and twitches as the roots give life to the dead animal. It opens its jaws and lets out a silent hiss. Asphodel is a nation of the vengeful wild. Panai and half-men of Pangaea have revolted against their brethren and unleashed the powers of a dark and hungry god upon the living world. Vines and roots turn into slithering and growing entities, strangling the living in their sleep and reanimating their corpses as marionettes of vines and bones. These marionettes are known as mannequin. The first carrion beasts appeared in one of my Ars Magica campaigns. There was a mannequin in the bestiary that sparked my imagination and resulted in animal carcasses reanimated by vines. The concept has always been something I liked, and I suspect it has sneaked into other RPG campaigns of mine from time to time. Asphodel as a Dominions nation has a history similar to Lemuria. The nation was once a theme in Dominions 2 that was removed and made into a global spell available to primarily late-age Pangaea. Unfortunately, this made the whole setting of the Carrion Woods rare, and that was a pity. We decided to remake the old theme into a new Pangaean splinter nation. Bondar Log, Kailasa, Lanka, and Padala. Bondar Log, the nation of the monkey people, is inspired by Hindu myths, ancient India, and Rudyard Kipling. The Vanera comes from the Ramayana, an epic in which the monkey people aid Prince Rama in his struggle against the demon king Ravana. The hierarchical division of the different species of monkeys has parallels in the Hindu caste system. I wanted the Bondar to use the alleged colors of the Indo-Aryan castes, white for priests, red for nobles and black for commoners. Markatas are exempt from the hierarchy and society at large and might be seen as untouchables of earlier times, although I imagine them less vulnerable. Important to the development of the Bondar Log were the semi-divine beings of Hindu myth. With a slight breath of 2001, A Space Odyssey, the Yavnas and Devatas became lords of the monkey people. When these beings left the world, the monkey people found themselves in control, until the emergence of another divine race, the Nagas. As Ka hypnotized the monkeys in Kipling's Jungle Book, the Nagas mesmerized the Bondar and Vanaras and claimed rulership over the nation. 90. The latest addition to the monkey business was Lanka, the mythical kingdom of Ravana. The nation is in many ways similar to Kailasa, but Rakshasas of various forms replace the Yakshas and Yavnas, and blood magic and cannibalism is prevalent. I confess to having a weakness for great ape sorcerers and necromancers in semi-civilized apparel, preferably raging and howling with gory mouths. Hindu myth is rich, and you could probably make a Dominions game based entirely on Hindu nations, beings and gods. Baritos. Baritos exists only in the early era. It is the Phoenix Empire that was destroyed and re-emerged in numerous coastal city-states. It is a cultural melting pot influenced by several other nations. The nation is heavily inspired by Mediterranean seafaring peoples and the Phoenicians in particular. The sea peoples of Canaan and Egypt, combined with Greek mig-rational hypotheses, Phoenicians, and their Carthaginian/Punic extension have been important sources. The Canaanite/Phoenician cities of Byblos, Tyros, Sidon and Carthage inspired the ideas of a seafaring nation and led to the Berycian dependency on coastal forts. The legendary founding of Carthage by Dido/Alyssa and her marriage with the high priest of Melkart combined with the biblical concept of Canaanite Baal worship laid the ground for the concept of Berycian Melkart worship. This enabled some intertwining of Hinnomite and Berycian backstories. I also wanted a deeper mythical backstory and found that the Telchines, Dactyls and other Greek mythological island peoples combined with the Greek migration hypothesis fit the role. I liked that the nation had an arcane legacy free from influences from Hinnom. When I remembered the slightly bizarre Ars Magica supplement South of the Sun by Atlas Games, where there are Carthaginian descendants dabbling in dark magic, I figured the great men and queens of Machaca would fit a niche as exile queens and leaders of the cult of the Melkarts. Baritos has been one of the most fun nations to develop, probably because it involves and expands the backstories of several other nations and concepts. It also has several unique mechanics designed primarily for them. Bagaris, Veneris, and Rus. Imagine cold winters, princes in sable-rimmed cloaks, opulent halls where sinister old men practice vile magics or seduce their masters' wives. Think of Rasputin. Think of Orthodox patriarchs and bizarre sect-like movements of religious fanatics living in hiding. Imagine the monsters, heroes, and bogaders of Russian fairy tales. When Bagaris was added to Dominions 3, I already had some ideas about the predecessors. My imagination was influenced by Kievan Rus when the nation was given Vanir ancestors. I wanted priests and an institutionalized religion that brings the Russian Orthodox Church to mind and some sectarian movements on top of that. I did some research and I was quite happy when I found the Skopsi, the castrated ones, and other strange religious movements. Veneris was partly conceived during the development of Dominions 3. Hints were included in the descriptions of Bogoris, but I never got around to finishing it. Veneris is the predecessor of Bogoris. It is a nation of ruling Vanir that have subjugated and intermingled themselves with the previous rulers of the land. Kievan Rus is one of the sources here, but I've also used the Chuds, a people that appears in the myths of various peoples from the eastern Baltic seaboard. I haven't found very much on the Chuds, so they are mostly my creation. The Pine of Skulls, shapeshifting and shamanic bear cult practices fit the nation. These features, as well as the thunder priests mentioned in the descriptions of the nation appear in Rus, the early version of the nation. I wanted the national troops of the nation to reflect the change from the earlier era to the late Bogoris. Versatile Vanarusian sages are slowly replacing the mighty Vanir and will eventually develop into the Staryets and mages of the late era. I never got around to finish my ideas on Rus for Dominions 4. Instead, it became the second of the new nations for Dominions 5. Baltic mythology, Latvian in particular, became an inspirational source for the nation. Selim. Selim was originally a purely fictional nation of winged humanoids living atop the coldest mountain peaks. Later development has gifted them with Zoroastrian traits. In a Dominions 4 patch, the nation's backstory was remade and more Zoroastrian traits, summons, and spells were added to the nation. The backstory of a primordial was between divas and yazadas along with concepts of the pollution of the sacred flame merged with earlier ideas of catharsis/anthrax. We also added some new guardian spirit mechanics based on Zoroastrian concepts of the soul. 91. Tis. Tis is a nation of lizardmen under Egyptian and to some extent Mesopotamian influence. Sacred priest kings, pyramids, swamps, and flooding rivers surrounded by deserts are all elements of these cultures. Sacred priest kings celebrating Hierosgamos with hierodules atop temple ziggurats, with high priests chanting and swaying in procession under the glare of sacred serpents depicted on murals on the Great Walls have to me a more Mesopotamian feel than Egyptian. On the other hand, the desert tombs of the late age is influenced by Egyptian concepts of the dead and modern fiction on Egypt, and the lizard king might as well be a pharaoh as a lugal. The connection between Tis and Urmur suggests that Tis is more Egyptian than Mesopotamian. The Sauromancer's initiation rituals are inspired by Oriental cults of the late Roman Empire, such as that of Isis and Sarapis/Osiris. In Dominions 4 another influence was added to Tis, the Sobex of trade and taint. They were initially a TNT version of Tis and Pythium, with Theurgs, legionnaires and necromancers as possible career options. Part of the Sobek lore and inspiration from TNT were put into middle-aged Tis, and I might expand these thoughts at a later date. Ariu. With the development of Tir na Nog it became evident that I wanted another nation of Irish stock to accommodate human heroes such as Siu Chulainn. The legacy of Tir na Nog was split between Ariu and Man and the remaining city became to Ariu what the Vanir were to Vanheim in later ages, a blessed ruling race with human subjects. Urmur and its legacy. Urmur was initially a conglomerate of the Roman Empire and undead nations of general fantasy stock. With time, it has received a history that begins as something like the early Roman Republic, with military units of that age and priests and diviners inspired by Roman religious officials. The new faith replaces the old state cult of the Numina, as Christianity eventually replaced the old Roman state cult. With the turn of the age, the mistake of the augurs becomes apparent, and the nation is brought into darkness. Urmur is one of the first conceived nations in the Dominions universe. In the first Dominions, the Urmurian backstory influenced many of the other nations. When the eras were introduced in Dominions 3, the Undead Empire ended up in the Late Age and the Dominions history lost some of its coherency. With Dominions 4, I tried to straighten things up and once more placed the Ashen Empire of Urmur in the Middle Age where its antagonists and splinter empires can be found. The backstories of Celeria, Pythium, Marignon and Ulm are all influenced by Urmur. Several other nations have interacted with the nation or its shadow. It would be difficult to imagine the Dominions setting without Urmur. Hinnom, Ashdod and Gath. Hinnom, Ashdod and Gath are heavily influenced by ancient Israelite, Canaanite and Philistine concepts. I have always been intrigued and fascinated by biblical mythology, and had long I wanted to include the Nephilim and biblical Genesis myths into the game. However, I was worried that I would not do the sources justice, so it took a while before I finally got down to finishing the nations. The Bible, the Book of Enoch, the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Ras Shamar texts of Ugarit and interpretations of these texts are the main sources of the nations. Hinnom draws more heavily on the biblical and Enochian tradition, while the veneration of the deified dead kings of Ashdod draws inspiration from the Ras Shamar and Canaanite/Ugaritic concepts of the dead. The Rephaim/RPM of the Ugaritic texts are ghosts or deified dead rather than giants, so Ashdod turned out a bit different than I first intended, with death magic replacing blood. The shift from blood to death gave the nation a different and interesting mood. I have looked a bit at Sumerian and Babylonian history when designing Hinnom and Ashdod. Gath, on the other hand, draws more heavily from Israelite and Philistine concepts. Early Israelite religion and history with a centralized cult at the temple and Israelite tribes, combined with the legends of David and Goliath of Gath, are obvious sources for the late iteration of the nation. I wanted the nation to be an abomination, slowly becoming more civilized throughout the ages. Hinnom is perhaps more than any other nation in the game an evil nation. I'm not very fond of the concept of evil, but it would be difficult to claim that the cannibalistic giants of Hinnom are anything but. Fomoria and Tir na Nog. 92. These nations are the predecessors of Man and Ariu. They are both heavily influenced by the Book of Invasions and Celtic myths and folklore. The wars and conflicts between Fomorians, Nemedians, Firbolg and Tuatha were used to create a common backstory for the nations. The Fomorian ideas were combined with some ideas of sailing storm giants, inhuman goat-headed giants and some concepts of Fomorians as keepers of the watery dead that struck my imagination. IND and its successors. IND is heavily influenced by the kingdom of Prester John, a medieval idea of a hidden Christian kingdom surrounded by heathen tribes. The idea of the hidden kingdom survived until the 17th century. As more and more of the world became known to the Europeans, the kingdom was moved to new unexplored regions. The first sources placed the kingdom in the Orient. Later on it was conceived as an Ethiopian kingdom. For inspiration on IND, I have used the first and most fantastic medieval accounts of the Mavelis kingdom, with streets of gold and dining tables of emerald. I wanted to be true to the over-the-top accounts of the virtue of the kingdom and its inhabitants. In the descriptions of IND's units I have paraphrased several accounts of their outstanding virtue, like everyone being a priest and every noble being a king. I have also used accounts of cannibals and other strange tribes subservient to Prester John. IND is probably the Dominion's nation least influenced by my own ideas. The only addition to the nation that can't be found in the medieval accounts of the kingdom are the dog-headed Cynocephalians. These are also found in medieval accounts and they are placed in the Orient. Combined with Judeo-Christian ideas of Gog and Magog, they were added to IND as the worst of the cannibals serving the Prester king. Piconai, Femini and Andromania are successors to the magnificent kingdom of IND. They mainly draw inspiration from my previous ideas of IND and the kingdom of Prester John. I wanted the successors of IND to split the virtues of the magnificent kingdom, and so Piconai inherits the theocratic traditions of IND, Feminine inherits the magic secrets, and Andromania inherits the order and discipline of the kingdom. Andromania draws additional inspiration from medieval myths on the Cynocephalians. While most sources portray them as wild brutes, there are some representations where they appear civilized and peaceful. After some reimagining, Andromania became a nation of Cynocephalians trying to overcome their barbaric legacy. Machaca. Machaca is a nation inspired by African kingdoms and the Shona in particular. The king, a sacred figure, reigns but does not rule. He is served by vassal chiefs, and his priests, the eyes, ears and mouth, keep constant surveillance over subchiefs and serve as a link between the people and the temple. The Shilluk concept of regicide and other unspecified ideas from African cultures have also made their way into the nation. Modern Oriental concepts and fantasy clichés can be found in the Black Sorcerers of the God Mountain and the Spiders. I admit to some obscure influences from the comic The Phantom as well. The Machaca of the early age is influenced by the old pen and paper RPG Powers and Perils. In the fantastic campaign setting of this game, there was a nation of African stock led by great men that were released from a great sleeping city. The notion of a released race of superior men was attractive. Various myths, tales, films, and African fantasy concepts have been mashed together and mixed with the Middle Age. Machaca ideas. My first idea of clans based on body parts like liver, heart, hand, head and leg did not feel right and was replaced with animals, more fitting with the spiders of the Middle Age. The nation evolved side by side with Baratos, but it took a bit longer to finish. Creating two nations together and intertwining their history gave them both additional life. It is probably something I want to do with more new nations in the future. Man. Man is one of the first nations conceived in the Dominion's universe. The nation is a conglomerate of medieval English and Arthurian concepts spiced with some fantasy elements from Ars Magica and the books of Robert Jordan. The Irish/Northumbrian monastic tradition, Anglo-Saxon society, and Welsh longbowmen are all inspirational sources. Later on, the nation turns towards scholarship paired with dark tidings. The mood in the movie Sleepy Hollow is a nice comparison. In Dominions, for steps has been taken to accentuate the influence of invading barbarians reminiscent of the Angles and Saxons. It is not difficult to see an early Ulm or a similar nation in the Logrian backstory. 93. Marignan. Marignan is a late medieval nation of inquisitors and religious fanatics. Prudent, or perhaps paranoid, priests search for vice and heresy throughout the land, putting men and women to the pyre with fiery justice. Imagine the soldiers wearing fancy and colorful Renaissance clothing, while religious and arcane officials wear red or black robes and severe means. In the late era, the Spanish influence is heavier than the Albigensian. Later Gothic concepts of occultism and devil worship are incorporated along with seafaring and missions abroad. Marverni. Marverni is a nation inspired by Celtic Gaul. Guttuators, Vergobrechts, Druid astrologers, and blood sacrifices are all heavily influenced by the accounts of Caesar and Roman historians. Bare-chested warriors or nobles dressed in newly invented chain mail fight side by side with their chieftains to prove their worth. Bronze horns in the image of various animals are also images to keep in mind. Further inspiration was probably found in Asterix, a remarkably good comic by the way. Mechone and Phlegra. Mechone and its successors are inspired by giants of Greek myth. Described either as strong and proud hoplites, or in later times, as monstrous beings with serpent legs, the idea of a nation of giants that doesn't follow the development of most other giant nations, with smaller and smaller giants in the later ages, started to take form. The serpent-legged monstrosities of the late age was at first glance the most intriguing one, but I wanted to make the nation one era at a time, so I started with Mechone. Some research into ancient Athens and Sparta transformed my first ideas into a nation heavily inspired by Sparta. Since Archocephale is more influenced by Athens in the early age and Hellenic Greece in later ages, a Spartan society would not overlap with previous Greek influences. I also wanted to incorporate the hubris of the giants and the gigantomachia, the war against the gods, into the nation, which in turn created the Backstory for the Middle and Late Age versions of the nation. Fleekra in the Middle Age is a nation that has lost most of its proud legacy. The Gigantes of Mekone are cursed for their hubris and are becoming physically and mentally afflicted. I also wanted to add shepherding cyclopes to the elder cyclopes of earlier times. At first, the nation felt a bit bland. But when I started to think on the slaves and the Phlegron society, the idea of the oppressors and slave mages appeared. The feel of the nation took a whole new turn, and the slave mage mechanics made for entirely new tactics not available to other nations. Mictlan. Mictlan is a nation mainly inspired by the Aztecs and their practice of blood sacrifices. The name is that of the realm of the dead in Aztec mythology. Tenochtitlan was built on a swamp, and so is the Mictlan capital, but Mictlan, particularly in the late era, is also a nation of the rainforest, closer in resemblance to the Maya. Toads are common on mural motifs, but the slan of White Wolf's warhammer is probably an equally important source of influence on the Atlantean remaking of the Mictlan nation in the late era. Quetzalcoatl, the lawgiver, figures in most of the Mesoamerican cultures as a returning savior figure. One could not paraphrase a Mesoamerican nation without having at least a fleeting reference to him. Mictlan is also supposed to be a backwards nation, reminding us of the arrival of the technologically, and perhaps virally, advanced Europeans in the Americas. Nabie and Ubar. These two nations are inspired by the Arabian Nights as well as pre-Islamic Arabia and the Nabateans in particular. The biblical narrative of Sheba has also made its way into the nation. The city of Petra with its water reservoirs and cultivated lands hidden in the desert has always fascinated me. Nabie had to be a nation hidden by the magic of the unseen, the Jinn Nun. Nabie and Ind were developed simultaneously and were both given the new hiding dominion mechanics. Nabie would be a nation where humans, Jinn Nun, and crossbreeds coexisted. I wanted Nabie to be a mostly human nation with access to Jinn summoning rituals. Out of chance I stumbled across Hud, prophet of the Ad people, who were great of stature. Needless to say, this fit all too well in the dominion setting. The Avites of Hinnom became refugee Adits, the giants of Nabie. When Nabie was created, I knew that there would be a predecessor with more focus on the Jinn Nun. Ubar is a Jinn nation more heavily inspired by Arabian fairy tales, the city of brass and Iram of the pillars. 94. Nazca. When Nazca was released in a patch for Dominions 4, it had already been on the drawing board for a long time. I really like the necrocratic concept where mummified ancestors have a position of influence in society. A kingdom forced to expand with every generation as previous kings and nobles keeps their conquered lands even after death. A kingdom slowly going bankrupt as stipends to dead ancestors keeps piling up. The first ideas on Nazca were just speculations how I wanted a Celian splinter kingdom to be, but when I got the idea of an Inca setting for the new nation, it stuck. I started to research Andean concepts and cultural history and was intrigued by mummy bundles, moieties, geoglyphs and necrocratic practices. I have no clear idea of the end of the Nazca saga, so there is room for a possible late-era version in a future iteration of Dominions. Nidavangr. Nidavangr is a nation based on three main sources. Two of them are derivates of RPG settings of mine. The first setting was a land inhabited by barbarians divided into 7 clans named after their totemic animals. At the center of this land was a kettle hole at which unholy rites were performed to create Nidligade, warriors with several lives, which together with their Raven clan shaman served as the final antagonists of the campaign. I reused and reworked the totemic tribes for my current Pathfinder campaign. In this setting there are only 3 clans, Wolf, Bear, and Raven. The shape-shifting Seathberenders of Nidavangr closely resemble the clan druids of that campaign. Nidavangr is a mix of these two settings with some added mood of the novel Midnight Tides of the Malazan Book of the Fallen. My impressions of the frozen waste and the undying Rulid has trickled into Nidavangr and the Nidbathed, but I can't say for sure how. Much of the mood you would recognize. Finally, Nidavangr was set in a Dominion's context with Jotuns and Vanir as ancestral enemies of the clans. Oceania, Pelagia, and Erythea. Oceania and Pelagia are nations inspired by medieval bestiaries abundant with creatures of the sea corresponding to beings living on land. As most of these creatures are half men and fish beasts, Oceania as a nation became quite similar to Pangaea. The development of the Triton kings incorporated modern concepts and imagery of mermen, and in Dominions 4, Pelagia was made a nation of its own, less Pangaean in style. Knights armed in mother-of-pearl armor, Triton kings on hippocampoi-drawn seashell chariots, and golden tridents are all part of the Pelagia setting. With the release of the Dominions 4 UW patch, the backstory of Pelagia was developed. It became intermingled with Baratos, and my first ideas on later developments for the nation emerged. I prefer if nations are primarily culturally defined, and secondarily racially defined. Pelagia always felt more like a race thing, and less like a kingdom with its own cultural setting. The changes in the patch was a step in this direction, although I find the new nation Erythea more interesting. Erythea is the late-era development of Pelagia. It is a nation heavily inspired by Ptolemaic Egypt. Like Ptolemaic Egypt, it is a nation of foreign conquerors adopting local traditions, forming an isolated kingdom desperate to keep its royal bloodlines and avoid foreign influence. I wanted the Ptolemaic practices of royal sibling marriages represented in the game, and this led to some new mechanics developed for Erythea. I also wanted Erythea to be more of a contender for the closed realm, Pelagia's name for dry land. The idea of a merman kingdom of both worlds started to take form when I worked on the Dominions for UW patch. The pairing with Ptolemaic concepts fit well, and Erythea became a nation quite different in feel from previous underwater nations. Pangaea. Pangaea is a nation of wild half-men of Greek myth, as they could have developed if exposed to a vast and technologically superior humanity, iron or skin. Adapt or die. As in most cultures exposed to so-called civilization, some inhabitants cling to traditions or current perceptions of them, while others adapt to the circumstances, with loss or gain in influence. The loss of ancient magic and traditions over the ages is quite apparent in this nation, but in the late era the centaurs have found new paths of magic, giving hope to the nation. Phaeacia. Phaeacia is an island nation inspired by its namesake in the Odyssey, the enchanted isle ruled by Alcinous. Imagine palaces of gleaming bronze, with golden gates guarded by dogs of gold and silver. In enchanted gardens filled with fantastic trees, fountains, and marble statues, wise men. 95. Entertain their queen with song and poetry. In a city of marble craftsmen and weavers of unequaled skill make trade goods and silk garments famed throughout the world. When I worked on Mekon and Flegra, ideas popped up that were too interesting to be ignored. In one of my Ars Magica RPG campaigns the players were lost at sea during a storm and arrived at an enchanted island colony of surviving Phoenician Baal worshippers, blessed with longevity. The Ulysses tale combined with my RPG campaign and previous ideas on Baratos resulted in the new island nation. Phaeacia is one of the nations where my imagination runs wild, probably due to the fact that it is influenced by several sources, including my own RPG setting. Finally, the nation needed some new mechanics, sites, and events to become what I wanted. The dark vessels and the island start make the nation play differently than other nations, and I hope that they are reasonably balanced in MP games. Piconai, Femini, and Andromania. Piconai, Femini, and Andromania are successors to the magnificent kingdom of Ind. They mainly draw inspiration from my previous ideas of Ind and the kingdom of Prester John. I wanted the successors of Ind to split the virtues of the magnificent kingdom, and so Piconai inherits the theocratic traditions of Ind, Feminine inherits the magic secrets, and Andromania inherits the order and discipline of the kingdom. Andromania draws additional inspiration from medieval myths on the Cynocephalians. While most sources portray them as wild brutes, there are some representations where they appear civilized and peaceful. After some reimagining, Andromania became a nation of Cynocephalians trying to overcome their barbaric legacy. Pyrene. Pyrene is a nation inspired by Basque mythology and an Ars Magica RPG campaign of mine, set in the Pyrenees. The caves of Arige and prehistoric cave paintings, combined with the Becride myth, were great inspirational sources for the setting. The giants of Basque myth were also incorporated, and one of my players played a character of giant descent. In Dominions, more of the Basque myths have been reworked and incorporated, although I would like to add some more stuff. Pyrene is inspired by more modern concepts of the Eklar, the Witch's Sabbath, and the art of Goya. The Becride still lingers on, but their legacy is more apparent in the physique of the population than in the culture of Pyrene. The nation also draws inspiration from the Song of Roland and the wars between Christians and Muslims in medieval Spain. Pythium. Pythium is based on the Eastern Roman Empire and Byzantium. Its history and military bears a legacy of Ermer, as did Byzantium from Rome. The Theurgs and their ceremonial magic are influenced by the lavish liturgy of the Orthodox Church. The Cathedral of the Spheres is filled with chanting, the fragrance of incense, and processions of Theurgs robed in gold and silver. Ritual magic is a public and religious affair. The Serpent and Emerald part of the nation is more free-form fantasy fiction, and comes from the name I think. In the late era the nation is influenced by the mystery cults and religious worshippers of subjugated lands, much as the late Roman Empire became a melting pot of imported religious beliefs and faiths. The mystery cults of Isis/Sarapis, Mitra, Dionysus, and Eleusis gave Pythium in the late era a new and interesting flavor. The serpent priests are more of a fictional addition, and probably came about as a result of the sacred serpent cataphracts and hydras. Since the mystery cults were inspired by the cult of Isis, a serpent priest with a Titian legacy felt fitting. I'm personally quite fond of late-era Pythium, since my thesis was about the Roman Isis/Sarapis cult. Raga. Raga was added in the Selim patch for Dominions 4. I had played with ideas on a dual Celian/Abyssian nation earlier on, but it wasn't until I started to remake Selim that those ideas bore fruit. Of the Celian nations it is probably the one most heavily influenced by history and myth. Since the nation was developed with Zoroastrianism in mind, the mage priests of the nation, Dasters and Athravans, became an integral part of the nation and not something that was added ad hoc. The heat/cold preferences of the nation made it a bit difficult to evaluate and balance, but I'm very fond of the concept thematically. The fact that the nation is based on centuries of Persian history and two different dominions nations gives it more traits than most nations. 96. Vlaia and Atlantis. These two nations are heavily influenced by H.P. Lovecraft. While Vlaia is closer to the Cthulhu mythos with starspawns and strange beings from the stellar void, Atlantis is a nation of deep ones native to the depths. The early era is more heavily Lovecraftian, while the middle era is more influenced by fantasy concepts and ideas. Atlantis is another nation devastated in the end of the Second Era. Late Atlantis incorporates Inuit concepts apart from the earlier Lovecraftian elements. Vlaia is the other nation heavily influenced by the fiction of H.P. Lovecraft. While Atlantis represents the more Tellurian aspects of the Cthulhu mythos, Vlaia represents the stranger aspects and beings of the Lovecraftian universe. Star spawns, strange openings, and beings of the void are mixed with a bit of fantasy role-playing game clichés. The nation progresses from AD and D-ish nation of aboleths to an insane nation of dreaming madmen, mutated lunatics, and mind-defying void beasts. Phtagon. Sauromatia. Sauromatia is a nation based on Herodotus accounts of the Scythian peoples in the histories. Here Scythians, Amazons, Sarmatians, and Androphags are described with their strange traditions and unsavory practices, and the book is a splendid source for any modder seeking inspiration for a new nation. Grave goods, archaeological findings, and Osprey military books have given the nation further life. Finally, witch kings and elements of the Pythian predecession, serpents, swamps and hydras, were added to the Androphags to make the nation more sinister and dominionesque. Celeria and Lemuria. Celeria is the daughter of Ermer and sister of Pythium. In Dominions 3, the nation was the Middle Era Ermer, but with the cleanup of the history, that which was Ermer in the Middle Era had to be rewritten. Celeria became a splinter empire that together with Pythium broke free from Ermer before the cataclysm. Celeria, as Pythium, is of course influenced by the Romans. Fantasy concepts of sinister nations with undead workers and soldiers walking side by side with the living population are not uncommon. Lemuria is a reprise of the Dominions 2 Ermer-themed Soul Gates. With Dominions 3, the Soul Gate and the Carrion Wood mechanics were remade into global spells. This change practically removed them from the game. We wanted them back, and with the rewriting of the history, the new nation of Lemuria followed in the wake of Celeria. Lemuria is an undead nation of ghosts and immaterial undead instead of skeletons and zombies. Think of grey lands of ash and dust. Imagine spectral hordes marching forth under banners swaying in a wind you cannot feel. Stand still and you might hear the clamor of ancient weaponry when the ghost legions pass you by. At the horizon, a great darkness is spreading as shadows pour forth from the Soul Gate. Thorodos. Thorodos is based on Greek legends and ideas of a Golden Age kingdom swallowed by the waves as punishment by the gods. Since I made Baratos, I wanted to elaborate on the Telkines. Previous concepts of the Berishan Telkine ancestry and new ideas of a spectral nation unaware of its undead precondition were merged, and Thorodos started to take form. Additional ideas of craftsman daimons, such as dactyls and associated Kurites and Corybantes, found a place in the backstory of the nation. Tianqi. Tianqi is obviously influenced by China. I couldn't even resist the name Spring and Autumn, from the period of the same name in Chinese history. Chinese history is rich and there is plenty to draw upon. Taoism and its 5 elements, inner alchemy, and quest for longevity inspired the masters of the way, as did the Tianqi, celestial master, of institutional Taoism convert into the celestial master of Tianqi. Heroes come in plenty in the Chinese tales, and the 7 immortals are all interesting figures. Sun Wukong and his friends are perhaps even more so. There is plenty of stuff to expand on should I, or a merry modder, find the time. Finally, Tianqi has been inspired by movies from Hong Kong, China, and Korea. Ulm. Ulm is a nation that goes through major changes with the eras. In early times it is a barbarian nation. Think Conan. Or at least, think of the first 5 minutes of Conan, the Barbarian, when Conan's family is slaughtered by Thulsa Doom and the young boy is brought to slavery. Think of fur-dressed shamans and warrior smiths, speaking of the 97. Enigma of Steel. Then think of the German tribes described by Caesar in the Gallic Wars, the Roman disaster of the Teutoburger Forest, and the pagan temple at Irminsul. Ulm in the early era is an Ulm before the arrival of civilization. Ulm of the later eras is inspired by, amongst others, Teutonic Knights and German Landsknechts. Late Ulm is an intended shift of style towards Central and Eastern Europe, Southern Germany/Bavaria, and Transylvania. One of the classic ingredients of Gothic novels is tainted bloodlines. Another feature common amongst the traditional, Anglo-Saxon and Protestant, Gothic novel is that it takes place in some part of Catholic Europe, so making a Gothicized fantasy Bavarian Ulm is a natural step, I think. UR and Uruk. UR came to be as a result of Trade and Taint, an earlier unfinished Illwinter project. I made the first Enkidu in Sobex for that game. Shame, Bone Readers and Reavers were some of the possible career paths for the Enkidu race. In Dominions 5 the Enkidus were given a nation influenced by Mesopotamian history. They had it in Trade and Taint as well, but in Dominions 4 it became more pronounced. After Dominions 4 was released we took up work on Trade and Taint again and ideas on the Enkidus were developed. Last summer I found myself reading more on Sumerian cities and culture. The transfer of religious and temporal importance from Eridu to other cities during Sumerian times is an interesting process. Thus Uruk became the first new nation added in Dominions 5. Hinnom is to some extent Sumerian, but I wanted the backstory of UR to have a more Sumerian feel. I like the concept of a single center of civilization surrounded by lands inhabited by wild men roaming around tending goats and hunting game. This led to the development of the mechanic where some of a nation's units are recruitable, not in their home or fortresses, but in their surrounding lands. It gave the nation a troop rooster that accentuated the backstory of the nation. And of course they had to have Sir Rushes, the wingless dragons of the Ishtar Gate. The nation's shamans and bone readers are also influenced by some shamanistic concepts, Canaanite ideas on veneration of the dead and probably a dose of some old RPGs. UR develops into Uruk in the Middle Age and get access to armaments of iron. The Ensi priest king of Eridu will see his power diminish as civilization spreads and Ensis of other cities claim temporal and religious authority. In this new era the Entu of the Moon, inspired by Enkidu Anna, the daughter of Sargon the Great, becomes the unifying power of the kingdom and Uruk turns into a theocracy. Vanheim, Helheim, Niflheim, Muspelheim, Jotunheim, Midgard, and Utgard. These are all nations sprung from Old Norse myth. The Poetic Edda and some later tales, combined with general conceptions of Iron Age Scandinavia, are the main sources. Vanir, Aesir and giants are ancient antagonists in these myths. The Aesir, being perceived as gods, have been made pretenders in Dominions. Not that Vanir weren't, but they seem less so than the Aesir in most instances. As with most nations of supernatural origin, it seems fitting that their magic fades with each passing age as humans become more and more numerous. Niflheim, Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Utgard are part of the history of a single nation through the ages. Vanheim, Helheim, and Midgard also share a common ancestry and development. In the Middle Era, Helheim merges with Vanheim and disappears as an independent nation. Only the Valkyries remain as reminders of the legacy of Helheim. Muspelheim was added in Dominion 6. I've wanted to make the nation for a long time, but haven't had the tools or inspiration to finish the nation. I wanted to convey the idea presented in the creation of the world in Norse myth, with the flames and heat from Muspelheim meeting the frost and ice of Niflheim. In Dominions, 6 new mechanics were added that allows a nation to prefer cold lands, while the capital is exempt from the effects of severe heat. Thus I could make Muspelheim a land of ash and flames ruled by fire giants, surrounded by icy lands inhabited by Jotun giants. Xibalba. Xibalba is a nation inspired by Mayan mythological concepts as expressed in the Mayan texts Popol Vuh and Chilam Balam. The Popol Vuh describes the creation of the world and other mythological concepts. It also tells of the hero twins Hunahpu and Xbalanque and their travels to Xibalba, the Mayan underworld, through which the sun travels during the night. Ever since high school, when I first came across the pen and paper RPG Chill, and found a creature 98. Named Kumasats, I've been intrigued by bat gods and Mesoamerican myth. The bat god was actually the first god made for Mictlan, when that nation appeared in Dominions 2. When I started to work on Xibalba, it was clear from the beginning that it would be a Mayan nation of bat people. In the Middle Era, Xibalba is flooded and toad people take over. Toads are important in Mesoamerican iconography, and I wanted them to have a role in a Mayan nation. I also liked the idea of a nation that goes through heavy changes during the eras. Mesoamerican flood myths and concepts of the Bacab were used in conjunction with a slightly rewritten Atlantean backstory to fit the concept of a flooded underworld inhabited by Atlantean refugees. Xibalba was also one of the first nations to get a national global spell based on its national backstory. The concept had been used when we remade the themes in Carrion Woods into a national spell, but we were never fond of how that worked out. The Xibalban Theft of the Sun along with the Agarthan Unleash Imprisoned Ones reintroduced the national global enchantments. Yomi, Shinuyama, and Jamin. These 3 nations are heavily influenced by Japanese history, folklore, and myth. The first of the 3 nations is an uncivilized nation of demonic brutes enslaving and eating humans and other races. They are replaced by bakemonos, ghostly goblins of Japanese folklore of similar outlook, and finally the humans take control. The beings of Shinuyama are quite heavily influenced by the old pen and paper RPG Bushido, although some other sources on mythological beings such as Tengus and Kitsune have been used. Modern myth, such as the Western idea of the ninja, also has a place in the late nation of Jamin. In Dominions 5, I wanted to elaborate on Yomi and make the nation a bit more of a swarm nation with demons entering this world in increasing numbers through demon gates raised by misled human priests. YS. YS is based on Breton myths of the sunken city of Ys/Curries and Morgan water spirits. To expand the nation, I added some Irish/Welsh ideas of the Marrow as well as the Marverni tribe of Kernu to give the nation an opportunity to establish coastal forts with their own unique units. I initially intended to merge the Isian backstory with Marignan and add a Melusine Morgan hero for that nation, but never got around to finish my ideas. It is not unlikely that Melusine and some other Ys/Marignan connections appear in upcoming Dominions 6 patches. 99. Magic items. These are the magic items available for forging in the game, using a mage with the appropriate magic skill and requisite number of magic gems. Some magic items are not listed here which cannot be forged, only found by chance. Path requirements determine the forging cost of magic items, see table at the top for the costs in gems, or blood slaves in the case of blood magic. If multiple paths are needed, gems of each type are used. Example, the Sword of Many Colors, Earth 4, Astral 3, requires 20 Earth gems and 15 Astral gems to forge. You will not be able to forge a unique artifact, Research Level 9 item, that is already in existence. Artifacts that are yearning can be forged at half the normal cost. One-handed weapons, magical trinkets, construction level 1, name path RNG ATT Def DMG Len, special properties Fire Sword F101110-1 Ice Sword W101361 Ice Lance W101233 Black Steel Sword E102291 Enchanted Sword S101281 Enchanted Spear S102273 Hardwood Club and 101151.